Streaming.
Boom,
All right. It just said
boom.
it started streaming. Now let's go over and see if the YouTubes is going to cooperate. The YouTubes does say that we are currently live.
We are live. Welcome everybody to MLG My Basement.
MLG Mom's Basement.
Mom's Basement. That's right. Man, I love those older Stone Mountain 64 videos. Man, that was so funny.
That guy is brilliant. That guy's.
I haven't seen anything of his latest stuff, but he grew a bit of an empire off of that. Like, it's pretty cool.
Yep. And who's the other guy? Air Force Proud. Those two. I want to see those two do a collaboration.
Right.
Like Air Force Proud and Stone Mountain all playing Battlefield, flying airplanes and helicopters around. That would be the most epic video ever. You don't know those guys? They're both YouTubers that they get a little too into their gaming. So
it's like a skit. Yeah, it's so fun. Like they take it super serious, right? The guy will play like it's real, like it's real military stuff. It's like, you get back in line, soldier. Rah, rah, rah. And it's so good. Yeah, I highly recommend it.
He doesn't let anybody know that that's like what he's doing. He just gets on the server and he just goes hard and acts like it's like a real engagement.
Yeah. Or the shoutcasting. He'll like pretend like he's shoutcasting. As if it's like a tournament or something. They'll go live. It's so fun.
People try to call him out and stuff like, dude, what is up with this guy? Soldier, you don't question me.
Yeah,
we're on the battlefield. People are dying. Their lives on the line. He gets like super serious. It's hilarious.
I love it.
The best part though is like when a guy gets shot and he's on the ground, he's dead, and he plays the medic, and he runs. He's like, "Oh my god, stay with me, please, stay with me!" And he's like just screaming at him, "Yeah, don't you
lose another one."
Go in the dark.
It's so good.
Well, hello everybody. Welcome to 3/2/2024 at approximately 11:13 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. In the universe near Alpha Centauri in the cluster of what is our galaxy called? The Milky Way? Are we the Milky Way galaxy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the Milky Way galaxy. That's what I thought. I was like, wait a second. We always talk about the Milky Way galaxy, but does that mean we're in the Milky Way galaxy? I'm like, we must be.
We're on a outer spiral arm. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Believe it or not, I love space. Don't get me wrong. I love space. I love astronomy, but I just cannot for the life of me understand how a lot of it works. I can get the basics down. Like I understand that gravity is
Newtonian physics, man. It's easy. Actually, astrophysics is easier than the smaller stuff. Like the gravity stuff is pretty easy. The big stuff, not that bad.
Yeah, the gravity stuff makes sense to me. The part where I start getting lost is like how the galaxies all seem to form on a flat plane. It's bizarre. It's like
I think that's a misconception.
Or our solar system. Look at our solar system. Like it's not perfectly flat, but it's way more flat, like in one direction than the other. Like there's no solar systems I've seen. They're like in the middle, where it's like some are going like this and some are going like this. It seems like they all settle into a similar plane.
Sort of.
Is that because
again, it's a perspective thing. It's a perspective thing that I think gets mixed up from how the things are depicted. Because like a better concept, a better visual conception of how things are going is so like it's not that the planets are like, I mean,
they're not perfect. I've seen it before where some of them are on a little bit of an elliptical
it's not like
orbit.
This at all.
Some of them are up a little higher, some are a little lower.
So it's a perspective thing. So you have the galactic plane, which is like the sort of disk that the galaxy is sort of spinning around the center point of. But even from like an outside frame of reference, it's more off a bit. Like it's like going this away and spinning like that. Same with like the solar system, right? The orb of the sun is spinning around wherever it's spinning.
That's our biggest gravitational force, right?
All of us are chasing after it.
Right.
Like this.
Oh,
right?
No,
I don't have a ball.
No. I get that. You're talking about how our solar system is moving relative to the universe.
Yeah, and so
like we're actually moving at like some ungodly speed.
Not just
it looks
the speed.
Like we're flat and moving around, but we're actually moving on that axis, like flying on a spaceship.
Like
I've seen that.
It's often depicted that like this is going to be dumb because this is a football, but that the sun and then we are going like this.
Oh shit! Now we're gonna get football Earth conspiracy.
But what's actually happening is the sun's going this like this.
Yeah, it's weird.
The sun is circling the drain too, and we're all chasing around it.
Isn't it weird how everything mimics
that kind of stuff,
like the subatomic though? Like it does, like so at the subatomic level, you have magnetism and charges, right? The weak nuclear force and the strong nuclear force. What?
Mace has got a good text version of it. Think of the thread of a screw. We're the thread and then the sun is the shaft.
100%. That's a great way to look at it. Yeah, as we're flying through the universe, but relative to our own perspective, because relativity is important in space, because if you don't pick an anchor point, it's just total chaos, right? So, but from the sun's perspective, all the planets look like they're just whipping around the sun, and the sun is stationary. But we know that that's not true. We know that the sun and the entire solar system is moving as a unit of mass through the universe, like at ungodly speed. As I understand it, it's pretty damn fast. It's cruising.
I mean, fuck, we're going around the sun pretty fast.
Right. So we're cruising through the universe, but it's weird because it's like you go down to like the subatomic, and it's like, okay, you have a nucleus of an atom, and then you have the electrons, protons, and neutrons are all zipping around it like an orbit. But the difference is they can be in a 360-degree orbit. Like they can go up and over and everything. Like, however, you up the scale, and now you start developing a plane. And is that because of magnetic fields? Because I know magnetic field lines go like this as they emanate from something, and like the strongest neutral point is like right on the edge. I wonder if that has something to do with it. If it doesn't, I'd be surprised. But as you go up like the solar system, right? The solar system is basically like not perfectly a pancake, but it's like on one plane you can see every planet going around the sun. On the other plane, you see stuff going behind the sun.
Yeah,
right?
and
So
it different.
It feels like it's on a plate. But then you go out to the galaxy, and you got all these spiral galaxies that are the same thing, where everything in the galaxy, all the solar systems are now going around the biggest solar system or black hole in the middle. But then you have all the galaxies, they're all cattywampus and in different fucking directions, not aligned at all, yet they're still kind of in proximity of each other and reacting to each other.
I do think there's probably some effect of they talk about how subatomic particles have a sort of spin to them, like you have like up quarks and down quarks and things like that.
Yeah, quantum mechanics.
There's probably some effect on that. Like, you increase that wiggliness, that sort of fuzzy spin enough, right? Enough of these subatomic particles go come together and whatnot. It probably has some effect on it, and so that's why. Like, how come everything rotates to the right? Or I don't know exactly the spin. Like the planets go all. How come all the planets, for the most part, go around the sun in the same direction? Why is that? Like, that's weird.
The only reason
is that because the sun itself is spinning a bit on the inside?
Is that it's creating magnetic friction.
What's making it spin that way?
So
why?
So the reason
why does it spin this way and not this way?
So the reason I think magnetism is involved is, if you ever seen like a magnetic clutch. I
don't think so.
So they create magnetic clutches in a lot of electronics these days, because normal clutches wear out. Anytime you have friction, heat builds up and shit wears out, right? So they create these things called magnetic clutches, and all a magnetic clutches is an electromagnet on the outside, wrapped around a piece of copper, basically. And then you energize the magnet. The eddy currents coming out of the electromagnet get hung up on the copper, and it slows it down. It creates like an incredible braking force, and it generates a lot of heat. It just, there's no friction, right? So it doesn't wear anything out. And you can also do that with a separate electromagnet. Like, you can actually have another magnet. But the neat thing about the clutches is, if you don't engage them and you rotate the middle element, the other elements rotate with it. So it's like they're locked together. So as you turn like the outer element, the inner element will spin, as long as you have them free and they're not like, they're not there's no friction in the system. You can spin it and they'll influence each other. So it's almost like the magnetic field grabs onto the thing next to it. And when you move it, like if you ever taken a magnet and put it on top of your desk, and you put another magnet under your desk and you rotate it around, and then the magnet on the top does exactly what you do with the magnet on the bottom. They like follow each other. They want to be in some kind of natural alignment. And so I'm wondering if that has something to do with it, where it's like the sun is this massive, massive, massive magnet, right? That has a huge amount of gravity, and it's whipping around. And, because you don't have a lot of influence, you don't have a lot of other influences in the universe that are, in our solar system, as significant as the sun is to the planet relative to the planets. Those currents that it's creating are kind of dragging, creating kind of like the water going down the drain in your bathtub, right? It's creating a little bit of a draw and pulling them around in that direction. But the amount of like, just because, again, I'm no expert on any of this shit, but I'm like, it seems to me that how far these things are away from each other, and how we can't even perceive that effect. Like, like we can perceive the effect of gravity on our planet, but it falls off what they call inverse square law or whatever, where it's like for every little bit further you go away, it falls off exponentially. So it's like you get to a point where you're away from the sun, where it's like gravity has to be measured with like the most intense sensitive instrument possible, yet it can still influence the tides like the moon. Like even though we don't feel the gravity from the moon, like you can't go close your eyes and go, oh, I feel 0.0000001 ounce less today because the moon's up above me, which would be true. Like the moon does
a little, right? Yeah, you're
gravity.
getting pulled a little bit that way.
But look what it does to the ocean. It can create like fucking massive storms and huge waves and flood areas and stuff just from the moon's gravity influence on the earth.
Right.
And so it's like shit adds up quick. And when you're talking about celestial bodies.
Oh, yeah.
And then they got like these black holes where it's like you can't even get remotely close to them. It's like our sun, we can get somewhat close to it. Like we have that. What's that probe called?
We just launched this thing that went through like the corona or something. Like got really like within closer than the orbit of Mercury. Even
it literally touched like the one of the layers of plasma or whatever was technically hitting it, like the particles of the plasma before they were dissipating.
That's fucking crazy, man.
So and this thing gets like a bajillion degrees on one side, but then it's like ice cold on the other side. It's like the way they design this shit is crazy. They said if it ever turned just enough that any component was out past the shield, just the sun shining past it would just nuke it. It would just instantly just burn it. So yeah, it's cool. It's pretty cool that we can create this technology.
Tomorrow at like 4 a.m, I'm gonna get texts from Kevlar about just random like one line or a YouTube link, like watch it. Like Jim the Evo said, there's a Feynman lecture on YouTube. And I'm like, I bet
we'll have it.
Like every once in a while, man. Every once in a while, I get texts from Kevlar.
Our buddy Adam watches every tech talk, every live stream, and he keeps notes. And then the next day you wake up and you have links and you have corrections for everything. It's
I don't even think it's notes, man. I think he texts me in while he's watching because like the last.
Speaking of the devil, he's sitting there in chat right now.
Hey, hey, cool. So
that was good timing.
So now I won't get the text messages in the morning because like just last week, I get one at near midnight saying, buy a 30, literally this is it. No context, no like nothing. It just says buy a thin 30-foot hand snake. Enough said.
Do it.
Like, what the fuck is he talking about? What? And then I had to remember, oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about the drain, my shower drain, my 2.5-inch shower drain clogging up every once in a while. I don't know, like oh yeah, that's right. And then followed up with go play. Basically it comes down to go play a Seto course on PlayStation Plus. It's stupid accurate and stuff.
Yeah, I got
lots of information. Oh yeah, that's right. We were talking about racing games. So yeah, I totally love it. This is not a criticism at all. I just every once in a while I'm like, what the? This is so random. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, the one thing you need to understand, Adam is self-aware. Adam is hugely self-aware. None of this would make him feel self-conscious because this is what he does. This is his thing. This is his jam.
I love it though, because a lot of times it's like, oh, it is very helpful, and like Adam's so smart, man. It's so cool. Yeah.
My favorite ones that Adam does though is the one where he sends it and it's like you have absolutely no context and you think as hard as you can, you cannot figure out what in the hell he's talking about. But then
you do some Googling and stuff.
You kind of hit him up for clues and you're like, and then he'll give you the clue and then it all snaps together at once.
I love it.
C connects to B and then B connects to A and then you're like, oh my God, I understand the whole conversation in like 1 second. It like links it together.
So much fun.
I love Adam. Adam should be a teacher because he make people work for it. Like he make the people work. He's not gonna let anybody just be lazy and record notes. He's gonna give you the important.
I like that.
You don't understand first and then link it together later. So you still have to do a little bit of the mental monopoly.
It works. It makes it fit better, I think. I wanted to show my shirt. I wore this shirt on purpose. I wanted to show.
What does it say? Moustache.
Oh,
dude, you're painting. I'm snapping. No,
it says moustache, and it's got a moose with the moustache.
Hey, Adam, don't hate me.
I love it.
I can't find the ring that went over that little protector ring that went over there for the charger. I'm still.
Oh man, you broke your expensive flashlight.
Yeah,
boo.
I don't think it's the MS-18 one, so I got to do a little. I'm sure it's in here because the flashlight hasn't left the room since I did the burn and for a week. So yeah, eventually we are going to cook an egg.
Can't have any more toys.
I know, right?
Jerry. No more toys for you.
I know. Adam's funny though, because it's like he loans me his flashlight and it's like, and he's like, oh, don't worry, I got 2. It's like who buys a $800 like brightest flashlight in the world to begin with that weighs like 14 pounds or whatever? I mean, that isn't practical.
You gotta have a backup.
But who buys a flashlight but then has a backup flashlight? Like I go to Costco and I buy the flashlight that comes with the free flashlight, right? Like the 2-for-1 deal, right? And Adam's like, yeah, is one $800 flashlight enough, or should I grab another $800 flashlight?
Yes,
just in case the first one catches fire.
That's right.
Gotta love it. But hey, we did prove the components, man.
One
high
for the
quality.
home, one for the secret bunker.
Do you know what we did with that lens? Did you see the video?
Nope.
So we set it face down. He told me I could do it. So full disclosure, Adam like encouraged me to do this during a live stream. I put cardboard on my desk, put the flashlight upside down on the cardboard, and just turned the flashlight on because we wanted to see what happened. It started immediately smelting.
Oh,
I
yeah,
let it go,
I bet.
I let it go. And then when I was done, I lifted it up, and the whole lens was covered with melted like glue from the surface of what I was melting. It was plastic. Yeah, it was plastic coated. That's what it is. It was a plastic bag. There's a plastic bag over cardboard. It burned through the plastic bag. The whole plastic bag was melted in black tar stuck to the lens. I was like, oh shit. And he's like, don't worry about it. It's like a lens is like $18. I was like, are you sure? Because I mean, I think this is like a sapphire oxide lens or something like that. This isn't regular glass. But the neat thing is, dude, a razor blade and some lens or not lens cleaner, sorry, Windex or whatever.
Yeah. Nice. It just come right off. Nice.
It came right off. Like I was literally, and I mean, it was on there. Like I had to use a razor to get the bulk off. Sure. It all came off, not a single scratch. So I can tell you right now that there's no way this is anything less than like a heavy Gorilla Glass.
Yeah, right on.
So, but I'm like, how the hell do you get a sapphire lens like for $18? Like that just seems crazy because it's like a super expensive flashlight, but then the parts for it are reasonable.
Yeah.
So a normal lens is like, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. A normal lens is $18, right? Networking guy, totally. It's like $18 is like a plastic lens, let alone, you know, a freaking sapphire one. Like, by the way, dude, the sapphire shit, it blows my mind. Like I've been watching YouTube videos of how they grow sapphire in a lab.
Oh, now, yeah, right. Yeah.
And they actually will like they'll CNC it and actually cut it like it's a metal block using these like little tools, and they can make it any shape they want and then polish it to be absolutely optically clear. Like to a level where you could use it for, you know, scientific laser experiments and you know, optometry. But the thing that's crazy is the sapphire shit is so hard that not only is it like super durable and it surprisingly doesn't shatter very easily. It just doesn't scratch. It is super fucking hard to scratch.
Oh, cool.
Like you could dull like a steel nail on it. And it's like, why don't we just make everything out of this shit, you know?
Expensive.
What did you Adam said I bought Nathan one. Would you buy him?
Probably with the flashlight. Just given the context of what we were talking about.
Nathan, you bought Nathan a better flashlight than me?
Adam, ET yet?
My mod has a better flashlight than I do. Mine's only on loan. I'm sad now. Hey. I'm just kidding. I've already got my MS-18 from last year, and I love that thing. I will say this though: the MS-18 is more portable.
Okay. It's smaller, lighter.
Half as much. It weighs like half as much. But what I like about this thing, honestly, that I think does make it practical if you're a camper, is this right here. It's got bidirectional USB-C. So this entire thing here, this entire ginormous freaking battery pack. By the way, this uses the bigger batteries too. This doesn't use the 18650s or 1650s, or I'm dyslexic, but it uses the big ones like that are in the new Tesla cars.
Whoa.
And this guy right here has all the power in the world. So I like how they put like dielectric grease on there, like from the factory too. That's really cool. So yeah, this thing right here weighs like a ton. Like this, honestly, it feels like you just picked up a blank steel billet.
Oh, I bet.
It's that heavy.
It look just the way you're wiggling it. It looks hefty. Yeah.
I mean, look how big the contact is on the top. Like, I mean, it's just massive. But
it's a hand grenade.
But the cool thing is you can just plug shit into it and charge it. Like you could charge your phone.
Oh, very cool. It's like a little power bank too. That's nice.
It is. So you get a power bank, and then this is the whole flashlight. So this is all battery. No buttons or anything. Just this battery's in the charging port. And then this is the head that does everything. And it's got all the LEDs.
Funny. Hey man, that's rad though. It's simple. It's just it's just a board with the LEDs attached and contact to power the LEDs. That's awesome. That's great. That means it'll last forever. No funny business.
Oh well, the only plastic on the thing is like the fans, the actual cooling fans. There's 4 cooling fans with plastic because obviously they made
have to. Yeah, heavy, those things are those things get wicked hot.
Even the cages for the fans are billet. They're billet CNC'd. Like everything on this. And I gotta think,
I bet the buttons fucking chonk too. I bet it like
I can tell you right now to build
like a big hefty nice
to build this thing in the United States. Like if we wanted to build this in the United States versus like China, I guarantee you this thing would cost way fucking more. Now I know Hewlett does make stuff in the USA, but I mean if they didn't source the components from China.
Yeah.
Because God, the amount of CNC work that goes into this.
That's nice.
Like I'm just looking at it and I'm like, dude, look at all these undercuts. Like it's all undercuts up inside of here, the way the components fit together, the way the heat sink is integrated into it. So basically the entire block is also the heat sink. Like imagine if your computer case was the heat sink, right? And you need it because this thing, after about 30 seconds, you have to hold it by this handle. That's why it comes with a little handle, by the way.
I bet. Look at the fan. Look at the, what is a little 90mm fan on the side? Like, yeah. I
have a little scar on my belly from where I first day I played with it. I turned it on in the bedroom for like 30, 45 seconds, and I turned it off and I set it down on the bed, and it rolled. Like when I sat down on the bed, it rolled into me. And so it rolled into my stomach, and I didn't have a shirt on, and it literally went, it made like a little sizzle noise, and I was like, and I shoved it away. And I was like, "Oh my god!" It left a little red burn mark on
the house on fire.
Jeez. Yeah. So my wife, she was really thrilled when Adam dropped off the flashlight. She's like, "Oh my god!" He said it's super dangerous. She didn't really know what this was all about. Yeah. She had seen the other flashlight and seen what me setting stuff on fire, and I was like, "This one's twice as powerful." And she's like, "Oh my god, why does Adam keep giving my husband dangerous things?"
Now you need the lens out of an overhead projector, and you hold that up like close to it. And start frying your neighbor's house. You start burning whole, like not just ants. You're not just burning ants. You're burning cats from a mile away.
One of my favorite videos on YouTube right now is, do you watch a guy called Styro Pyro?
No.
So the Styro Pyro guy, he's really well known for he's a highly educated guy that to an uneducated person looks like a buffoon who's trying to kill himself. But he knows what he's doing.
Electro Boom.
Yeah, exactly. He's very yeah, kind of like very much so. So, but what he does, he plays around with really high-end lasers, deadly chemicals, radioactive stuff. He likes to fuck with bad stuff.
I think I've seen this guy's stuff without knowing the name of it.
Like he's seen him at some point.
Yeah, like he's overpowering.
Memes. Yep,
overpowering these keychain lasers and stuff. And
so he takes
made a laser gun. Right, so like a handheld laser gun.
You know those? Have you seen those videos of the people cleaning metal with the lasers?
Oh yes,
where it's like, literally vaporizing the rust, like it's just
rust and stuff.
Yeah, it's basically turning the oxide layer into gas and blowing it off the surface. So these lasers are like thousands of watts, tens of thousands of watts, but they only fire for like a minute. Or a second. They're like what do they call it? Pulse width modulation, where it fires a bunch of really strong tiny pulses, right? And that's how it's like burning off the material. It's not constant. So what he did is he bought one of these machines and put it through a telescope backwards. He changed the telescope optics to be these special optics because, of course, this laser is so powerful, it'll just melt glass. Like even if the glass is clear and perfectly clean, it'll melt the glass because the glass hangs on to too much of the light. So he had to get these like super, super expensive lenses. He puts them together, and he's basically got a backwards telescope. So now it's taking the beam, and it's like, instead of making it bigger as it goes along, it's getting smaller as it goes along until it hits the crossover point. So then he calibrates it for some ungodly distance. I want to say it's like a half a mile. And he's got a camera sitting over there, and he's blowing up pop cans, like literally just touching them for just a fraction of a second. And the can just explodes from like the thermal buildup. And he's just nuking stuff, lighting stuff on fire. He blows up a bunch of spray cans that have like butane inside them. So you see these huge butane fireballs. But the amount of time that he turns the laser on, from the time that he turns it on to the time the butane can explodes, is like less than a second. It is so powerful. So cool. And so I'm like, and he's like, yeah, it's just, a matter of time before the feds come out and visit me again. Because apparently he jokes about it sometimes, but no, there was actually an article, like the federal agents went to his lab and searched it and talked to him because they watched some of the YouTube videos people were reporting to him, and they literally thought that he had like terrorist potential because he was building like Tesla coils, like he was building like chemical concoctions from some old book back in the 30s that make like odorless poisons and shit like that. So they were a little freaked out by him. So he said he had to dial things back. So if dial things back means like 3,000 watt rust removal laser being turned into the Death Star, and the scariest thing about this, and he even points it out in the video several times, it's a UV wavelength, so it's not visible light. I've seen this cancer ray. You could be walking through the woods. This thing could hit you in the shirt and it would instantly have the most intense burning sensation. Because I mean, this turns like human flesh into like crusty black stuff in a second. So it would actually hit your shirt, burn right through your shirt instantaneously, and start burning you. And because it's so powerful, you don't even have to hold it on target. Most lasers you have to hold on target for a little while to, so the heat soaks up and builds up. This puts so much energy downrange that it's like, even if it's a little wobbly, it still puts enough energy into it to actually burn it and leave like burn marks, even on a piece of bacon. So I was like, or pork belly. I was like, dude, that is freaking scary because, and that's always been kind of a fear of mine too. Like, I don't know if anybody else has this fear, but when I started playing with lasers, it definitely gave me this fear. And I think it's probably a healthy fear to have. Lasers can blind you even indirectly, like even just reflecting on the surface in a room. It doesn't have to be a mirror. It can be a shiny piece of metal. And if you have a laser that, you know, can blind you 20 times over and it reflects one of those 20 times, you know, intensity, you're blind now for life. And the contact time, he said, for his laser that he created is like less than like 2 milliseconds exposure to the eye, and your retina would be completely boiled and gone. So the scary thing about that is you can't see the light, right? You wouldn't be able to see, even if it was pitch dark outside, you would not be able to see any coherent beam of light unless you were looking through some kind of optic that could see UV wavelength, right? And so you could just be walking around. Some shithead could be up on top of a building and literally just targeting people's faces. He said that you don't even need it to be a pinpoint, like with this, because this laser is so powerful, you can actually blow it up like a 6-inch circle, and it would still be enough to completely blind somebody for life with just like less than a second exposure time. So imagine if somebody built one of these, just walking around the street, just popping people in the face. Oh, what'd you make for me?
I made you
I'm getting a little delivery here, guys.
mix for you.
Thank you, honey.
I did strawberry,
Oh my gosh.
banana, spinach,
Whoa.
and a quarter of an orange.
Yeah, thank you, baby. I can smell it.
And I did a little bit of protein.
I appreciate it, baby. Thank you. Look at this liquid breakfast of champions right here.
I figured you'd
Fuck yes, what was the goal?
I didn't eat even a morsel. All I grabbed was coffee, but I did put brown sugar in the coffee.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's freaking delicious. By the way, you should try it.
Okay.
Like, I'm actually really surprised. I think I'm brown sugar for life right now. Seriously.
Nice. Yeah.
So this right here is a Vitamix blended smoothie that has apple, orange, protein powder. What else? Spinach? Strawberries, bananas, spinach, orange, protein powder, ice, and milk.
Nice.
And then you get this nice smooth thing.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, those Vitamix blenders are no joke, man. Have you seen those? So who are you talking to?
Rude people.
Okay. He's like, bitch, get out of here. Oh man, you tagged James Janus? Oh, dude, getting some balls.
He's being rude.
What I kind of want to see what he said now. Hold on, let me see here.
If you disagree, I'm okay with it.
Surprise, not McDonald's. Oh, come on. That's no big deal. That's
fine. You can untime him out then. I don't know. I don't have power to do that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I need to lighten up a little bit. My mental health has been really bad lately, but on the flip side, I was like, I'm never gonna make it if I get just more and more triggered by stuff. Okay. I need to just chill.
I don't know how to untime him out.
No, I already did.
Okay.
Or I unhid the message. I don't know if it actually untimed him out.
I don't know. Well, you can come back in 10 minutes then. Sorry.
No, it says put user in timeout, so he's not actually timed out according to my.
Okay, good.
So if you are, don't worry, you'll get untimed out. Please don't go to my Patreon and DM me and say you're leaving and you hate me and you never want to see my stuff again. That's happened. I accidentally banned a guy, and before I could even unban him, like I didn't even realize I banned the wrong guy. Oops. And instead of saying, oops, you banned the wrong guy, or like, so, oh no, you banned the wrong guy, or you mentioned it, nobody mentioned it. And it's like after the stream, I go to my Patreon and he's like, I unsubbed from your Patreon. I've been a supporter for so long and you banned me from your channel. Fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, dude, I don't remember banning you. Like, you've been around forever. You're a cool dude. And then I messaged him. It's like, your message can't go through. So he not only like
he blocked you too.
He blocked me on Patreon. So he's still to this day running around thinking, oh, that son of a bitch banned me. I'd probably like, I'll kill his kids.
That's too bad.
And it's all because of a mistake, just because I slipped and I clicked the button that was too high up instead of down. And I hate that about like these UIs. Like, you right click, right? But if the chat goes up by 1 right as you right click, you think you open the menu for the person that you want, but you actually open the menu for somebody else.
Right. Boop boop, because of the message. Yeah.
It doesn't say the name of the person here on YouTube. I think it does on Twitch. But on YouTube, it doesn't. Just says, it gives you the same menu regardless who you click on. So if it jogs up right when you right click, it's like, who am I really timing out or banning? So let's see, Jeremy Wolford. Oh yeah, the Vitamix. I wanted to talk about this Vitamix blender. So this Vitamix blender, do you guys remember that that YouTube meme that was around forever? I think it's even still around to some capacity, where the guy just blends everything. He's like, will it blend?
Blend Tech. That was an actual like thing from the company product. Blend Tech. Yeah. Yep. Will it blend? Yeah.
Yes. So Blend Tech
did that as like
blender.
A ad sort of thing.
Yeah. And then Vitamix made their own version to compete with it. And so they're both very comparable. A lot of people do shootouts between these two blenders, and they're basically identical in performance. And they both use a different principle than other blenders. Most blenders use a sharpened blade. These do not use sharpened blades. They have so much power, they bludgeon the shit. So the blades in the Vitamix never have to be sharpened. They're literally dull, flat edges, like unsharpened blades on purpose. And so we've seen them grind up like cinder blocks, bricks,
all kinds of
batteries,
big diamonds.
It just turns it into dust, right?
Don't breathe this.
so that you don't breathe this. Yeah, exactly. What does he say? Like when he cooks up the batteries and he opens up the top and it's like all that cobalt dust and shit's coming out. He's like, yeah, you wouldn't want to breathe this.
It's
Like
battery dust. Don't
and he's
breathe
standing
this.
there with like no face mask on at all. So so check this out. Wait, Blendtec gets $20 from each Vitamix sold. Oh no way! Seriously,
I bet it's their tech in there.
So does that mean the Vitamix
Blend.
has the chassis from Blendtec under it? Like, is it just a rebranded?
I bet
Blendtec?
the guts. I bet the guts are. Yeah, it's
that
probably licensed or something.
That would make sense.
Because Vitamix are fucking tough, man. That's
They
like
are.
pro status. Like commercial kitchens and stuff use Vitamix.
It
says Vitamix lost the copyright. Oh,
okay.
Interesting.
So check this out. Check this out. This is why this blender. I think this blender is so cool, and it even fascinates me because you're like, why would a blender be fascinating? To me, it's a blender. Blender's a blender, but no, this thing with its dull blades creates so much friction because it has such a powerful motor. I think the motor in it's almost 2 horsepower. Technically, that doesn't work because when you do the conversion of watts to power, that would be over 100% efficiency. But they do some trickery where they somehow get away with saying it's 2 horsepower. But anyways, because it's 2 horsepower, not only does it blend your food, it cooks your food. This blender spins so fast and creates so much friction that if you just dump a bunch of veggies in it, if you just take like a bunch of tomatoes, throw it in there, add a little salt, add a little cream, put the lid on it, hit the blend button, walk away, come back 5 minutes later, you have steaming tomato soup. Oh, go ahead. And I mean, it's steaming. It's super hot. It's not warm. It's super hot. It will literally like damn near boil the food from the friction. It is awesome. It is super freaking awesome. So they're really cool blenders. My wife always wanted one for the longest time, and then when she finally got one, she uses it all the freaking time. So that's what she used to make the smoothie. And what I like about it is most blenders, no matter what you put in it, you get seeds from the fruit, like even those little seeds and stuff that just regular blenders can't blend up. It'll blend everything. Anything you put into this blender just comes out as a smooth emulsion. Like it'll be thick, like and creamy, but it'll be absolutely smooth. You could take something like just dirty carrots out of the ground and throw them into this thing with a little water, hit the blend, come back, and you basically just have liquid carrots. Like it is so good. It's better than a juicer because you can throw the whole peel. You can take a banana with the peel on and everything if you want to and throw it in this thing and blend it up, and it'll come out as a smooth emulsion. Like no matter what you put in there, it gets rid of any of the rough texture if you run it long enough. And it's badass. It's absolutely badass. I love it. But the fact that it cooks the food is really neat because my wife, she served me, I think it was like last week, we had some soup, and she made some soup like by putting in her own veggies and like doing a little recipe thing because it comes with a recipe book. And she threw those things into it and she put it on, and I think it was going for like 5 minutes or so. You just push it. It's like a set it and forget it button. You push like when you want to cook the soup and make it. And it just on its own, I think all she had to do was like put the little cone thing in the top to like mash down some of the stuff that was stuck on the walls here and there. But when it was done, it was like the smoothest tomato soup I'd ever had. It's freaking amazing. And you don't have to heat it up afterwards because it just cooks it. Let's see. Can I put my rough personality in there and it comes out smooth? I would not put anything related to human beings in there. You're probably going to lose it. It will liquefy everything. Let's see. I still get Blendtec gets $20 for each Vitamix sold. Dude, that's got to be a sweet deal for them. Honestly, I think that's a better deal. Like if you're suing somebody for like stealing your copyright and stuff, yeah, you could get like a one-time payout and shut them down. But I almost think the better idea is to let them keep selling their product and get a huge royalty off of it because they still have the incentive to build it and sell it. You're getting money for doing literally nothing, and they're actually providing another option on the market. So regardless of which option gets purchased, you still get paid. So imagine having a position where no matter what the customer buys from a company, even if it's an unaffiliated company through a legal ruling, you still get paid for it. That'd be like the most baller situation you could possibly be in. So I think that especially if now, granted, if it's a company that actually has a good product that's selling well, if it's a product that's like absolute garbage and it's dragging your product down because it's so bad and it's based on your product, you probably wouldn't want to advertise that.
Yeah.
But if it's a decent product that performs similarly or whatever in a similar price, which it is, it's like these two blenders are pretty much always compared straight up. It's always Blendtec and Vitamix and all the different variations and models in between. They're very, very closely. And some people prefer one over the other because of tiny little differences between them, but they both work on the same principle. They both just they dump a shitload of power into the food, and they don't use sharpened blades, which to me is just crazy. Like I'm like, because I get it. It's like bludgeoning it, but like when you think of a blender, when you think blend, do you think cut or do you think mash or mix?
I mean, mix, yeah. Like
for me, I kind of think blend is like cutting. Like when I think of blending something, I like shredding it or cutting it.
Yeah, I guess so, but I mean, it mixes it together, right? Like,
yeah, but in a way, it's more like a ball.
There's a cutting. It implies a cutting action. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Adam said they got 24 million up front from that lawsuit too, plus $20 a blender. Wait, since 2006, and that's still going today? So is that like a perpetuity thing? Like they get until they change their blender so it no longer violates their copyright or whatever, they have to pay them $20 per blender. That's not a small amount of money. If you look at the economy of sale, like, or the economy of sale, like selling stuff, the margins on things aren't as big as people think. Now, on luxury goods, they can be quite a bit higher. Like if you're talking like Louis Vuitton purses and stuff, but you also have to realize that those things are being manufactured in small numbers.
You said luxury. I was gonna say, I think what, like Apple's making double on their VR thing, just about something like that. You're saying that's luxury, right? That's a luxury item, so that's different.
And the thing is, like, I don't get why Apple didn't just take a bath on the first one. Like, they honestly, if Apple had just sold that thing at cost, it would have taken off so much harder. That's not
how they do things, though. That's not how Apple does things.
It's true. It's true. Do you guys know that Apple is the only company I've ever dealt with in more than that, 19 years now. 19, God, I'm old. 19 years I've been messing around with YouTube. Over those 19 years, I've approached Apple several times at different intervals because I've always had an Apple phone in one way or another as my primary. And I've asked them for a phone to review. I've asked them for a tablet to review. I even just asked them for some accessories like keyboard, mouse, and stuff like at various different points to test stuff. Every single one of them got rejected. Every single one of them got rejected. And I got the same message that said that Apple doesn't believe in giving out product for review. They do not do, they claim that they do not do paid sponsorships, which I found out that's a bold fucking face lie.
Yeah.
But they don't send out products to reviewers. The only thing they do is they take the top, like tippity top 1%, and they pay them to advertise their products. That's it. And below that, they just let it do a trickle down effect. Everybody else ends up just doing it for them and they don't have to pay a dime. Because if you think about it, if you have a product that so many people are buying and using, whether you think it's good or bad, it kind of advertises itself. You know, it's like everybody knows what it is. Like when was the last time you saw an Apple commercial for an iPhone?
I don't know. Maybe when like one's about to come out.
I rarely ever see Apple commercials for anything.
I see a lot of commercials.
I didn't even see a commercial for the Apple Vision Pro. Like I thought that was really strange that I did not see like a shitload of advertisement for it.
Yeah, that's weird.
And how about you guys? Like, is it just me? Have you guys out there that have like cable TV and stuff? Are you still seeing advertisements for like Apple Vision Pro and iPhone 15? Or how do you find out about it? Because Apple's one of those companies where it's like they've established enough word of mouth and brand loyalty that they almost don't need to expand to any new customers. Like their existing customer base is enough to just keep them going to the moon. Yeah, but I will say that $3,500. Yeah. And keep in mind, people don't realize that that's without a case. That's without a case. That's without an extra battery. And you have to have a battery attached to it. You can't like the battery has to be attached. You can't plug it directly into the wall. You have to go through a battery to the wall to even use it, right? So in the battery is ungodly expensive. The battery I want to say is $300 when you can buy a comparable USB charging brick that, by the way, you can use with it. Like you can actually plug in a regular charging brick as long as it can put out the power requirement. Which, by the way, I found out the other day. Check this out. Did you know that USB-C can carry up to 240 watts of power?
Yes.
I was like, holy shit, dude. I look at these cables and I'm like, how? Like, but it's specifically the USB 4 variants. The USB 3 spec cables only carry 100 watts. And then the USB 4 spec, which is still USB-C backwards compatible. It's all the same pin out and everything. So the USB 4 spec cables are up to 250 watts. They have two different versions, the extended and the standard. The extended goes up to 250 watts. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, and I even found long cables. I found a 250 watt cable is 20 feet long on Amazon. So I'm like, but here's the interesting thing. There is no power source that puts out 240 watts over USB-C that exists today. The highest output is the one Framework Laptop just created themselves at 180 watts. Before that, the record was 160 watts. So they're still like damn near 100 watts under the max current that USB 4 cable can carry over USB-C. So that's crazy. So I think in the future, we're going to see a lot more components powered by USB-C. Because think about it. How much power does a monitor use? Like my 50-inch screen today, my old tech uses like 210 watts at full chooch. That's like everything cranked to max, everything turned up. And it probably idles at around 100, 150 watts. So in theory, I could run my screens off of USB-C connectors. Just running this one thin little cable with this one little connector, I could power these giant 50-inch screens. Also, but the problem is they don't have any device that can put out the 240 watts yet. So like if you look at the small print on like the motherboard, it'll say, oh, USB-C port only puts out 100 watts. Or I saw one that was 120 watts in fast charging mode using USB 4. I've seen power bricks that'll do 140 watts output, right?
I mean, I've got one.
Read the small print though, because a lot of them say that they're 240, but that ends up being all the ports added up together. The best one I could find was 140 watts for one connector, and that was $150 for that power supply. So,
oh no, that's only 65.
But I just found that was really weird that they only have, like, they just came out with 180 watt.
Wow.
Oh, networking guy said the MS32 charger is 180 watts. Oh, dude.
Nice.
Dude, a networking guy, please go look at that. I don't have the charger sitting in front of me, but go look at that. If you can prove that it's 180 watts, let me know immediately, because right now Framework Laptop is advertising that they are the first people in the world that have created a 180 watt output USB-C power supply. And
it's 100.
If Immolent did it for a flashlight, okay, nope. Adam said it's 100. Never mind, it's 100. In the 100 is the most common. 660, I saw 45, 60, and 100 seem to be the most common power outputs for USB-C. And then when you get into USB 4, which is still relatively new, most of the extended cables support up to 250 watts. If they don't support 250 watts, they definitely support up to 100 watts. And that's also carrying 40 gigabyte per second too. So I mean, and I believe that's also is it Thunderbolt that gives it the 40 GB a second, or is that USB 4?
Oh, I'm not sure.
I want to say USB 4 was even faster than that. Here, what is the full speed of USB 4 versus Thunderbolt 4? Okay, so Thunderbolt 4 is 40 gigabits per second. There's a slower 20 gigabit version of USB 4. Let's see here. Hold on here. 40 gigabit. Wait, are they the same then? They're just is this another case of like FireWire versus 1394, where USB 4 is like exactly the same as Thunderbolt, more or less, just named differently?
Yeah. I know USB 4 is basically Thunderbolt. Okay. Thunderbolt 3, I think.
Oh, I found the difference right here. Okay, so are Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4 similar? Very much so. On paper, they're almost identical, in fact. Both Thunderbolt 4 cables and USB 4 cables can offer up to 40 gigabytes per second. Or I should say gigabits per second, small b, gigabit per second bandwidth for data transfers, support up to 8K resolution for video streaming, and use the reversible USB-C connector type. They also support the same DisplayPort alt mode for video streaming over USB that can offer high-speed device charging, and can offer high-speed device charging over USB using USB Power Deliver. You can even use their cables and ports interchangeably, as Thunderbolt 4 officially supports USB 4 and even mandates its support for Thunderbolt 4 certification in the device itself. USB 4 officially supports Thunderbolt 3 and is based on Thunderbolt 3 protocol specification, but it doesn't support Thunderbolt 4 the same way. Interesting. So Thunderbolt 4 is actually more capable than USB 4. But USB 4 is only backwards compatible with Thunderbolt 3. So if you want Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4, you have to have Thunderbolt 4. I didn't know that. So there is a slight difference. It says, so yes, Thunderbolt 4 and USB 4 are very similar. And by the way, you tell the difference by a little lightning bolt. I guess the little lightning bolt or the Thunderbolt that tells you that it's the Thunderbolt. And if it's USB 4, then it has the little USB logo. Let's see, what does it say here? That's because where USB 4 is an open standard with some wiggle room for what the specification may say, Thunderbolt 4 and all previous generations of the technology are not. That's because it has to go through Intel's robust certification process. Much like Intel's other technologies like Intel Evo, Thunderbolt 4 has strict guidelines that must be met before they can put little lightning badges on their USB-C port and claim that it supports Thunderbolt 4. And by the way, that's another thing that I figured out is like my laptop has a Thunderbolt connector, like a Thunderbolt connector, and I can plug my Quest 3 VR headset into the laptop with the USB-C cable, and it just works. Everything works perfectly. It sends power to it. It does the data. It works fantastic. However, if I take that same headset and I plug it into the USB-C port on the front of my HTPC in the bedroom, it does not. It doesn't work at all. The device gets detected and it loads. It just doesn't. It doesn't show charging. It doesn't show connected. It won't show up in Steam VR. And I think it's because the front USB-C ports on that chassis are plugged into something that does not support Thunderbolt. I think it's just USB-C. Yeah,
that's probably the motherboard. Yeah.
Yep. So it's hit and miss. So just know that if you buy USB video, specifically video components like screens and stuff like that, just make damn sure that the port that you have on your computer that you're plugging into it supports either Thunderbolt 4 or USB 4. because USB C 3.1 without Thunderbolt
that's not
doesn't
enough.
support video, and it just won't work. But if it does support it, the awesome thing about it is that you can hook up external enclosures for graphics cards. So if you have like a shitty laptop, and it's bi-directional. So I didn't know this at first. So you can actually buy an external chassis, put like a 4090, beefcake GPU in it, plug it into your little, fucking super slow laptop that you bought that has a Thunderbolt port, and it will actually send the data out through. It'll create a PCI bus through Thunderbolt, connect to the graphics card, do all the image processing, and send the data back to go to the display that's on the laptop.
Oh yeah.
Cool?
We talked about that in a episode a while back now. But yeah, I remember because that was a question, like if would I get better graphics on my laptop screen, or would I need an external? And I remember we discovered that. Which is super freaking cool. Because sometimes, oftentimes, like your laptop screen's actually pretty decent, like as far as like DPI and stuff.
Screens, dude. Really good laptop screens.
But just like the video card inside is either like onboard or some cheeseball mobile thing, and so like you're not even really pushing the screen's capabilities. And so that's really nice to know that like an external GPU like that will actually improve your overall like viewing experience on your laptop. That's really neat. That's cool.
And the thing is, it wasn't always that way, right? There was a period where you had to actually have a monitor plugged into the graphics card.
Yeah.
And then it was basically like USB-C out and then to the monitor. But I think that it was cool that it was bi-directional and could use the built-in monitor, because most built-in monitors on laptops don't have inputs. Unless you have like an old MSI, one of the beefcake 24 pounders or whatever that did have like external IO to come into the monitor. You couldn't do that. So I think it's so cool that you can buy a laptop that has like a really nice screen on it, like because there's some laptops out there that do have some beautiful screens on them. I would argue the MacBook screen is really good. The MacBook Pro screen.
Dude, that's super nice.
There's my Razer Blade. So my Razer Blade Pro,
the Razors are good.
This is a 27. Actually, it might even be 2016. Adam will know for sure, because he had the same one as me back in the day. So I think it's either a 2016 or 2017 variant. It has a 1080 graphics card in it, 1080 mobile graphics card. And the screen in it it's an SDR screen, no HDR support. But I put it side by side with my HDR screen in my bedroom, and it 100% matches it. Like it looks flawless. Like it has the inkiest blacks and massive contrast and a lot of punch in the color range. And I think they claim it's a Dolby certified screen. But they did some tweaking on it to where it's basically doing simulated HDR. They don't call it that, but it's like you can tell that they're trying to make SDR content look like HDR, and it does a really good job. However, I will argue that if you edit any video on it and you play it back on another device, it'll look undersaturated. Like it's so oversaturated that like unless you color calibrate it, which I did on mine eventually, using the color brick who's that guy that gave me that color brick? I think it was Adam again. Adam owns like half of my house. But yeah, it was the color calibration. I3 something color right I3, I think color adapter, color spider or whatever it is. So once I calibrated and I reined it in, I didn't like it as much. I ended up taking the profile off of it. It's the only device that I color calibrated where I felt like it looked better with its crazy amount of gobbledygook, stacked on top of it. Just because, it's a laptop. I wasn't doing a bunch of shit on it that required the colors to be accurate. I just wanted the super vivid, super punchy, inky graphics, right? And they did an amazing job of that. But I was like, dude, I would never want to get rid of that screen. Like, even if the laptop's total garbage, right? So the fact that I can just plug in an external GPU on it, I'm just going to keep that thing around. Now, granted, you're going to eventually run into CPU and memory bottlenecks and stuff like that. But a lot of the games today are really heavily GPU dependent, right? They're becoming less and less CPU dependent and more GPU dependent. And it's going to keep going that direction for some time to come. Now you also have GPU manufacturers putting, different types of cores on their GPUs where these cores do different things better. So now you have more options to do things on the GPU than you did before. It wasn't just, floating point goes to GPU, everything else goes to CPU. Now it's not that simple. You can say, if I'm doing AI shit, send it to the Tensor cores. If I'm doing this, send it to the CUDA cores. If I'm doing this, send it to the, the optimized whatever cores over here. Send it to the efficiency cores. So you got a lot of wiggle room with GPUs now. And I feel like GPUs have standardized a lot more than they used to be. Like they're still not to standard. Obviously, Nvidia's in their own camp, AMD's in their own camp. But you do have to admit that there's a lot more standards than there used to be. Like FreeSync is supported by both Nvidia and AMD, right?
Well, and the thing is, everybody but Nvidia is more open. Like they want they want like AMD's
Very
FSR
true.
stuff is open. You can it's compatible with like across all around. Intel is dumping a lot more effort into OpenCL so that people can get away from CUDA. Yeah, Intel and AMD both, at least in the graphics side of things, are a lot more willing to. I think even Intel's frame generator thingy or whatever upscaler thingy is fairly open as well. It's like everybody but Nvidia wants to share.
To be fair, the only reason Nvidia is leading right now, and don't get me wrong, I believe Nvidia does make a great product. Like obviously, if they didn't, they wouldn't be where they're at right now. Yeah. But AMD could easily punch like at the same weight that they're punching at a lower price point, right? Because they do have they put quite the premium on their graphics cards. AMD could go toe to toe if they could just get the developers on their side. The problem is,
I think on the AI side,
are just addicted to Nvidia. Like the technology is just because if you go with Nvidia, they'll subsidize their shit. They'll lend you developers because they have all these resources to do that. Just like Microsoft used to do.
Yeah, they put so much into the early development of making CUDA easy to use. They developed like easy to use libraries and things like that. And
hey, take it easy, Adam.
I feel like it's similar to like Google and Android. At first, like for the first decade or so, they let everybody just do whatever the fuck they want with Android, and then only in the last few years or so they're kind of reining that in and took more control back over Android. So that, and I feel like that's what's happening with like OpenCL, or at least on the scientific computing side and whatnot.
You have to, because
you have to guide you got to guide the ship a bit, or everything gets all splintered and weird, and everybody and then some half-assed person's going to rise to the top. You have to at least put some guardrails and support and
people give me shit all the time for using an iPhone. Like, oh, no self-respecting nerd would use an iPhone over an Android.
True.
And this is what I try to explain to them. Is I want you to know this. My phone is a phone first. Okay. It's not, I don't need a computer in my pocket. I got a million other computers. I got a everywhere I go. I've got at least a laptop or a tablet or a fucking smartwatch, or I've got so many devices. I don't need another computer, right? Well, I have other computers. And I don't like using a phone like a computer. I don't like sitting there and typing on the keyboard. And I don't want to sync it to my monitor and sync a keyboard to it and program on it. That's not.
Yeah.
That's great on Android. Dex is cool. It's a really cool concept of having a portable PC.
I love my Android. I'm the only one in my family that's got a Samsung, an Android device. Mm-hmm. And even then, I don't fuss with it the way that I used to. And because I focus my nerdiness in other directions. Like there's so much going on that like, okay, yeah, I'm a nerd, I'm a techie person, and like I like staying up on top of this sort of thing, but I don't have the time or the mental bandwidth to really dive it. Like I have this, so my lady got me this arcade machine. It's by Arcade 1UP. And like my first initial reaction was like, oh, I'm gonna hack it. I'm gonna put a bunch of other fucking games on. Is that one of those
baby arcade machines like Costco?
It is, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, actually, yeah. It's not really small. It's like it's a foot shorter than like a scale. That's the best way to go. Yeah, I've seen and it's got like a dozen games already built in. And I'm like, oh man, my first reaction was like, oh, I'm gonna get in this. I'm gonna find the Reddit forum for this. I'm hacking it. I'm gonna put a bunch of other arcade games there. I haven't. It's like it's cool, and I love playing with the thing every once in a while, a little bit here and there. But like, I don't know that I want to go into the depth of it and stuff. Like, I don't know, man. That can lead to a whole nother. That's our last topic. Same.
Everything I owned had to be
so much fun.
Like even if I didn't do anything with the jailbreak, I had to have root just on principle.
Just to do it. And
yeah, I pumped so much time into rooting all my devices, and I can't even tell you if I even own a rooted device today.
Yeah, same.
Actually, the closest thing I have to a rooted device right now, and it's ironic because it is like a rooted device, is my flipper. So when I got my flipper, the first thing I did was put an aftermarket firmware that unlocked all the potential. Because if you guys don't know the story. These devices can do a lot of really bad stuff.
So much cool stuff.
This thing can send you to prison in like 30 seconds.
I want one of those. That's the one thing that I would want to play around with. Like, it's for just the cheesy stuff.
I'd be happy to loan it to you for a few weeks if you want to dork around.
No, I would definitely want my own. Okay. But like, I lost the remote to I have like a heater, right? Yeah. Like a radiant heater that I used to use outside.
Any device IR.
That's it. I'm like, well, I mean, the other thing is like, okay, do I take the thing apart and like hack the switch so that I just flip the toggle switch and it goes to full blast mode all the time? Like I could do that. I'm handy enough that I could just rewire the thing so that it's on and off. But like if I had the flipper thing, I would totally figure out how to either use that as the remote or like program some other like I find some cheap universal remote on eBay and program it to then turn my heater on, you know, that kind of stuff, or mess with the bar TVs, you know, things like that, you know, turn on captions. Cause like, I don't know what, there's a total tangent side thing, but I don't understand why like Buffalo Wild Wings or freaking bar doesn't turn the captions on when you're playing the sports stuff, because I don't want to just watch. I don't want to just watch the football. I like the commentary. I like what I want to know what fucking's going on.
Do you mean soccer or football?
Whatever sport is on the screen, man. I want to hear what the commentators got to say.
What you guys have changed. You're talking about sports. Who are you? What happened to my nerds?
Only in the context of hacking the bar TVs so that I can turn the captions on when I'm at the bar or something.
Hey, you go back to your own country, Canada.
Using the flipper thing. I gotta see if somebody's breaking into my house. I'll be right back.
Which flipper got banned here in Canada?
I saw that. I was like, dude, that is so stupid.
Because that's going to slow things down.
That's got to be the dumbest ruling that I've seen in a long time, and I've seen some doozies down here, brother.
I'm waiting for them to okay, it is illegal to do any kind of programming or electronics.
Well, did you see Linus's video?
No. What happened there?
Linus did a video that I thought he did a really good job on it too. He does a video on them banning this thing. Actually, here, I gotta get you up on the screen so people can see your wonderful mug. Here we go. Get you up. No, we need people to see that we're not. We need to make sure that people don't think we're deep faking you in these episodes just to get 3 more views.
Oh yeah,
there we go.
You got a view from my mom and my dad. That's 2 more views, folks.
Actually,
I missed you guys.
I missed you, brother. I missed you. I'm gonna put you right over Aux and see if he even notices. Here, hold on.
I've been so out of touch. I'm not, because I'm not on the social media. I feel like I'm
jealous. I'm quite frankly jealous because I have a clear social media addiction that I work with my therapist. Yeah. And by work through, I mean just, you know, find different ways to justify it. But yeah, it's like the gains versus the losses, not even comparable. Like it's a net negative. Like social media is absolutely a net negative.
It's just the problem is I still like meeting interesting people. Like we would not have met had it not been for that stupid Twitter. And that's actually that's one of the things I talk about my therapist with. I'm like, look at all the good that's come out of it. Like not the bad. Take the bad out of the picture and look at the good that's come out of it. And the interesting thing there is it's like, you know, they say take the good with the bad. You know, as long as the good is better than the bad, then you've got a net gain. And as long as you got a net gain, you're better off than you were before. But the problem is social media is a bit of a moving target. So social media, it's like some weeks it's better overall, and it's a net win. It sure depends what's happening in the world too, doesn't it?
Exactly. No, it really does.
I've been trying to go on. I mean, I feel a bit dirty about it because I feel like I just go on and promote my own shit and then move on. But I try to respond to a couple things now and again. But I just honestly, from a net head standpoint, where my head's at, the time I don't spend on social media is now spent time reading and stuff, and I feel
awesome.
The only way I can live stream now, like when I do Twitch, like I don't know if I told you this, but I developed a hard phobia where I had to walk away from Twitch for like weeks. I tried sitting down and I'd literally sit here, look at the camera and start shaking and get like really bad anxiety. Yeah, it was bizarre. Super bizarre.
You think about it. I mean, you are presenting to some extent. I mean, it is something that a lot of people say like, oh my God, I can't believe you do that stuff. And it's like,
but it's always been so easy and so natural for me that and so enjoyable that I've never felt that way. Even on a bad stream where I'm feeling sick and stuff like that. And I always just feel energized to have an audience that wants to listen to what I have to say. Cause it's like, I'm a total attention whore. Right. So it works out really well from that respect. But for some reason I developed this weird phobia after what happened with my dad in December and all the shit that compounded after that. Now the financial problems I'm up against and blah, 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 blah. Anyways, it all added up and it just created this phobia where I was afraid, like the camera was literally, I'd turn it on and I'd see myself in the preview and I'd start shaking. And then I'd hover my mouse over the button to hit start streaming. And one time I even hit the start streaming button. I panicked so hard that I actually reached down under my desk and ripped the cables out of the back of my PC because I could not figure out how to turn the TV up.
And that just started all of a sudden?
Yeah, it was been building for like the last 3 months, but like within like a week period, it went from like 25% to like 99%. Something really triggered it. And so I was trying to figure out what was going on, and it just kept getting worse. Every stream I missed, it got worse and worse and harder to go back. Right.
Well, yeah. And once you get into that cycle,
Yeah, because then you're blaming yourself. You're like, oh man, I suck because I'm not streaming.
You're gnawing your
yeah,
own leg off.
Yeah. It's like I told my therapist, I said I legitimately felt at times the anxiety was so bad that I felt like if I clicked the start streaming button that I might die. Like I said, my health felt like it was in danger. And I was like, that's not rational. I understand how irrational that is and how dumb that sounds. And she's like, she explained it in a really good way that actually made sense, because I was telling her, I was like, I can still do Tech Talk. How am I able to do Tech Talk, but I can't do Twitch? It's just different platforms. Everything else is the same, right? And so we figured it out. When I do Tech Talk, I always start the stream with Aux before I go live to the audience. And me and him talk to each other and see each other through cameras, right? We have a communication, and then everybody else is just observing us talking. So it's kind of like being in an airport and having a conversation with a friend. Well, everybody else around you just kind of hears the conversation, right?
As opposed to a one-man show, which
right. And with Twitch, you're actually walking up in front of a stadium, and you are the focal point of attention for everybody, and everybody is there for you specifically. Whereas in this case, people are here for Aux too. So that pressure, just like once you let that creep in a little bit too much, and then mix with some self-doubt and some, what's the word I'm looking for? Well, self-doubt's good enough, but like, anything where you can't
imposter. Yeah.
Totally. Imposter syndrome all the way. So you start freaking out.
I had an interesting thing this week because I did a Let's Talk Science Fiction Symposium thing with my favorite Canadian charity, which is like Let's Talk Science. They do basically outreach for education for kids and stuff across the country. And I was a moderator, but then they asked me to do a little piece about myself. And it was the funniest thing because I was fine with the moderating. As soon as I had to talk about myself, I was like a blabbering idiot. Like I lost my place. And I was like, I don't like this. Yeah. And sort of wrapped it up and then got back into the moderating, where immediately just fell back into it again. I feel so much more comfortable talking about other people's stuff. My own stuff, I figure so I think there's definitely if it's any consolation, I'm supposed to do this as a living. And I still get those moments. You know what I mean? My wife jokes
I do this for a living. I've been doing this for, if you want to count, like live streaming, like 8 years I've been live streaming. I've been on YouTube for 19 years. And I'm like, why is this now just hitting me? Like I've been able to do it. Like
you should be nervous though, because it means you care. And I think that's a big difference.
Yeah.
I get very nervous. When someone says I don't care, it's like, well then
I also think part of it's the pressure, man. Like I think in the past it started as like just something fun, and it grew from there, and it was still just kind of fun. But now it's almost a requirement. And I think that puts a lot of scariness on it too. Like I think it would totally change it. And things have been changing from my own perspective of my content creation journey or just entrepreneurial side hustle stuff, right?
What are you doing now then, Ox? What are you up to? What's changed?
Not enough, I'll tell you. But
he wants to build custom PCs, and he's damn good
off screen. I've been selling used parts and stuff on eBay and whatnot, and I took a bit of a break on that. I got, I don't know, like 20 motherboards or something I gotta post and sell, but we're trying to save up put a little money aside for a big trip that we're going to do for my oldest as a senior graduation thing, and it's going to cost quite a piece, like I don't know, quite a bit, because we're going to go to like Africa and stuff, right? For like 2 weeks.
Okay, that's
it's a big thing.
And
so like that puts some pressure on, right? Like, oh shit, I got to post the stuff and then pack it up and ship it out and all that stuff. But also, but like Jerry was saying, like I have this dream, this goal, this idea that I want to really make happen. But man, it's hard to get it going. It's hard to get over the inertia of like the doubt.
The perfect is the enemy of the good, right? That's the problem. It's always that issue of like you want it to be right.
Yeah, that's part of it a little. And then also
for me, the finances that hurt it the most.
Yeah.
Like, talking to my therapist, I didn't realize that because money's never been a thing that I try to focus on because I had a traumatic childhood that involved a lot of money situations. And so talking to my therapist, she said the problem is what I used to be able to do was just be myself on camera, and then the money would just show up, the bills would get paid, and so I didn't really have to focus on that. I just was focused on just enjoying myself, and people enjoyed what I did enough that things happened, right? And my family survived. That's not the case anymore. Now in my head, I am heavily cognizant of like how much runway we have left financially and how fast that's burning. And so in my head, I'm like, I have to stream now. And if I'm not doing well while I'm streaming, it's in the back of my head that's like, oh shit, I'm getting further and further away from what I need to survive. And now I'm too focused on the survival of me and my family to focus on entertaining other people. And then that makes other people nervous, right? And they don't enjoy that, because if you're uncomfortable, they're uncomfortable. That's always the case in any kind of like human exchange where there's, line of sight. You get emotion from voice. You can tell when somebody's not in a good place. That makes you cringe. You go away. And so as they go away, that compounds the fear. So then I end up creating this recursive loop. See, I got to throw some nerdy shit in there. A little bit of a recursive loop that takes me out. And that's what my therapist has been helping me to try to deal with, is like, how do I get back to just being on camera? Don't worry about the money. Like, worry about the money when you're not streaming, but while you're streaming, you need to program yourself, throw the OCD in the garbage, because that's one of the problems with OCD is you don't get to pick what you want to focus on. It's just whatever is present in your head just stays there, and you just have to deal with it. Like, you can't push it to the side. You just have to let it scream and try to work around it best you can. And there's medications that can help and stuff, but they all have downsides. And trust me, I've been through that whole gauntlet. But yeah, it's like it used to be one of those things where it's like all I focused on is, here, I'm just gonna do cool shit, and people enjoy cool shit, and because they enjoy cool shit, you somehow make enough money to survive. However, when you don't make enough money to survive, then you're worried and you can't present in a way that makes other people really happy and comfortable so that they're supporting you. So then the money goes down. So then you start associating, I can't do my job anymore to make enough money to support my family. And then that nervousness that you're radiating makes people go away. And then it just becomes self-fulfilling prophecy is what I'm looking for. Yeah.
My concern is I'm not sure that it is you. Like that's the issue. Is I feel like this is what I'm seeing a lot with YouTubers right now, where they feel like they're doing something wrong. They're not doing something wrong. Yep. It's just that the system has algorithms that come into play. There are trends that come into play.
Yep.
And the 100%. Reality is, with any kind of success, when you have success at something, the only way is down, right? I mean, there's not the weird thing about it, like the acting being the perfect example is I just thought you started and then you got a job and it's slowly built until you get, no, it's like up and down and up and down. You just never know what the hell's going to happen. And I feel like I'm seeing it a lot with this. Yeah, it really is. But at the same time, I feel like we think that by doing the same thing, it's going to that we'll just keep going, it'll be fine. I feel like you gotta be looking out for yourself and also for what you want to do. Like, I mean, I feel like we are being fed, like the stuff that's rising to the surface on YouTube and stuff is all stuff that makes it look like, hey, it's just a mindset. We just have to get in the right headspace and get out there and it's gonna work.
No. I hate that. I hate that. The people who push like, oh my they, like these coaches that push my clients made 10K this month just from because they let go of their limiting mindset and this and that, and I'm like,
these masterminds where we're all going to get together and talk about how brilliant we are, and then we're all going to go be brilliant. Well,
yeah, like I need actionable. I need to be told what to do. Like my mindset is there. Like I have the desire and stuff, and like, but like. I don't know. There's some part of the discipline / motivation is part of it too. Is like,
well, and people are selling motivation, which means they're not making the money that they claim they are, because they wouldn't be selling the motivation otherwise. I mean, like,
right? Well, yeah, then that's what kills me too. Like, if you're selling a course that says that like, oh, I'll teach you how to be the best YouTuber. Well, why aren't you already the best YouTuber then? Like that kind of thing. Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
It's like, dude, why are you telling me how to buy property? Why are you telling me how to buy property and all your secrets on how you buy property when I would be your competitor at that point if you're good at it?
Right.
Like why would the reason it works exactly the same, because if you look at if you ever watch late night TV and you see the guy, it's like, I'm going to tell you all my secrets about how I bought my properties and I flipped properties and everything. No, he will. He'll give you a lot of the information, but he gives you the information that doesn't work anymore. And because it doesn't work anymore, that's why he's finally selling it to you. If that was still action, it would be like the stock market. I'm going to tell you how to win at the stock market every time. Well, if I told you how to do that, then I could no longer game the system, because you would be working against me, not against the system that I benefit from. So I'd ultimately be creating people that wipe me out. What you're telling them is information that used to work. So when they research it, it's like, oh, this is a real thing. This does actually work, but it doesn't work anymore because now they're flooding the market with people telling them how to do a thing that doesn't work anymore. It's no longer
and that
profitable.
algorithm as well, right? Like, you're getting lots of views on that stuff. Like, people watch that. I watch that stuff sometimes. I mean, I call it my business porn. You know what I mean? Like, I like watching some of that stuff. I just feel like I feel like I'm in the same situation to some extent, where it's very, very, film TV wise, very slow. Most of my money this year is going to be from going to conventions and stuff. And I'm just, I feel like the there's an inertia issue because you're used to things being the normal way. And I know things always turn up. It's always fine.
But for me, normal is like safety, right? Like normal is safety. Like I'd rather have consistency in my financial life. Like as far as just, these are the bills that are here. These are the bills that get paid, rinse, repeat. And then I don't go forward. I don't go backwards. Just everything is stable. That's what I want more than anything. However, I'm conflicted.
Because you need a job.
Yeah, right. In my professional life, it's the opposite. I want it to be completely random. I want to be doing fun new stuff and doing crazy stuff all the time. And I am all over the place, like a Jack Russell Terrier, right? And
I think we need to get off YouTube. I'm not saying permanently, but I'm saying we need to use YouTube as part of what you do.
Yes,
not everything you do.
Well, for the last 3 years, I've been Twitch only. I've only live streamed. I haven't done any video content.
I knew. I mean, it took like a year. I think like 2 years of me trying to get you onto Twitch. After we first did that very first live stream and we really started getting to be buddies, I knew Twitch would be your jam, and then just put all the VODs and shit on.
Twitch was my secondary back
YouTube.
Then. Like Twitch was my.
But I would say also the internet. Like I would say, like I really think you guys should be considering some live stuff as well. Like actually get out there and meet. Some people.
In-person stuff. That'd be kind of fun.
Huge difference.
I'd absolutely love to, but my health unfortunately doesn't support it right now. I can't.
But you could get. I mean, you could get local though, couldn't you? Like, what couldn't you do? Like a local.
If it was someplace close that my wife could like drive me to, and I had a place to sit the entire time, and I had a way to leave if things go bad, because the problem with my health is it just fails randomly. Like I can walk down the stairs, take 2 steps, and my back will just go out. I'm on the ground, and then I need help getting to the bathroom for the next 2 days.
So I think we could do like a meetup. Like Emerald City Comic Con was this weekend.
I know. I saw that. I cried last night.
I totally forgot.
I was like, this is the first time I've never I never have that event creep up on me. I try to go. I haven't been able to.
It's fun. It's pretty fun. I've done it. I think I've gone twice. I was sneaky. I got a press badge from from Kevlar. It was really neat wandering around before it opened. Like
let's do that next year. Let's make an agreement right now that we'll do Emerald City Comic Con next year, and we'll do like a talk or something.
Sure,
we'll
do like a panel or something.
Let's say maybe. Well, I don't know how your summers look, but PAX, I like PAX better. Plus, it's cold. It's cold as fuck right now, man.
Penny Arcade Expo.
Don't come down here. Don't come down here in March. It's cold and miserable. Come in summertime where it's nice.
I mean, I'm in Toronto. It's always miserable here. I mean, it's like, yeah.
To be fair though, Comic-Con would be more David's jam just because of the industry.
I think so.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
but I like mixing it up anyways. Like the reality.
SakuraCon is more anime style, but SakuraCon's like in April.
Oh yeah,
I like Emerald City Comic Con though, because I do like watching everybody have creative ways to work around the clothing requirements for the costumes. That's always fun.
Yeah.
What they have clothing requirements? Like how much you've got to have on or something?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like I've gone there before, where it's like the things that I've seen on like in the public on the floor, like purposefully being advertised, are so close to the line that it's like they're literally just a micron away from like somebody coming and arresting them. That's like how close they're riding that.
Like when Bayonetta was real big. Like that one was a little NSFW and stuff. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, that's cool.
I did a couple of interviews in my videos. If you go to my YouTube channel, just do a search for ECCC, you'll see all the years that I went to Emerald City Comic Con and walked around and just interviewed random people. And some of the stuff that I got into, like I've a bunch of these gender bent Sailor Moon dudes that were all like loving up on me and rubbing my chest. Putting their hands on the back of my face. You're so soft and everything. You're not listening to a word I'm saying. I'm basically just getting like felt up and molested on camera, and I'm straight up still talking to the camera, 100% trying to hit my points. It was awesome.
A sign.
It was awesome.
There was a sign I saw at one of the latest ones. I go to New Zealand actually next week. I'm going to Tauranga. There's a my wife is, as I say, hoard me out for a holiday. So she's going to be there for a Canadian film delegation thing. So she's bringing us along, and I'll do this convention, which should be fun. I got to say, I mean, I've always liked the New Zealand conventions, but there was a sign that said cosplay is not consent.
Yeah.
Man.
Which I thought was so sad that you have to write that down, but
that's
used to be really bad.
Yeah,
like, and it's still a bit of an issue, but yeah, people like just randomly coming up and like grabbing onto girls and stuff, and just because they're in or trying to like.
Misconception is that it's only girls. It's like I physically been touched inappropriately so many times at Emerald City Comic Con, and I'm not even like in costume when they're doing it. Or like I'm just a media guy.
Or fucking buttheads dressed up as like Deadpool or something, thinking it's okay to like get on, manhandle just random people, not just either people in cosplay, but just like, oh, but I'm just playing around. I'm just being like,
I got slapsacked by a Deadpool, random Deadpool that I didn't know.
Yeah, see,
I have a friend who was cosplaying, but it wasn't him. I thought it was him at first, and then I found out no, it wasn't, because I saw him around the next corner, and I was like, so when he walked by, I didn't think nothing of it. I was laughing. Guy walks by, he didn't say anything. He just does slapsack and he keeps going. And I was like, oh, that's Daniel. And then I was like, oh no, that's not Daniel.
No, it's not.
I was like, okay, that's
wildly inappropriate. That's not Daniel.
Slapsacked me. I was like recording and talking to the camera. The clip is somewhere. But yeah, no, I've had people physically pick me up off the ground, which I didn't even think was possible. Right. Like seriously, when I was like 280, which is a hell of a lot lighter than I am now. But no, I've had a dude physically pick me up off of my feet and walk around the floor with me in the air. Wow. Like where I had to be like, let me down. And then my handler had to come over and like release him. Yeah. So anytime
I've actually found that the handlers sometimes are worse than some of the fans I've found in some cases, where you're just like, oh my God, I'm stuck with this person all day. And
I only take my best friends as my handlers. I would never hire somebody that I didn't trust with my life. So
the conventions provide them usually for us, and 99.9999% of the time they're amazing. But then there's been a couple where I've gone like, oh my God, what do I do?
Yeah, I've had
Canadian.
Good handlers, man. I've had some good handlers like Zachariah,
me too.
Jason. He's a great handler because he's just such a good linguist. Like he knows how to communicate with everybody on every level in a way where he can be completely direct and give you no other way out while still sounding perfectly polite. He's amazing at it. Like if I need to get somewhere and somebody's preventing me from getting somewhere, he can actually say something to them that will have them turn and walk away, remaining happy, not being pissed off, and keep me on my track, which is like almost impossible. I can't do that. Like I always have to, I
become McKay. I just go full McKay on people, and you just go like, look, shut up, I gotta leave. And it's like, it's perfect, it's in character. Like, yeah, I also have to leave. Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah. But my best handler that I've always felt the safest with by far would be Graham. Graham is my friend who's 6'8". He stands 6'8", probably about 280 pounds, 270, 280. And he's a bouncer. He bounced for a long time at a nightclub.
That's what you want.
He knows how to maneuver people. And he knows how to talk to people that are inebriated and not make, he knows the right way to maneuver people. And the thing I love about him is
COVID though. It's definitely different since COVID as well.
I haven't been to any event really since COVID of that scale. Like I've only been to like the private little event here and there. Like I went to Joseph Prusa's 3D printing event. That was like maybe 100 people. And
I'm going to see him in Prague. I'm going to go visit his. There's another convention in Prague, so I'm going to go and like crash his 3D printing factory.
Tell him you know me because he's fam.
I will for sure. Yeah.
No, me and him have had some very lengthy, deep conversations on the phone about various things in our life, and he is a fantastic person.
He really is, isn't he? Like
it's sad that people give him such a bad rap because they think that just because he's like one of the richest people in Prague or whatever, and the dude's worth like $500 million or something like that. That he's somehow an asshole, and it's like no, he's actually one of the most giving people that I've ever known. The dude does so much charity, you don't even know about.
Well, and during the COVID, he was amazing. Like he looked after his employees very well. He looked after his country really well. He took that personally.
He'd be embarrassed probably by this a little bit, but I'm going to say it anyways. He offered to fly my entire family, my kid, me, and everything out to just live as long as I wanted in his second house, his vacation home thing he had. He was going to fly us out because I was going through a really, really bad time a couple of years ago when COVID was at its height. Shit was falling apart. The world was going over. He's like, I will just take care of everything and fly you guys out here. You can stay as long as you want. He's like, you don't have to worry about citizenship. You don't have to worry about visas. I can have that all taken care of. I can get you guys here. Just say the word. And just knowing that was like the most amazing offer I'd ever
seen.
But
like, you know what? Like, then he hunts you like an animal.
That is true. I didn't factor that into the.
You and your family will be hunted down by Prusa with a 3D printed rifle.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's and the thing is, I've had like a lot of really deep conversations with him. So it's like we've connected on a different level that the public probably doesn't really know. I do consider him a very good friend. And so I take it extra hard when I see people in the community just shitting on him when they don't know their ass from a hole in the wall, what's actually going on. They're just kind of going with the trend. And it's like, I wish you knew.
There's always backlash. There's always somebody who I was going to make 3D printers and he stole the idea from, it's like, what? Shut up. You know what I mean?
Everybody accuses him of stealing everything. And it's funny because like every other 3D manufacturer I know has like moved to full scale China manufacturing, build it to the bottom dollar. He's the only one I know that's still building the same 3D printers using the same methods and using his own product to build his own product.
Bulletproof.
Like that says a lot.
We got 2 of them. Yeah.
And I also like that he doesn't just like drop it, try to build the cheapest possible shitty product and drop the price, just to drop the price down to make it like more affordable. He's like, no, the reason it costs more money is because it takes a lot of time to print those parts when you're not just injection molding them. Like it takes time to print a layer at a time to create those parts. But by doing that, he can release those designs and everybody can print their own spare part set. So if you have a Prusa Mark III, nobody has a Prusa Mark III that's just dead and doesn't work. Like you can always get that thing working again. Like every part on that thing can be either printed or sourced easily. Like there's nothing on it. Yeah, 20 years you'll still be able to use it.
I cracked a piece when I was building it, and I was like, "Oh my god, what am I going to do?" Then I was like, "Oh, what's like I just 3D print it?"
Yeah, I went to a class where they were building them, and it took the average person. I think the fastest people built it in about 5 hours, and I think the slowest people they just finished at the end of the class at 8 hours. And
I think I took like 5 days.
But the cool thing,
admittedly, I took breaks. But yeah,
people were like breaking shit left and right as they were building, just because they were being careless. People were over torquing stuff, and that's common stuff. It even tells you in the manual. The manual's fantastic. If you follow the manual, you can't mess up. And
they've got the documentation is so good and so friendly.
Yep. But the cool thing is you can jerry rig the printer to get it working good enough to print a replacement part. So even though the printer's not even fully built, there's methods that you can use that are on the forums or stuff where you can just get the thing to work well enough that you can print the part that you need to install to make it print better.
Have you tried the resin printers yet? I'm curious to
that I have.
Like,
those are that's the one I want to try because they seem to be fairly. They're what like I mean you can get I can't remember the brand, but it's like one that's like maybe $170, and it's still fairly small. I think the screen is only about like 3 or 4 inches, but man, the fidelity. You get such a smooth, and you can get such little tiny little details on them and stuff because it's like a 4K OLED little tiny screen on there. I'm like, that's amazing.
Although I think those don't they wear out though? Don't the screens you have to replace the screens at a certain point or something? Don't you?
Well, yeah, but no more than the regular.
And not just specifically.
I mean, it's got to be still pretty cheap. I mean, I bet you could probably find the exact same like screen for cheap on Alibaba or something and just wire it in yourself. Right. Like I started looking into
Prusa. I'm just saying in general, I'd heard things you have to replace on those. Yeah.
I imagine so. But I mean, it's starting off at less than $200 and I don't know. I think it'd be cool. You'll be proud to hear this, Jerry. I've made progress. I've taken the Ultimaker 2 out of the closet and it is now under my arcade cabinet. And I'm this much closer. I'm this much closer to plugging it into the wall, and then I can start printing things.
When you're ready to do it,
have you not printed anything yet?
Yeah,
not a thing.
But I can't blame him because I do the same thing. I have a million pieces of like Adam gave me the surround sound receiver here. It's like $8,000 surround sound receiver because I haven't had audio in the Nerd Cave in like 2 years, and I still haven't installed it, and I need to. Like it's on the lengthy list of shit that I've got to do. I got to get my Resin simulator.
My problem is I do all that stuff and get nothing else done. I do all the clippy cloppy stuff, as I would call it. The clippy.
Yeah, I'd rather have that problem.
Because it would be cool. I would love to get into like, I don't know what I would end up printing and stuff, but something. I think it'd be fun to. I would love to get little widgets, my face or something, or like coin little like you had printed out like Bitcoins or whatever, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I use. I mean, I just a lot of it is just little tchotchke things, but I'm trying to force myself to actually to find things that I can actually design and print because I don't even mean for sale or anything. I just mean literally just like little things to make the coffee machine work a little better or I get such a great
knobs
kick out
for
of
my
that
stove
kind of
or
yeah, exactly.
I feel like people overthink it.
So.
The biggest problem with 3D printing is people overthink it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do I mean? Overthink it. The biggest problem with 3D printing is people overthink it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what do I mean? Overthink it. The biggest problem with 3D printing is people overthink it.
Guys, hold on. A rogue.
Well, I think I fixed it.
One of a million tabs open.
I had two tabs that just started playing the stream for some reason. Oh damn it! Now I just closed the dashboard.
Nice.
Oh no, the stream is over.
Oh man, yeah, stream's over. No, I don't think so. I hope not. I don't think it is.
So there's water-based resin. Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that because I'd heard that
so many resins now. Resins used to be super limited. Just like true FDM was the same way. When FDM first came out, your options were pretty much ABS or PLA, and that was it. And now you have probably 200 or 300
and
different
chocolate
materials.
diamonds and stuff.
I haven't tried chocolate yet. I feel like if I go chocolate, chances are I'm never using that printer again.
Oh, that'd be so much fun.
Gumming it up with some chocolate.
I do like the idea of the chocolate printer. I think that's really cool. I
love it as a concept.
So with the 3D
I wanted to start
thing,
printing meat and stuff.
Oh, no, that would be cool. I like the bio printing stuff. I think that's going to be a huge part of humans' future. Like, I think honestly, AI, bioprinting, and robotics.
What else are we going to do?
3 things.
Our overfishing and our over farming. I think it's our only option. I love the idea of going to some like downtown bar somewhere and they've got like, a mammoth / saber-tooth steak that they've been, printing downstairs and aging for weeks, and it's everyone has their own custom meat. Like they have craft breweries, they'll be craft meat. You know what I mean?
Think about this. Everybody goes to a restaurant, right? And they're like, oh, I wonder if the steak's going to be good, or I wonder if they're going to cook it right here. What if in the future, because they can 3D print the steak and they can do in all the cooking and all the prep can be done with a robot, so it can be done exactly to the millisecond to the degree. You literally just go in there, you have your phone in your pocket. When you walk in the restaurant and sit down at the seat, it scans you. And it looks through and sees what your preferences are, what steaks you like, what you didn't like. And then it comes up. It takes all the information of what you like the most, what you didn't like the most, puts it together into a recipe to create what it believes your most perfect steak is based on your pros and cons profile. And then they come out and they bring your steak out. And it's like, it's still different. So it's not like you're eating the same thing over and over again, which could be boring, right? You want to experience something new if you go to a new restaurant. But it brings you out something that is like literally you cannot lose. It is all the pros and none of the cons put together. Like you can say, oh, I
tailored
like
specifically to your various levels. Like it could, it checks in with your Apple Watch to see where your various different levels are at, and then you can and then you get exactly the right amount of vegetables.
Like even the plate they bring it out on is like heated precisely to keep the meat warm, but not so much that it cooks any further. You have a little juice injector while you're eating your steak that makes sure that it's properly it's properly hydrated and it doesn't dry out in the room. With the humidity of the room or whatever, it doesn't dry out overly. So I just think the level of control that you could attain with the more variables that you control, you could ultimately create experiences where you could never lose. Like it would be impossible for you to get a bad product. Like in like McDonald's, let's say you go through McDonald's and you're like, man, this is the worst burger I ever had. But then the next guy's like, oh, this is the best burger I ever had, because he likes it when they forget the condiments and you don't like it, or when they put in too much condiments. So one person likes it, the other person doesn't, right? There's never going to be a group of people that love everything. But if you have a thing where you drive through and you order and it looks at your profile and it knows from you voting just simply, I like this burger, I didn't like this one, I like this one, I didn't like this one. It knows what went into each of those burgers because it recorded it. It knows how to make you the perfect burger so that each time you go there, it gets refined better and better and better. So that pretty soon you're driving through the drive-thru and it's like you order the exact same thing as the person behind you, but the burger you get has like the condiments like drawn on with smiley faces. They mix the condiments before they put them onto the patty. They put the buns in a different order, the cheese on the cheese slice on the bottom, like just little things that change that make a difference to you, but somebody else might not like. And so everybody orders the same thing, pays for the same product, but gets a custom tailored thing. I think that's awesome. I would love that.
I think it'd be great.
In a weird way, though, I feel like we're almost going the opposite direction, where we want to be surprised now. Like I feel like there's a push against the perfectly tailored for yourself.
That's why I wouldn't want to just give you the perfect. People. Yeah, but don't give them the perfect steak or the perfect burger. Still have a random seed and a variation in there, but just use the pros and cons to guide it. So because people
knowing that I like this and this, what do you got on the menu tonight?
Yeah. I think what I'm getting at is it still needs to be a unique experience, and the goal should be to give somebody something different, but to know statistically that it's something they're gonna like. Like don't just because to be honest, I hate it when I go to a restaurant, you pay a bunch of money and you get it, it's like overcooked, like the patty's dried out and overcooked or whatever, and you're like, this is gross,
dude.
It's like I would rather have their spin on it, where it's different, but not like overcooked or done wrong. Right. Like I that experience is never a good one. That just makes you mad because you're like, I just wasted my money. But if you go there and you get something different, you're like, I don't like this as much as the last one, but it does have some, different qualities to it. Like maybe you don't like it overall as much, but there's one specific thing about it that you do like that you would like to add to future orders. Yeah. I think it'd be cool to have that ability to just, you talk to the computer when you're done eating your meal. It asks you for a survey or whatever. It's like, how did you enjoy your meal? Would you like? You just plain text talk to it. You're like, I really liked it, but it cooled off too fast. The temperature of the meat was a little underprepared. The ketchup on it could have been a little sweeter. The mustard was a little too far forward. Anything, even fries. Like, the fries were a little soggy. Like, 2 out of 3 fries was crispy, but not soggy. And by you just giving this plain text conversation to this robot, you walk up out of the restaurant. The next time you come back and order, all those problems are solved. I think that would be pretty cool. Like, and you could argue that you'd get bored of the perfection, and then maybe you'd want the imperfection at that point. But then it can do that, right? It can you flip the 0 to 1, and now it's not a true, it's a false, and you're like, okay, give me meals that are stuff that you don't think I'll like, so that I can try something different. You know, it kind of goes back.
That's the funny thing, though, is right. I think the problem is I don't think we know what we want. Like I really don't. I agree. Like I don't think we know what we want until we get it.
That is a true thing. Like what was it? If
Henry Ford,
I think it was like Ford. Yeah, Ford was saying like if I had talked to customers about what they want, I would have made a faster horse instead of like a car, right?
Yeah.
And the same with Jobs said the same kind of thing. He's like the iPhone popped off. Like if I just listened to what people thought they wanted, I would have just made a better battery in a flip phone or something. Like the iPhone would have never existed. You have to, and that's how innovation happens. It's like you have to try. That's why like the restaurant example, or like you look at cooking competitions when one of the judges is like, oh, I don't like mushrooms. Well, that's not what you're here to. You know, I'm not here to make something that you like completely. You're here to judge the execution of it. Like, okay, you don't like mushrooms, but like, did I cook it correctly? Like, and I've had those sorts of experiences where like, I didn't like the meal the way that it was constructed, but that's based off my personal preference. And I could say that like, this was executed correctly. They did a good job. This just wasn't to my taste. Like I didn't like how this end product was. It's not that it wasn't done well. Yeah. Same with a movie or video game.
Movies or food. I think it depends on mood too, right? Like sometimes you're just in the mood for something different. Other times you're not. Like there are some films that if I watched on a different day, I would have hated or loved or whatever. I mean, I feel the same thing with food as well. There's some days you're just like, I don't want that.
Yeah,
and mood does affect. Like my wife has a hard time navigating this, and let me know if this is a problem for you guys too, because I want to know if it's just because I've got like it's just mental health issues that cause this, or if this is normal. So my wife, she'll make something for me, and then she'll make something for herself, and I'll be like, man, that meal you made for yourself, because she'll make something different, and I'll be like, man, that looks really good, and she goes, no, you don't like this, or you don't like this, or you don't like some way I prepare or something in there. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I'm like, no, I love that. I think that's freaking delicious. She's like, oh,
one time in the past,
you told me like one time in the past you really hate this, and I never got it again. And I was like, well, was I in a good mood? Because I have a tendency that when I'm in a bad mood, everything sucks. Like if I'm in a bad mood, everything sucks. Like it doesn't matter. Everything can be perfect, and just by being perfect, that sucks. And so
when I'm hungry, everything sucks.
Everything sucks. Like level of hunger can change the flavor of food entirely, right? Like if you're starving, like a can of fucking old beans is magical, right?
It is a core memory of like being wicked sick as a kid and eating like an entire sleeve of saltines, and it's still stuck in me. Like, these were the best crackers in the world. Oh my god, they were so delicious. But it's like because I hadn't eaten 3 days.
Crackers Malone. Yeah, no. It's
well, even as a kid, the different I can't. There's stuff I go like, oh my god, I loved that. I loved red licorice as a kid, and now I'm like, it actually just makes me feel kind of sick because it's too sweet for me. A lot of these things are too sweet for me, right? So, although I still like red licorice. The red licorice is a bad example.
For like 6 months, I couldn't eat red licorice because for some reason it kept slipping like past my soft palate into my freaking nose.
Oh,
I kid you not.
Oh God!
Never figured it out why. Never understood. I mean, because I didn't go to the doctor or anything for it.
Oh, that's weird.
I swear. Gaggy. Yeah, like I'd be munching away, and like some piece of it would somehow slip past my soft palate, and I'm like, oh, and it come out and it hurts so bad because like it stings back that far, you know. Oh man, I had to stop for like 6 months or something. I never understood what the fuck.
You were snorting up red licorice. Jesus,
never, and it was only red licorice. Like it wasn't just any chewy food I was getting at. It was only red licorice. It was the weirdest thing.
It has,
dude.
I'd never have it again.
Some kind of a wheat product or something in it as well for me that I noticed that I would eat it and I'd be like, why do I feel so draggy? And it was like, you know what? It's almost like eating a loaf of bread.
I think the gluten. I think there's probably flour or something in the gluten that keeps it kind of chewy.
Weird foods though that cause them.
Man, that was weird
stuff. Like for me, it's artichokes, heart or whatever not the heart, the leaves. You know, how people like to take the leaves and like
you
dip mayonnaise or butter.
I love.
I've tried it with mayonnaise. I've tried it without mayonnaise. I've tried it with butter. I've tried it every way you can have it because people keep telling me, "Oh, you're just doing it wrong." Every single time I've done it, I've immediately gone to the bathroom and threw up violently.
Crazy.
Like just it's not even the flavor. The flavor doesn't bug me because I love butter. I love the taste of the mayonnaise is a little much. I don't get the mayonnaise
fleshy texture of like scraping the flesh off of the
something about the texture. When I drag it into my mouth, something about that texture immediately activates my gag reflex. And then my stomach will not allow me to swallow anything for like 10 minutes. Like anything I try to swallow, it will come up as I'm swallowing it. Like, it will not let it go down.
Crazy.
And I've never heard of anybody having that.
You know that flat fish, that flat skate fish.
Flounder?
I can't do that.
Or skate.
I don't know if I can do flounder, but it's that kind of. It's just I don't know. It's like some French. I ordered it by accident in France once, and I have never felt more.
Or hagfish. What is it? Hagfish.
Hagfish. That one creepy blobby
hagfish. There was one that they ended up renaming. They renamed one monk. Is it monkfish?
Monkfish. Yeah, the poor people caught.
It used to be called like a blobby stinkfish or something. Like, and now they're like, yeah, we should maybe rename that.
There's a great video.
Oh, black licorice. Can't do black licorice.
Yeah.
I hate black licorice. No, black licorice is a bad taste. It won't make me throw up, but I do not enjoy it. Not at all.
Yeah.
No, there's a video on YouTube that talks about how we took garbage cuisine like back in the day, what was considered garbage, and today it's considered delicacy.
Like lobster.
Like
because we ran out of
the poor food, right? Rich people eat the poor people food nowadays.
Lobsters were like convict food.
Like prisoners'
out the
food.
East Coast.
Like
you losers, you eat lobsters.
This nasty bottom feeding sea bug.
It was lobster was so
they're saying that now.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, one of the things they talk about is that eventually jellyfish will become a delicacy because that's the only fucking thing that's still floating around in the ocean.
You can eat jellyfish? That's a thing? You can eat that stuff?
You can eat a jellyfish.
I guess so.
I gotta try that. I gotta try that out. That's weird.
Apparently you boil it or something and it's like gelatin. It's like it has like a very chewy texture, almost like octopus or something like that. You don't eat the tentacles as far as I know. I think you just
that seems dangerous.
I can't do octopus anymore. I swam with an octopus. I just can't freaking.
Dude, doesn't that suck? See, that's what I struggle with.
Smart.
That's what I struggle with.
And yet I still eat bacon.
I love cows. I love cows. I grew up with a cow and I love that cow and I thought it was amazing. And then I had to eat the cow and I didn't like eating the cow, but yet I still eat meat and I love meat. It's weird because it's like I can
cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I don't try to convince myself. Like a lot of people try to convince themselves that what they're doing is right so that they don't feel as bad doing it. I don't believe in doing that. I believe in just being truthful with yourself. It's like I eat meat because I eat meat my entire life. I love the taste of meat. Meat is available whether I want it to be or not. The meat is still available there. I eat the meat. It's just and meat agrees with me. It's like when I tried to go on diets that didn't have any meat in it, I had a really hard time. And because my body is just really, really used to meat. So I like meat. I think I've mentioned that a couple times. However, the flip side of that is I hate killing animals. I hate it. When I was a kid,
you're
I cried every time I hunted and I shot a pheasant. The whole 2 times I managed to do it, I cried both times. Like I didn't want to eat it. When we got home, I had to clean it and everything. By the time I was done with that, I didn't want to touch it. I had to kill my own pet rabbit.
Killed a mouse.
My dad made me kill I call it my pet rabbit, but we raised it for food. I named it. My dad told me not to name it. So my punishment for naming it and being nice to it was I had to be the one to kill it and butcher it and eat
rough.
That's he literally made me eat it. Like he made sure that he put that on a separate part of the barbecue and that I tracked it through the whole process so that I knew that I was eating my rabbit that I killed.
That's mean. That's just mean.
Well, learn to be a man, boy.
No, that's cruel.
I know, right? There's a reason I'm in therapy, guys. That psychologically fucked me up. I could never eat rabbit again after that. So I mean, I could probably today, like enough time has passed by, but that memory messed me up so bad that anytime. Because people eat rabbit. Where I grew up, rabbit was really common to eat. People raised them just as much as chicken.
The Brits used to love the rabbits. I don't know if
it's a delicious meat. But I'm just saying, it's like Thumper, and that's what I named him, right? Little Thumper grows up, and I watched him, be a daddy to so many little babies. I'll watch them all just get fucking slaughtered, and then I had to slaughter him. And of course, when I hit him, I didn't hit him hard enough because
and then they scream and stuff.
My dad's like, keep hitting it, and I'm crying, and he's like making me hit it. I can't run away. It was a shitty situation.
On out now. That's it. I gotta fake shit.
So if you guys are wondering what's wrong with me, that's one of the big memories to go back to quite a bit in therapy, as far as the thing that scarred me pretty irreparably. But yeah, it's like, but I love animals. I do. So it's like so I do have this conflict inside of me. It's like I eat animals, but if I had to kill them myself, I would only eat them purely out of necessity.
And I think that a lot of people would feel the same way. Cause like there's the emotional disconnect. Like, well, I didn't kill this cow, like it's, and I think that is something that people don't even really realize you just go to the shop and you fucking buy the meat. Like they don't even realize what's involved in the whole process, the raising of the meat, the slaughtering of it, the processing of it, and all that stuff. Like my lady watched Food Inc. a while back, right?
Oh,
Shows a lot of the horrible stuff that is involved in creating the trillions of tons of meat that we have to create just for this country, not just including exports and stuff. And it really turned her off from eating all kinds of meat. Like, and I'm like,
it would for me.
How did you think it works? You got to feed almost 400 million people with their desire for eggs and meat and beef and chicken and all this stuff. How else is it supposed to get done? Like,
I feel like it'd be nice if we could get to a point where, like, if there was something else I could have, like, as soon as there were Beyond Meat burgers, I tried them and I was like, I really like those. I'm happy to have Beyond Meat instead.
I love
absolutely happy.
100%.
It's just expensive. Same as real meat. I would just get rid of real meat. I have no connection.
It doesn't even taste the same. It's just good enough, basically. I mean,
I would disagree.
Really?
Oh man, yeah. Like the burgers. I mean,
they taste better now to me than the real burgers.
Yeah,
like at A&W where I get them.
If you were to just put like a plain,
if
you were just put a plain frozen beef patty like from Costco next to like a Beyond Burger, there's going to be a difference because they do like spice them and season them a bit. There isn't just like raw, right? As far as I'm aware, you can't get one that isn't at least a little bit flavored. But man, yeah, it's great. I love the Beyond sausages. I just did meatballs. My lady made meatball subs from the frozen meatballs. It's amazing. That kind of stuff. It's just so expensive
and stuff with it. That is the problem.
Dude, $10 or $12 for like 4 burgers. That's insane.
We're subsidizing the agricultural company.
Sort of.
Isn't that?
It depends.
Meat is not
Some
as
of them
cheap in other countries. Other countries, exponentially more expensive.
Yeah.
Well, just like gas. Gas is subsidized here. Like we complain about like $4 something a gallon for gas here. It's like up in Canada, you guys know the score. Gas is way more expensive up there where it's not subsidized. Gas in Australia is like what, like $9 or $8 a liter or something like that, or maybe it's $8 or $9 a gallon. But there's some countries where it's like, gas is over $10 a gallon. Like it's like
probably Canada.
You can't even drive a freaking Vespa, with those prices.
Canada, we got so many taxes on our gas that it's nuts. Like it's basically line up
bonkers.
Dude, people drive through the border. They wait for an hour and a half in line at a border just to drive a mile past, fill up their big diesel truck with $500 worth of fuel, and then just turn around and go right back through the border.
When we lived in Point Roberts, there were the two biggest industries in Point. Well, this is just by my own what I saw. I don't know if that actually the numbers bear out, but were either mail order places where you could go pick up American deliveries. So for the Canadians who come across the border, pick up their American deliveries and then cross the border again. Or it was booze, which is also cheaper. There's huge taxes all over our booze here. And then, but the biggest one was gas. People would line up for like the whole road, like way up, like straight through the town, trying to get to one of the 2 gas stations that's selling gas for a fraction of what it is, literally 10 feet across a border. It's nuts.
Yeah, that's a hell of a business model. if not everybody's doing it.
Yeah, almost died in COVID. It almost died because they closed the border, right? So
I'm actually down with what do you guys think about the lab grown meat? I'm down with that. If
I
they can figure out a way to just grow the organ,
downside?
like grow the protein without the brain, I would much prefer that.
No pain, no suffering. I mean, I'm like, what? I'm all. I don't understand what the problem. I don't understand what the downside. Like, I'm curious to know if there is a downside because I don't know what it is.
You know what?
I don't know.
Let me see if this will blow your minds or not. I'm gonna try to present a little bit of a conundrum because I don't think people look at it from. I like to look at things from just crazy angles. I like to do the third party thing. I'm not human. I'm an alien. I'm looking down at something, trying to understand how it works. So you can say that it's wrong to kill an animal. Like there's people that obviously, and I don't like killing animals. I only kill an animal because I'm eating them. That's it. Like I don't kill an animal out of pleasure. I wouldn't kill an animal even to eat it unless I was starving and I needed to eat an animal, unless it was available and easy to get like it is today. So that's the hypocrisy there, right? But however, this is the argument that I have is people say that, that animal, when it dies or whatever, you're taking its life, you're destroying it. But my argument would be that animal wouldn't exist if you didn't raise it for food. Like the whole purpose of that animal even existing and living the life that it had. Now, again, I am totally against factory farming. I'm against any farming methods that abuse or torture animals, period. I am that is something that
But then we
really
shouldn't
pisses
eat
me
meat.
off. I will
then.
pay
Like,
more
I
money
feel the
for
same way, and
non-
I feel like I shouldn't be eating meat for exactly that reason.
Yeah, and that's the one, like when you like if you watch, and I force myself to watch those shows. Like I don't try to shy away from it. Like I watch
I
the
haven't
shows
watched
that
any
show
of them.
you how the factory farms work because I want to be grossed out by it. Because if I'm going to keep eating meat, I need to know the truth. I can't just lie to myself.
Yeah.
So I need to understand how it works. And I've always been one of those people where it's like, even if you feel powerless to change a situation, still being aware of that situation is already the first step to change. If everybody just hides from it and everybody acts like it's not happening, nothing will ever change. But if everybody knows what is actually going on, over time, change will happen automatically. Just from new options becoming available, become more viable quicker, even if they cost more, because in the back of your head, you're like, you know, I have a much worse vision of what's really going on here. I'm not hiding it. You know, I'm not sugarcoating it. And so, but my argument would be with like animals is if you're raising an animal to slaughter it for food, that animal wouldn't have existed, which means that animal wouldn't have experienced life on any level had it not been created.
Or pain
or suffering or the passage of time or sentience. So I do agree. I do agree that but the one little conundrum that I have in my head is like, if I was a human and I had a choice. Now again, this doesn't really apply because if I'm not sentient, choices would be irrelevant to me. But let's say I was sentient for 5 minutes and I get the choice. I can live for 10 years. And I can be fed every single day, not want for anything, go hump my little heart out on every little filly out on the farm and just have the greatest life ever. But then at some point, somebody's going to come along, click a little button, and I'm going to go into the darkness. Or I can just disappear with no pain right now and not experience 10 years of life and just not exist at all. Like, I personally would pick the 10 years, like even knowing that at the end, I'd see it coming. Like, it would be something that I knew I was going to die. And I knew that I would end up at exactly the same place that I would had I picked the decision, 10 years prior. And of course, I'm doing that with, knowledge of me already living a life of 40 some years and understanding what's ahead. Maybe that would be different. If I only existed for 5 minutes, I'd be like, fuck 10 years of this shit. Fuck that. I'm out. The decision may be different, but I kind of try to look at it from that perspective too, that it's like, because a lot of the decisions I make nowadays, sadly, aren't good and bad. It's bad and worse. Like when it comes to my health, it's not, do I lose weight and magically feel better and everything's fixed and go about my life? Or do I just keep getting fatter and die? Like those aren't my options. My options are, do I lose a little bit of weight and feel a little bit better, but then actually have some pretty severe downsides to that because of the way my nerves are routed through my back and how the fat actually cushions that? Do I take the extra pain to lose the weight so that I feel better about how other people feel about me? Or do I just stay the path that I'm on now, have less pain, but then have less mobility? It's like neither one of them is a good option. They're both terrible options. It's just which one is less terrible given what my goals are. And it's the same thing with like drugs, right? It's like people say, oh, well, you should just stop taking all your pain medication. It's like, no, I've done that many times throughout my life. Like, trust me, I don't want to be on pain medication. I hate pain medication. There's so many downsides to it. So much stuff that you don't even want to ever have to deal with and nobody wants to deal with, right? And that's outside of addiction. That's way outside of it. Addiction's another thing you got to pile on top of that, right? It's like if you're on it, it's hard to come off of it. The flip side, however, is without the medication, I can't even physically get out of bed. If you can't get out of bed, you develop bed sores. If you develop bed sores, you get infections. If you get infections, those start damaging your organs and you start shutting down and you die. Like your body starts realizing that there's no point to go on, so it starts dedicating less resources to the things that need it. You die. Eventually, people on bed rest usually die, shave off massive amounts of years off their life. Or do I take the drug that reduces my life, but significantly less by allowing me to get up and move? Both options, I lose life. There is no option where I get more life. They're both I get less life. It's just one I get.
So quality of life becomes
exactly. Exactly.
Well, what do you do? What do you do if you can be genetically engineered to not care or to not feel pain or to not, you know what I mean? Like then you start
part of me wants to take that deal so bad considering what I deal with every day. But then the flip side is I love emotion. I can't imagine what it'd be like to be alive without love and empathy and compassion and anger and fear. Like all of these emotions lead to the neurotransmitters that reward us and punish us throughout life, right? Without the punishment, what would like honestly, the anticipation of the orgasm is just as good as the orgasm.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you didn't have that feeling, there'd be no want or desire to do those things, right? It's like, why do humans procreate? We're literally just spitting on our hands and handshaking from an alien's perspective. It's like, what's so fucking great about that? It's because that one act releases the neurotransmitters that make us feel better than any other thing that we do in life. because our systems are designed to encourage, like when you're starving, food tastes better. Why is that? Because it's like, you're starving, dude. We need to get food in you. So we're going to keep making food more and more desirable until you ultimately fucking give in and eat some food. It's the same thing. Our biological, our emotions carry us through life and lead us towards the things that help all of humanity, not just ourselves, right? I mean, the whole idea is to procreate, make more people, and spread, right? That's what all life seems to want to do. You either spread or you die. So, but if we didn't have those emotions, we wouldn't do that. Everybody would just stand around. Like if I had the choice, okay, I can go out and golf 18 holes, or I can go and rub my thing against another thing and then take a shower afterwards because I stink. Like why would I pick that over golf? It's like golf is so much more technical. It's so much
I would
funner.
pick anything over golf, but that's just me.
Yeah, right.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't even know why I said golf because I
was just picking something, anything.
Yeah. Bowling, yelling at other Canadian people, whatever. I don't know.
Right. But the idea of the choice of whether is life in all of its pain and ecstasy, is it worth it? I mean, that's basically been a human question from the beginning of time. I mean, why are we? Yes,
100%. I'd say 100%. From my perspective, like you said that, and my thought went immediately to my dog Daisy, which I'm gonna get a little misty if I go too far with this. But like, would I trade the hurt that I feel when I think about my dead dog? Now, would I trade that for the 11, 12 years that I had with her? Fuck no. No way, man. No way.
My cat while they put her down. My favorite
every
cat.
moment, every moment, even if it was 1 year, the first year, the second year, just like no way, 100%. But we're able to, we have the whatever, that spark that allows us to kind of to look at it that way. Now, how would Daisy feel? Like if I could ask her, would she? And I don't know how she feels about the end of her life, but would she have traded those 10, 11, 12 years with me for maybe something else, or not for non-existence? Who knows? That, and you can't really, I mean, even we can't answer that. Like,
well, we don't have that complete picture, right? I mean, that's the thing. Yeah. I always feel like that's part of like getting older as well, where you sort of like, you wonder like, why the hell aren't those people like, why aren't they in a home? Why aren't they, what I mean? Like, why? How did they get to the point where they're like stumbling around a giant house by themselves? Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. But of course, the reality is your entire life, you've got sick and you've got better, and then sometimes it takes longer, sometimes it takes less. And I think by the end of your life, you're just expecting things to, it's bad right now. Maybe it'll get better again. Maybe my memory will get better. Maybe like, I feel like we're constantly in the moment, and I think that's the thing that we struggle with so much now, is like
experiences will always change your outlook on something. Like if you like when we're speaking like, hey, our dog, or my cat that passed away, and we're looking at that with the foresight of the amazing time we had with them. Now, had it been different, had those dogs and cats just bit us and hissed at us and made us bleed and gave us like
I got one right now.
Right. Yeah. so then it'd be a little different. Be like, God damn it, why did I get that dog? Why did I get that cat? Fuck. It's the hindsight that gives us that ability to say we would go through that again. It'd be similar to some like let's go back to like biblical times, and it's like Jesus died for our sins. But then you're like, but if you have foresight, he also became an omnipotent, endless being, frozen in time, never ages, never gets sick, has infinite power to control the universe. And it's like all he had to do was like hang on a cross for a couple days to get infinite amount of time. And like having that foresight, I'd do it. Like I would die for not even sins. I'd just die for shits and giggles. If you told me and you could prove to me 100% on paper that I would become a wizard that could decimate the world, flood the world, make any law, change everything, win any war, and I would never ever die. I would exist. I'd be the heavens and earth forever. And all I had to do was just die, which is something I'm going to do naturally anyways, and potentially even in a
we'd be miserable with that too, though. I mean, like that's the nature of I mean, like that's the vampire Lestat, the whole idea of like I can live forever and I'm always
until you experience it. Until you experience it, it looks desirable. Right. Yeah. So that's the only point I'm making. Yeah.
But like I mean, part of life, or at least from the human existence, is like we define our existence against the pain, the bad stuff, because the like you said, you can't, if you never experience the bad, you don't have anything to compare to know that you're in the good. And so like
Exactly.
our very existence, our entire like perspective is built on that.
What would life be like without pain? That's the other thing too, is that makes a good point, because it's like, when does something feel extra good or taste extra good or something? It's usually following an experience where it's like you've been brought down, you've lost.
Yeah, it's compared against. Yeah.
Like I can guarantee you, and I'm not justifying this obviously because it'd be gross, but let's say if you were somebody who was starved for 30 days, right? You were put in a box, beaten, and starved for 30 days. You come out of there and they give you a plate of beans or a bowl of ramen noodles. You eating that ramen noodle is going to taste better than any steak you or I could ever consume in any atmosphere on any. There is nothing we can experience that will give us the same.
Maybe that's where the restaurants are going.
The delta is bigger. Yeah.
Maybe that's what the new restaurants of the future will be like that now.
They bring in, beat the shit out of you.
They go in, they beat the crap out of you, stick you in a box for a week, and then they bring you this beautiful steak that's been designed specifically for you.
Oh my god!
You wait, but that's to me, I feel like that's the kind of thing that happens though when you get a society that has, all of the money in the world and none of the concerns. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people literally pay to have harm done to them. Like that's a fairly common fetish, because people experience pleasure more when they first experience pain. It's like people literally choke themselves sometimes.
It's the contrast
to increase a sensation, because they're basically artificially increasing that delta, right? It's like drugs. Why do people take drugs? All drugs is a means to create neurotransmitters faster and in larger quantities than you can naturally.
Yep.
So all they're doing again is trying to create a bigger delta in the experience. They're like, oh, we've experienced what the best possible feeling is. Now I want to experience what that is times 10. And be damned the outcome. However, again, hindsight, if they knew that they would overdose or get addicted or for the rest of their life, it would never feel the same again, and they would just be dependent on it, and they wouldn't pick it. Nobody would pick it. It's like, that's the thing, is like the benefit of not knowing what's ahead and only knowing what something is like up to that point isn't really enough information to make a decision as big as, do you want to be immortal, or do you want something for a long period of time, or do you want to enter into some kind of contract that lasts forever? And plus humans generally want what they can't have too. That's another thing, is our minds are designed in such a way that for us to be curious creatures and learn our environments and have a good survival instinct. We have a habit of wanting to touch the things we're not supposed to touch, venture into the areas we're not supposed to venture into. We're a very curious species. A lot of mammals are. And so that curiosity helps us in some ways, but in other ways it turns us into lemmings and kills us a lot of the time too. So it's like like why do we get in, why did James Cameron jump in a giant metal thing and go down to the bottom of the ocean to seemingly look at sand? Right? Just to see a number on it.
Put himself in danger. Yeah,
exactly. And put a lot of other people in danger too, because if they lost him, those people would never be the same. Could you live your life knowing that you played a part in somebody's death? Like that, if had you not been there, that maybe it wouldn't have happened.
Stops the Avatar movies.
That's true. It does.
Yeah.
I like that outlook. Oh my god, dude. That was you putting
it's
on
so
your European citizen.
He's so funny because I've seen him. I saw him interviewed about that Titanic disaster, the other Titanic disaster.
James Cameron does.
And I saw him interviewed, and he's such an intelligent man. Like he's absolutely, he's intelligent. He seems kind. He seems, he seems like he understands what's going on. A little bit of arrogance, but enough to make you sort of respect him, I think, in a way.
You have to have arrogance. I've established that you have to have arrence. That doesn't.
And then he makes Avatar.
Yeah, that's it, man. I got
fuck?
I saw that newer one, and I'm like, dude, there's like 40 minutes of this like didn't need to be here. At least 20 minutes that could have been completely cut out and had no.
I feel like a kid could have gone like, and then the monster comes and does.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the.
For George Lucas and Jar Jar Binks, like where the fuck did that come from?
Is he just interested in the technology? Maybe. Like, is he just going like, whatever?
So.
I think so. I just want to be able to do this.
It is I think it is a vehicle for the advancement of the technology.
Okay, that's fine with
the story's fine, but it could have been 90 minutes. Like I watched that, and it was gorgeous. It was beautiful. It is a tip top exploration of technology and stuff. Like the hands, the thing where he's tying the thing in the water, and it's like part of it's fake, part of it's real, and you can't tell, and like it's amazing. Wild. It's amazing, but the story is cheese, man. Like and I like
Smurfs. I like fucking long-legged Smurfs. I like
to give myself over to the story. I want to be told. I want to go on this journey with you. And
I was expecting the Expanse from him. I was expecting something like the Expanse from him, because it was all of this. Because that had all the
science.
Too? No.
Oh,
That's what I mean. Like I was expecting some kind of like highly intelligent, possible future type thing. And I get these freaking blue Smurfs, and I'm like, I was so disappointed because I was like, I've seen you talk, you know, married to one of my favorite people who I've ever worked with. Like I like just absolutely love it. Susie Amos. Again, no idiot. Susie is a smart lady.
Yeah.
I just like I was just like, what do you?
It
is
is
the industry
strange.
done that? Like it's bizarre. I don't know.
Well,
You know
and
what'll
it's
make you
strange when
understand
you
James
consider,
If you want to really understand James Cameron, I think the best video you can watch is on YouTube is the behind the scenes making of The Abyss.
Oh, really?
Oh,
You should absolutely watch that, because the one thing that you'll learn after watching that is that, like you said earlier, James Cameron doesn't really care about the storytelling as much as he cares about the technology being used to tell it.
I can totally see that.
He likes the thing he gets off on is doing something that people say is impossible.
Right.
Like to shoot the Abyss, he literally filled an abandoned nuclear reactor with water to create the largest freestanding man-made pool of water in the entire world, figured out all the logistics around how to make it work. And it was an insane
and almost killed his cast.
Almost killed his entire cast.
Yeah,
almost killed himself.
I heard something about that.
Like it was bad.
And the same kind of thing went into Titanic, right? Like everything about that was like super accurate, super accurate. And then
was it?
And yeah, like I think but up to a point of like, I think he got called out by oh man, what's his name?
You have to do a story as well, though. Like I get the,
but
he
got like the sky wrong. He got the stars wrong.
Oh, did he? Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, but everything else is like super accurate.
He got called out
by Tyson. Yeah, he got called out by Tyson saying,
"Okay,
we know exactly where the boat was. We know exactly the date and time. How did you get the stars wrong? Like you did all of these things that were like outrageously accurate in developing this thing, and you got the stars wrong. And then like they actually did. They in a feature.
Neil just wanted
release,
a fucking
they fixed
job.
It.
He just wanted a job. That's all.
I think
they actually finished internal compartments on the Titanic too. There were several internal compartments that they completely finished with meticulous detail down to tiny little silverware and plates.
They did
even though
really
there was no internal shots of the model.
Yeah,
it was all soundstage on the inside. The outside of the ship, the only reason they did it was so that the reflections on the windows and shit and the things that you could see through the windows were convincing. But you only saw less than like 0.1% of what was actually on the other side of the window for the very nature of how far you were away from the ship.
Like things like the stairway and things like that. Like he did such a all of it was like super accurate, like down to like the silverware and like the plates and the tablecloths and stuff. Like he went hardcore into making it super accurate.
Yeah, or the
and it just supports the idea. It just supports the idea that he's more into like the nerdy tech part of it than the
so I mean, I guess that's that's a solution to that problem for me. Then I definitely.
So they actually put it. If you watch The Abyss, there's a scene where they put a rat. They submerge a rat in fluid, and it starts breathing really heavily. That's a real scene.
Oh,
he
snap.
actually took a real rat and put it into that methyl hydrocarbon, blah, 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 whatever. It's an oxygenated fluid.
That stuff. Yeah, right on.
Breathe that they were testing in the military for a long time, but human lungs can't handle it. Like we can't circulate to get the CO2 out, so it ultimately kills us. But they have had human trials where humans were able to breathe for like 20 or 30 minutes, completely submerged under a fluid, breathing fluid, and like amniotic fluid.
How we showed up.
We showed up,
breathing water.
Yeah, that's it, right? Like you spent at least half of your time in the womb with fluid in your lungs and stuff.
Our lungs just aren't strong enough. Like the scale of our lungs, how big they are and the volume that they have, aren't designed to move liquid.
As
a baby, they are, but not as an adult.
The real trick for that kind of thing, though, is artificially oxygenated blood. There's there's this fake blood stuff that they've got. That it's like wicked expensive, but you can keep somebody alive for like a long time pumping this stuff through them. It's and it's just, and that'd be the way to go. Like if you're going to do some deep sea diving kind of stuff where like
bypass the lungs,
because the issue is getting rid of the toxins, right?
And you plug yourself in to this tank that's got the fake stuff in it, and the tank is artificially oxygenated or something, and it pumps through you that way. That'd be the way to go. But which would be still weird because you're going to want to breathe.
Yeah.
But like, there's
it's
like,
really
what are you going to breathe? What are you going to breathe?
Tired.
Like nitrogen or something? You're going to breathe something that isn't going to like kill you. Helium. After a while, you go deep, real deep. They do helium mixes, and that'd be the way. It'd have to be something neutral like helium, and that's all you're breathing. Because
so liquid,
man, it would trip your brain out, man. You're breathing nothing, but like. your blood and like everything's still working fine, I think you'd freak out. It would be like you'd have to practice. It'd be weird.
There's actually a ventilator technology. They have a ventilator technology that they are working on, because the ventilators have to be really careful because they're expanding your lungs, and your lungs are very sensitive. So if you overexpand the lungs, even with like 1 psi of pressure, you can burst the lung tissue. So they have to know exactly what your lung volume is, so that it's always only blowing them up so much and then sucking exactly that volume out without evacuating it. So somebody got the great idea of, well, what would happen if we put 2 hoses down there and one actually blows the oxygen in and the other actually sucks out the CO2? Then you wouldn't need the lung muscles to work at all. So somebody who had very paralyzed lung muscles, or the brain wasn't sending the signal, you could still oxygenate them just by circulating the circulating in the oxygen and evacuating the CO2. And because the CO2 is heavier, it's going to rest at the bottom of the lungs, so you can put the air in through the top and then evacuate it through the bottom. And basically, you could keep somebody alive and oxygenate their blood without them even breathing, like just by putting a lot of oxygen in their lungs and keeping the CO2 out. But keeping the CO2 out is the hardest thing. Like the CO2, because it's so heavy, it wants to stay inside of you. And when it's in fluid, like when you have the CO2, it builds up in the fluid. It's like you can't exhale hard enough to get all the liquid out. So all that CO2 is staying behind when all the lighter shit is coming out. And it's called, the liquid that you can breathe is called perfluorocarbon. So PERFLUORO. So perfluorocarbon. Yeah. And that says, they did test it in human trials, and it did work. Like they did have scuba divers that tested this, but they all developed pneumonia afterwards. So they couldn't get enough of the liquid out of their lungs that they didn't develop pneumonia. And it also said that after like 20 minutes of breathing, they were struggling to take a breath anymore because their lungs were so exhausted from trying to breathe. Because our lungs are designed to like our muscles are really just like pulling our lungs open, right? They're opening up that area and then releasing, and it collapses. That's we don't have enough musculature to move huge amounts of fluid, up and down through the airway, with our own muscles. So you need a machine to assist. But yeah, they did a lot of study into this, thinking that this was like going to allow people to dive down to like 10,000 feet.
Yeah,
like,
I remember when the movie came out, there was all that chatter about that.
But it does work on mice. They said the mice survived. The mice on the movie that they used, that they completely submerged and drowned them in the fluid. Every one of them survived.
Fucking mice. Everything's gonna outlive us. We're so fragile,
right?
I feel like it's funny talking about the Cameron issue. I feel like Cameron and Tom Cruise have the same issue now, where I don't want to see their movies so much anymore. I just want to see them making their stuff. Like the stunts that Tom Cruise does are far more exciting when you see the stunts being done than when you see them in the movie, because they got all those stupid CG effects and all that crap on. Like it's like I could literally just watch a show of him doing stunts and then a show of Cameron making cool shit. But let's just skip the movies. We don't need the story anymore. I just need the behind the scenes stuff.
Or it's like Cameron should just be the like technical director or whatever, like producer. I don't know exactly the right position.
Maybe he'll get there eventually.
Help somebody else tell their story. Like we don't want to hear. We don't need your story. Like go do cool shit with somebody else who knows what they're doing. Same with like Lucas, having Lucas do his own, like nobody telling him no. Like there's a reason the Empire is often like held up as the best one when he didn't direct that, or even I think even write most of it, or that kind of a thing. It's like great ideas, but let somebody else execute for you. Like there's like
how Cameron shit all over CGI for so long and saying, oh, it just looks so fake and it's uncanny valley and
he's got
effects. And now all he does is CGI. I can't remember the last time.
He's like behind some of the he's behind some of the greatest visual effects like ever.
Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube who goes on and on and on about how he used to do a lot of the practical effects stuff for James Cameron, and he's like, CGI came in and just mobbed everything. He's like, I was out of a job. He's like, I thought I was going to be working forever because this guy just had
he used to do a lot of practical effects.
But Cameron saw what computers could do, and it just absolutely blew his mind. And to be fair, like we are approaching that point now where it's like computer graphics are in a lot of ways are hard to see. Like
I don't think even notice them half the time.
Corridor Digital does an amazing series where they sit down and look at good and bad special effects. And there's times where they sit down and all three of them, being special effects industry, special effects experts, they talk to everybody. All three of them guess how they did something, and they all get it wrong.
Yeah, the one they did on Avatar was interesting, where they look at the hands and the
that was one for sure. There was another one where there was a huge explosion, and all three of them agreed that it was a practical explosion, that they just used plates to swap out the background. And it turned out it wasn't a practical explosion. It was completely 100% a CGI explosion of a 3D model. And all three of them agreed from like the grain and the lighting and the video and the reflections. I mean, they took a hard look at it. And they all, that was a practical explosion that they just swapped out the background. Because obviously it wasn't on Earth. It was like some other weird environment. And
it's changed the way we see films.
Yeah, so CGI can emulate, life now, and it just keeps getting better. It's not getting worse; it's getting better.
Look at the Sora. Is it Sora? Is that which is the AI?
Sora.
Wow, that stuff is like, it's not perfect, but man, we're there. Like,
I have to say, everybody's looking at Sora like, oh my god, OpenAI is creating this technology like nobody else has ever created before. No, they have tuned the technology to get it to a level where it's producing some pretty amazing things. But the truth is that technology has been in development for a long time and available to the public. It's called ControlNet. So if you go,
is that ControlNet?
ControlNet.
Because I use that on my own. Yeah. Okay.
Do you guys remember the video of Will Smith eating spaghetti? The famous
that's
Will Smith eating spaghetti meme. No. That was all done with ControlNet and Stable Diffusion. So and you can do it yourself. You just download Stable Diffusion off of GitHub. You install ControlNet as a plugin. Like you go to settings, extensions, install ControlNet, and then you go to the ControlNet tab, and it has a thing under there where you basically do image to image transform. So you create your fake image or an AI, or you can use a real image. You can just grab a real image of whatever you want to animate. You put it in there. You describe what the animation is to it, and you tell it how many frames that you want. And it does the exact same thing as Sona. It'll go through and draw it. And what it does is it creates, as I understand it, it creates an image, then Control.net looks at the image that was created and then creates another prompt of everything that it sees inside of the image in great detail. And then it uses that combined with the picture, the previous picture that was generated together with, a sliding weight or whatever to determine like which direction to go a little bit more into. And then it generates another frame. And then it feeds that frame back in, and the previous frame looks at those two and says, okay, combined the description with the pictures and the new prompt that it created to say what the next frame should be. And it just keeps going down that line, and it keeps the random, instead of picking a random number for each frame, it only changes the number slightly so that the less you increase the seed, the less difference there is between the pictures. And so by doing that with Control.net over and over and over again, you get a slideshow. Now, the problem is you get a little bit of the jerkiness and, eye color might.
But there are tools to remove that stuff now, too. Right? You can smooth it all out and everything.
Yep.
But eventually that's just going to all be in one.
And that's what Sora is. Sora is like ControlNet, Stable. I mean, they're not using Stable Diffusion. They're using Dolly, which is superior. But they're using an image generator. They're using an image analysis. It's basically, you've heard of multimodal AI, right? So you have an AI that can look at it. It can see images. It can create images, and it can understand and create text. It can read and write text. Once you have a multimodal AI that can do those three things, then you can create video no problem. Because what is video at the end of the day? Like if you're animating something, and I tell you to animate something sitting down and drawing it, right? And I tell you to animate thing. Well, when you animate, you're going to look at the previous frame, and then you're going to look at the new thing, and you're going to go, I want him to move from here to here, or from this action to this action. For you to do that, you just need somebody to roughly tell you what is the goal, like what is the end goal of this video. And you as the animator are going to figure out how to.
We used to call it tweening, right? They used to tween between. And that was a huge jump forward with animation. Was instead of having to do all those steps in between, you could have the computer would figure out those steps in between. Just, I guess it wasn't AI. It was just a mathematical thing. But I'm so sorry, but I got to run. I got to go. I managed to pop in, which I'm very excited about. And I'm going to New Zealand next week,
David.
So I won't, unless I'm at a convention and I can. Actually, I don't know what the time difference is. Be curious to know how it works.
I can get you in here anytime you want. Even if you want to pop in for 5 minutes at the end of a show, beginning of a show, you just text me. I will do everything and make it happen.
I shall attempt. Actually, it'd be kind of fun to be able to just tune in from New Zealand.
Hey, Ox has done it before, right? He's popped on from Mexico down to Mexico. So yeah.
And you just did a cell phone, right? You just did
just click the video link and stuff. No difference.
I also want to bring Gimpy G in my phone. Like, I thought it'd be kind of fun for him to be able to just experience. I wanted him to see what the convention was like, but from like, if I put it in my pocket, he could just sort of get a sense of what it's like to be at these things. So,
dude, that'd be so great.
He's not been feeling well. He's been.
I'll hit him up after the stream today and see if I can.
Yeah, bug him. Say hi if you can. I've texted him a few times, but
Do you have a GoPro?
I have a GoPro.
Because I was gonna say you should get one of those chest harnesses. They're only like $20, like the ones you see people wear. Like
man,
it just puts the GoPro right here. You should put that on and just have it go to a battery pack in your pocket that'll run it 24/7, and then you have it wirelessly transmit the thing to your phone. Your phone can actually connect to the GoPro through the GoPro app and treat it as a camera. And then you could literally just have that feed as the camera in the browser to OBS, and he'd be able to literally see everything as you're walking around. And then if you want to turn it off, you just power off the GoPro and it'll just be a black screen. So, and then you turn it on when you want them to see, turn it off when you don't. And now you can just walk around. There'll be a red light indicating, people will know as you're walking around that you're recording or when you're not. So it doesn't get all weird.
And if there's any inappropriate cosplayers attack me, I would have footage of it too.
100% incriminating you, clearly seeing your arms reaching out and doing the infraction.
Yeah, reaching out. 100%. Yeah. It was CG. It was CG, I swear.
Yeah. Hit me up. I'll help you with all that. I'll help you with all of it.
All right. By the end of it, David will be more machine than man. It's so true. Jim the Evo, ladies and gentlemen. So if anyone's in New Zealand, come say hi. I'll be in Taronga in a weekend coming up.
David loves stalkers, by the way. He doesn't like to say that publicly, but he loves stalkers, especially when you sneak up on him with no warning. And so, and he's really, really into piano wire for some reason. I don't know why.
I will scream. I don't just play a coward on television. I've got it all covered.
No citrus in the tranquilizer darts.
Yeah, that's it. All right. Lots of love, lads. We'll see you later.
Out, David. We appreciate
Thank you, everybody.
You,
Throw money at my friends, please.
Yeah.
And everybody say hi to Gimpy on Twitter. Like, go
talk soon.
Cheer him up.
Oh, yeah. Techbandits.org. Come sign up for the email of awesome.
Yep.
I've still got to write.
.org. Put that in chat. Is it techbandits.org? I think I can spell
shameless self-promotion.
Techbandits.org.
There's all sorts of fun t-shirts and things they can.
I just sent you guys.
That is such a bad typo. That is not how that's spelled at all, man. There it is. Tekken Bennett.
It sounds like a delicious pastry.
Yeah. I like a nice chocolate-filled Tekken Bennett's.
Did I spell it right? All right.
One of us got it right. Just click on all of them.
Between the three of us, we'll be able to spell. It'll be amazing.
We will, man. It's
all the best.
Peace out, David.
Cheers.
Later. God, I love him. I love David. He's great.
Yeah, dude, that's so cool.
I still think that's cool that, like, even with everything going on in my life and shit slowing down and stuff, he still pops in, man. He still comes around and hangs out, and I love it. I love it when somebody comes around and likes to hang out just to hang out. It's not a numbers game. It's not can this boost me or what can I get from it? Which is something that's really, really common in content creators. Is everybody just assumes that everything's business and promoting and everything like that. I think it's cool that he just like legitly just wants to nerd and hang out with like everybody. It's awesome. Let's see here. GTB said subscribe, but yeah, I also meant to you guys he's Gimpy G on X, right? Or is it Gimpy God? It might be Gimpy God. Let me double check.
Gimpy God.
That's okay. So Gimpy God. So I want everybody in here right now. Let's see how many are there. We got like 200 people in here or so. I'm hoping. Yeah, 227. Man, we are really consistent with that number, which is great. Okay, so I want everybody to look at chat right there. See that twitter.com/Gimpy God? I love how it's twitter.com and not x.com. Like when you right click and share something that you search on, right? Like Elon
just redirect.
Update
type in x.com. If you type in x.com, it redirects you to Twitter.
You'd think it'd be the other way around. That's hilarious. So I'm sure there's some reason in the code or something that just makes it harder to do it the other way. But
you can't just control F all that. Like, come on. It would be a humongous freaking problem.
You guys would make Gimpy God's day. He has 981 followers on Twitter. So if you guys all go follow him right now, he'll go over 1,000 easy. He only needs 20 more. He'll be over 1,000. That'll get his attention. Gimpy God is an amazing person. He's always reached out to me and DM me when I'm feeling bad and I disappear. He always worries about his friends and worries about everybody else. And this guy's been through hell. He had his house burned down. He had to live in a corner of a hotel room and depend on other people just to survive because, he's basically quadriplegic. And so he has, very little mobility and he needs other people to help him. And, he's just now starting to get his life back together. Thanks to a lot of help from you guys and the public. He's finally got his house fixed. He's got another van for the one that burned down. Because not only did he lose his house and all of his mobility equipment, he lost his van, which was the only vehicle that could transport him safely.
Yeah.
And so, but through all that, he always kept his chin up. He was always cracking funny jokes and being funny and even, hitting the dark humor hard. And I respect the hell out of him. So if you guys could go follow him, I'd appreciate that if you guys got a Twitter account and trust me, he's a funny guy. You'll get some good ha-has out of him for sure. He's a really cool dude. And I think that's neat that David's going to a convention to show him. I think that's really cool. Actually, you know what? I just got an idea because I think Gimpy said that he has VR. I think he was telling me that he has a Quest. I don't know if it's Quest 2 or Quest 3, but he has a Quest. So if he has a Quest, how cool would it be if David set up an Insta360? What if I reached out to Insta360, got David an Insta360 cam that he put on his
that'd
chest?
be neat.
And there's a program that you can use where you can bind it to a Quest when you're streaming. So the Quest moves around. It's YouTube live streaming allows you to do a thing where if you have a Quest on, you can look around. So David's basically recording and broadcasting 180 degrees off his chest. And then if you're wearing a VR headset, you can look in any direction within that 180 degrees in real time. So he could literally be live streaming, walking through the convention, and Gimpy could be there with a VR helmet, like he was in a baby Bjorn on the front of him.
Dude, that would be so awesome.
We need to make that happen. I'm gonna see if I can hit up Insta360 and see if they won't hook him up. I don't know why they wouldn't. I mean, Insta360, as far as I know, is one of those companies where I've seen them throw cameras at literally everybody to flood the market because they're trying to completely bury GoPro. And honestly, doing a pretty good job of it too, from what I can see. The video quality looks really comparable between the two, and honestly, it's cheaper and it's more capable. So, every video you see nowadays of cars driving. By the way, I'm not sponsored. I wish I was. I'm not sponsored by Insta360. The closest relationship I've ever had with them is I met them at an event. And they said they were going to give me a free camera, and then I couldn't find them, and I never got the free camera. That's the only thing that we've ever crossed paths on. But they do make a good product. They definitely make a good product. They make a couple different ones. They make a 360 cam, and then they make one that does the 180 that's more like the GoPro, similar form factor and everything. But yeah, no, good shit, decent price, good video quality. And if you ever watch any YouTube video where it looks like a drone is following a car, where it literally looks like you're playing like Gran Turismo or Forza, the way they're doing that is with the Insta360. It's basically just a 360-degree camera that's on a telescoping pole that goes out like 8 or 9 feet. And then as the car is driving down the road, not only does it record 360 degrees, so you can, in editing, you can make it point wherever you want or even track the vehicle. It also edits its own pull out. Like it can see its own pull and edit it out in real time, which is pretty freaking cool if you ask me. And it used to be really bad. Like if you remember old 360 cams, you could see where the two frames stitched together and it was like really cattywampus and messed up. Their algorithm is so much better now that most of the time you can't even tell. People would like position the cameras purposefully to try to hide that line as much in the direction they wanted to see. Now you don't even have to do that. I've seen people just slap the camera on. They're not even caring about orientation because the distortion is only noticeable really up close. From a distance, not at all. Super cool. Altonian said GoPros are a buggy mess these days. I like the Insta360. Probably moved to their GoPro clone as well. Yeah, because they have the 360 cam and then they have the GoPro clone, which I believe still can do like 180 or something like that or close to it. But yeah, I want to say they're not that expensive. Battery life's good. The big thing with GoPro that let me down, and I'm a big GoPro guy. Like I have the GoPro Hero 4, 5, 6, 8, and 10. And of all the GoPros that I've ever owned, the earlier ones were really good. The late ones all overheat. Every last one of them overheats. The reason it's so if I use a GoPro 10, so I have a GoPro 10, and if I want to use it as a webcam, I have to pay, and I paid the extra $60 for a case that it snaps into just to give it an HDMI port, which is stupid. It's every version's had HDMI, and then suddenly they make you buy a case that goes around it. But the problem is the case insulates it and makes it even hotter, so now it overheats. So if you try to use it as a webcam and you put this case on it, it gets hotter and overheats quicker and locks up, and you have to reboot it. So what you have to do if you want to use it as a webcam is you literally have to take one of those little USB fans and just have it blowing on it nonstop, and then it won't overheat. But yeah, so I can't say that I really recommend GoPro anymore. And I was a huge GoPro guy. I remember back in the day, I was one of the original Contour. Do you remember Contour HD?
Oh,
so I was So those were those little cylindrical cams that used to, like before GoPro came out, Contour HD had like the cylindrical cam that you could kind of hold in your hand. It looked like a little mini camcorder. And apparently it's like, they advertise better video quality, better sound quality. They're basically trying to kick GoPro's butt because GoPro wasn't very well established at that point. And then GoPro started really upping their game because of Contour. And they ended up making the better product and pricing Contour out of the market. So I have a Contour HD somewhere, and it had some cool features. Like the Contour HD had 2 little red laser lights that shined out of it that would tell you how your picture was framed. So cool. So you could have it on your chest or on the side of your helmet. It'd be on the side of your helmet here pointing forward, and you could see where the 2 red dots were, and wherever the 2 red dots were would tell you where the video was framed as you were recording. That way you didn't have to look at the back of a screen to see how you were framed up. You could just look at where those little dots were when you pushed the button, and you knew that was going to be in the video. So, and they also, the camera assembly could rotate. So depending on if you had the camera mounted on its side like this or 90 degrees, you could rotate the whole camera assembly so that you could always get it pointed level with the horizon, regardless of how it was mounted. Those were the two killer features, but sadly GoPro pretty much just destroyed them by getting cheaper and adding more features and a smaller form factor and rechangeable batteries. And they did it all. But then I feel like when Contour went away, they really didn't have any competition. So GoPro just slowly started going downhill. But now they have competition with Insta360, so I wouldn't be surprised if the GoPro 12 or 13 or whatever the next version is that comes out probably solves a lot of these problems, because they quite literally have to now.
Yeah, right.
Let's see here. Let's hit on some of the topics before you guys get out.
Why would we do that?
Come on, man. Let's do it. Okay, so Google Gemini AI picture problem. You want to kick that one off?
I mean, I guess a little bit. Where'd I put the thing? I think everybody. I feel like everybody's kind of bumped into this story a little bit. This week was not good for tech news, I guess. I don't know, but yeah. So Google put out their Gemini thing. They rebranded Bard and they put out Gemini, their image generation thing, and it was bad.
It's like hallucinating. Multimodal, where it can do text and images and everything, or is
it's now their whole conglomerate AI stuff. Generative AI
used to be called Bard, now it's Gemini. Yep.
Yeah, and it was doing things like making the you ask for the founding fathers, and it looked like some Native Americans and black people and stuff like that, and it was just being really weird, and so they pulled it off. They pulled off the market, or I think they pulled it real fast on Thursday, and then I think they opened up a little bit of limited image generation now.
And it's important to say why they pulled it. It was because of Elon Musk complaining.
I guess in part, yeah. I do think just the public backlash in general.
Elon was the one that put it up to that level, though. He was the one.
And they're just. I feel like they're just rushing. I think a lot of these people are rushing too fast, just trying to put out their cool thing without really testing it very well. Like I think it was sometime last week or just at the end of week ago, ChatGPT went bonkers. Was just putting out all kinds of weird nonsense response, like literal gibberish, not just hallucination stuff, but like a weird repeating phrase over and over and over and over and over again. That kind of stuff. And I bet it had something to do with some update that they pushed and just went bonkers. They updated something.
I do remember that. I remember people saying they were getting responses that didn't even make sense to the question. Like literally it was responding to somebody else's question. Really or it'd be a long thing, and then a quarter of the way through it just starts repeating the same line over and over and over again. Stuff like that. But yeah, man, I think that people are just these companies are just going too fast. They're pushing this stuff out too quickly without really without testing it and stuff. I do want to go on record here though and say that Elon Musk is the least qualified person to be throwing shade at Gemini or OpenAI. He's suing OpenAI too, by the way. We'll talk about that in a second.
That was part. I was going to put that out there too, and I'm like, I don't understand, because the angle he's coming from of they're in breach of contract, they're not sticking to their original agreement of benefiting humanity, and I'm like, I think teaming up with Microsoft, and I mean they could be doing better. I think that they could be doing some things better to benefit humanity, like open sourcing all of their code the way Meta is doing, which is fucking blowing my mind how much Meta is actually helping to advance the generative AI stuff, for the whole community. That's really blowing.
And that's
my
Llama,
mind.
If you're wondering. Meta is Llama. That's their AI. Gemini is Google's, right? GPT is OpenAI. So GPT 3.5 and 4.0, and then 5 is coming soon. That's OpenAI. Then you have Grok and XAI, which are the same thing. They're just Elon can't make up his fucking mind what he wants to call it.
I'm pretty sure that's just a 3.5 API.
It already is. It's already been proven.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So, and you can prove it yourself. Just go there and just ask it.
Keep asking.
What are you based on? And it'll say, oh, I'm based on Grok version blah blah blah. What are you based on? Based on XAI version 1. What is that based on? What is that based on? Just keep saying that, and it'll eventually finally give you a final answer where it'll keep giving you the same answer, which is I'm based on an early version of ChatGPT 3.5 from OpenAI.
why not just spin out your own local or your own version of Llama or something and have it trained up on its own? Because
Elon had
he doesn't have the
old
money
copy that he got.
Yeah,
And
I'm
I'm not gonna say
I'm
that
sure.
he got it illegally, but I'm just saying OpenAI is not open source, and Elon Musk left the company before ChatGPT 2.0 was even a thing. 1.0 wasn't even a thing when Elon left the company. So the fact that he got a hold of a copy of the training for 3.5, and to be fair, all the questions people asked it did answer originally before he fucked up the training, and now it's misaligned.
So weird.
He had to, and again, he had to scramble, right? Because people were able to prove that it was a direct copy of the training from early GPT 3.5. And so he basically shoved all of the biased data from Twitter into it to train it without having humans oversee the bad decisions versus the good decisions. And then he poisoned it. So now the AI is just dumber than a rock and can't answer anything to save its life.
Yeah.
Check this out. I asked it who the founding fathers were. You know what it told me? Because Elon's up in arms like, oh my God, Google drawing black people as the founding fathers. That is so wrong. And they need to shut this down immediately. And this is so woke. You go to, he never even tried it on his own. You go to his own thing and you ask it. Not only can he not draw pictures because his AI can't even draw pictures because he has no dolly because 3.5 didn't have dolly multimodal. So not only can he not draw pictures, if you just ask the question, go ask Grok and say, hey, what were the founding fathers that signed the Constitution? It gives you 14 people, not 39 people, and half of them are wrong names.
It's just the famous ones.
Yeah, and but not even like half of the names that it lists are people that didn't even sign it. They're not even signers, but it'll reply and say these are the people that signed it, which is total bullshit. And so he didn't even check his own AI. Well, he's screaming like, you see, and he even said the same thing. This is why XAI is so important with how safe it is and how honest it is and blah blah blah. It's like, dude, it's not. If you run the same query on Grok as you run on OpenAI 3.5 or better or Gemini, you will get a more complete and more accurate answer from the other two AIs than Grok on every question you ask, including Twitter itself. And I proved it. All the receipts are out there. I showed everybody. I put screenshot after screenshot on X showing exactly what I queried across all three platforms and what the response was, completely unedited. And if you look at those, the one thing you're going to notice is he claims Grok can query live Twitter data, and that's what makes it so much better. He calls it baby AGI because it's operating on the pulse and the live communication of humans on the largest social media network on the planet. Whatever, Elon. But here's the thing. Ask it how many followers Elon has, and it'll reply back confidently. Elon has 150 million followers on the X platform.
Old data.
And then it like sucks his D, and it's like, oh, Elon is the greatest tech entrepreneur, blah, blah, blah. You may know him. I didn't ask that. I just asked how many followers he has. You go over to OpenAI or even the free service on Bing, you go to Bing Copilot and you ask the exact same question, cut and paste it. How many followers does Elon Musk have on Twitter? It comes back 170 million, which is correct. That is the correct figure. And it actually breaks it down and gives you information on like the timetable when he started getting the most followers and things like that, instead of just praising him and sucking his D. So here's the thing. He should not be out there throwing shade at these other AIs and continuously posting shit about XAI is so important and XAI is not going to be biased and it's going to give you the real information. It's going to give you the truth. And now he just said it's getting a feature where it can analyze any bill, like any bill in Congress, and then give you a breakdown summary of like exactly what you need to know about that bill. And it's like, but that's all going to be based on biased data you trained from the platform, which the algorithm already pushes out anything that you disagree with, which means any answer somebody gets is going to be what Elon Musk would tell you, not the truth. Mm-hmm. So I take issue with that, but I'm not worried about the lawsuit against OpenAI. That's going to be thrown away. If you guys know, Elon has a history of suing a lot of people. Like Elon is a very litigious person. A lot of rich people are that get rich by the way he did. He loses everything. He loses all of his lawsuits. He's going to lose this one too. It's just another frivolous slap suit to try to put heat on OpenAI and to try to force them to slow down by getting court orders to say that they can't progress until after a ruling is made, right? Because court moves slow. So if you can get a lawsuit to drag them down and hold them back. And the thing he's suing for, if you can guess, he's not suing for them to slow down or suing for them to like try. No, he's suing because he wants access to their technology because he believes everybody deserves to know how they run their business. He's like, we deserve all their algorithms to know how it works when he doesn't even publish his own algorithms for Grok. How does that work? So he has a for-profit AI and he's saying OpenAI deviated. They're no longer a not-for-profit AI. It's like, dude, you're a for-profit AI. Like you even said when you bought Twitter that your AI was going to be free and available to everybody, and now you have to buy premium to use it, and it's a piece of shit. So again, this is going to go nowhere. If anything, it's just going to slow things down for a little while because the slap suit. But I hope OpenAI countersues, because I would love to see that, because the one company on earth that can go toe-to-toe with Microsoft or go toe-to-toe with Elon is Microsoft. Microsoft has all the legal resources in the universe. So if Microsoft decides that they have to defend OpenAI against Elon Musk's lawsuit, Elon Musk is not going to like the million plus counter lawsuits that come out of that just keep him tied up in court for the rest of his natural life, because Microsoft knows how to play the same game Elon does. And so that'll be fun to watch. I'm looking forward to that. But it does show you one thing. Elon is scared shitless of OpenAI and the lead that they have on him.
Well, yeah.
And even if he got their information, it's not going to help him. If he slows down OpenAI, you already have Google, Gemini, and Facebook making huge leaps and bounds, and he's not suing them. So, and that's the part I don't understand, is he's saying that OpenAI is like advancing too fast and they're not taking safety steps and everything. It's like neither is Meta, neither is Google. Why isn't he suing them too?
I do think that there is something to be said about I think they're all being a little too quick in publicizing their advancements. I do agree. But I think as far as like the technology advancing in a general sense, I think is fine. Like, there's no stopping it. Like it's advancing as quickly as it can. Really, it's letting people play with it. I think the public play with it that is dumb. Because then you get stuff like what happened with Gemini, or what's happened with weird stuff when they try to put like chat bots onto Twitter in the past and things that, it becomes super bad. I think everybody's just trying to stay on top of to stay top of mind for people. And OpenAI and Google and Meta are all trying to battle each other. Actually, I think Meta is taking the best angle out of all of them.
Meta's open source, so their hands are untied. You can't stop their progress.
That and they're not trying to one up anybody.
No,
like I don't see any of the stuff any of the updates that Meta does like topping the list of articles and stuff. Is nobody's really talking about it, and I think it's because it's super open like that, because it's other people using the technology that tends to end up becoming like, oh, hey, look at me. And that's great. Like they're not super arrogant about it.
Well, look at their goal.
You see Google and OpenAI are just trying to one up each other as fast as they possibly can, and it's silly.
Facebook or Meta is not trying to create AGI. So OpenAI and Google are both doing the race for AGI, the general intelligence, like something that you can talk to like a human, that can learn like a human, and blah 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 blah. They're trying to approach it that way. Meta's kind of taking a different approach with the open source thing, where they're like, we're going to use the community as a whole to build and train something that's just really good at processing data, because ultimately what Meta wants is to use this for advertising and metrics, and their goal is to use it as an actual tool to make money. Like that's their entire drive. Like Meta doesn't give a shit about anything else other than making. Zuckerberg is just a big money hound, right? Tech and money hound. And he wants to farm as much personal information as humanly possible. So again, his goal isn't to try to create the best AI that wows people. He's trying to create the best AI for what his use case is, which is to leverage it against all the data on the social media platform to give him the answers to the questions that he needs answered and to help him move his business forward. Whereas Google and OpenAI, and I guess you could argue Microsoft now, because I don't know if you heard or not, but Microsoft decided to double dip and bring Mistral into the.
I did. I saw some mention of that when I was looking for some news.
They must be afraid OpenAI is heading for some rough waters, because they decided here. Let me see if I can find it. So Mistral is another open source AI that's available to the public. Like you can run it on your own computer. You can go download ML Studio, download the model. It's like, you can get it between 2 and 16 gigabytes or so, and query it locally. You don't even need to be connected to the internet. And so Microsoft wants Mistral because OpenAI is too big to run on a mobile device. So Microsoft wants to get into the AI client side, right? They needed the client side solution. OpenAI wasn't given that to them. So Microsoft's like, you know what? Instead of having OpenAI try to create like a separate, faster, localized, smaller version of GPT, which isn't a priority for them at all, why don't we just go pick up this Mistral AI, which can already run on a cell phone or a laptop? Let's go ahead and get in bed with them. So Microsoft and Mistral AI announced a new partnership to accelerate AI innovation and introduce Mistral's large to introduce Mistral Large, which is the big model, first on Azure. So they're going to be offering Mistral in addition to GPT to their customers on Azure. Now, this is really bad for OpenAI. OpenAI did not see this coming. They didn't get any heads up. Sam Altman was even like taken back by this in an interview. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Microsoft? We're like partners. We've built all this shit together. Why are you going and courting another, a competitor, our direct competitor? Because let's be honest, Mistral is a competitor to OpenAI.
Sure.
So, but the reason Microsoft is doing this is because one, Mistral is free. Mistral doesn't cost anything but the resources to run it. So, and they can train it and expand it themselves, which means Microsoft has a backup AI that can do everything they want to do, all the stuff ChatGPT does. It can do that. So now OpenAI loses a lot of leverage and negotiating power because Microsoft can just offer this to their customers through Azure, and they don't have to go, oh, if OpenAI goes down, our customers lose their AI access. So I think Microsoft wanted to make sure that they had the upper hand in negotiations. But I don't understand why they felt that they needed that in the first place, because let's be honest, OpenAI will never, ever get out from under their debt with Microsoft. It is
I bet.
They owe Microsoft somewhere to the tune of like $70 billion or something like that for all the infrastructure that Microsoft gave them to develop, train, and get this, AI out there. And then when they started selling it to customers to make money, Microsoft just undercut them and sold their service repackaged through Microsoft as Copilot for cheaper, for more service. But OpenAI is providing that service. So that doesn't make any sense, because like OpenAI can't sell their product, because every time they try to sell a service, Microsoft just sells the same service for cheaper, because Microsoft, they owe them so much money that Microsoft basically, they can go into the red all day and no big deal. They can lose money hand over fist. It doesn't make a difference. So there's no avenue for OpenAI to buy themselves out of debt, because they're always going to owe Microsoft. And if they owe Microsoft, that means Microsoft holds the majority share just by pure investment alone. And if Microsoft took down the infrastructure, OpenAI would be dead. OpenAI has no other place that has the power and the resources that they need to operate. They would be effectively dead overnight. So Microsoft put them in a bit of a pickle here, because now OpenAI, not only are they getting sued by Elon Musk, which again, I don't think that lawsuit will go anywhere, right? I think it's a big nothing burger. But Microsoft has basically said, OpenAI, just in case you guys are getting any ideas, or you're thinking you got like some leverage, or maybe you're not going to let us use GPT-5, or you're going to try to pull some bullshit, just know that we have your chief competitor AI is now partnered with us. We can just use that as a backup for all of our customers, so we no longer have to kowtow. So they have no negotiating power. OpenAI put themselves in a situation where they have zero negotiating power with their biggest investor, and they're just basically beholden to them. So Microsoft is a hard. Don't get into bed with Microsoft. You will lose. you will lose, because Microsoft has bested them all. So now you got Microsoft offering Mistral and OpenAI services. OpenAI can't pull away from Microsoft. Microsoft can pretty much run OpenAI. If Microsoft says OpenAI has to put a filter on, or they have to change something, or they have to add, some layer of protection on there, or add a bias into the training, like OpenAI has to do it. They don't have a choice. They don't, because if they don't do what Microsoft tells them to do, Microsoft holds all the chips here. Microsoft could just say, okay, well, we're just going to shut down your infrastructure, and we're going to go with Mistral now. And you guys can just go find somewhere else to sit, where I think Microsoft's the second largest data center on earth. So it's not like they're going to just go over to Amazon AWS and be accepted with open arms. Besides, Amazon making their own AI. Like, I'm pretty sure Amazon.
I'm sure
iron in the forge too.
Yeah.
So OpenAI, it's weird, because it's like OpenAI is only as big as they are today because of Microsoft. Like you can't argue that's not the case, because Microsoft literally provided all of the resources that OpenAI needed to make this happen. Now, OpenAI gave the intellectual property to make it happen, but without those resources and the training, OpenAI could not be what it is today. So you have to argue that Microsoft is the most important thing to OpenAI and where it is today. However, it did surprise me to see that Mistral partnered with Microsoft when they just had all that drama with Sam, which I think this also might be a part of that too. Because remember when the board tried to fire Sam Altman?
Yeah.
And Microsoft didn't even know about it. Like, Microsoft literally learned about it after Sam learned about it.
Yeah.
And Microsoft was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You got to hire him back. And they did.
Just come on over here. Yeah.
Yeah. It was so weird. That whole situation just was so, it made no sense. Like, I even speculated, but like nothing made 100% sense. It was like, why did this happen? But I think Microsoft is nervous now, because they're like, wow, OpenAI is doing some like really weird and unstable shit, and they can't make up their mind. And I think Microsoft felt after that all went down that there was a little too unstable, that they couldn't put all their eggs in one basket. And that's why Mistral is now in the picture. So as long as Mistral's in the picture, that means that Microsoft now has an out. If Microsoft wants to just dump OpenAI and just say, you know what, hey guys, we'll forgive half your debt, but we need all those resources back. They have nothing to train on. They have nothing to give to their customers. Their customers are all going to ask for refunds. They're not going to have enough money to refund all their customers, because they had what money and capital they had was to buy themselves out of Microsoft and to pay whatever bill was left. Even if Microsoft forgave the whole thing and just said, listen, you don't owe us anything. Just, we're going to wipe the ledger. Bye-bye. We don't want nothing to do with you. Sayonara. They still, I don't think, would recover from that at this point. unless some other huge company had the resources to pick them up and do the same thing, which I guarantee you, if Microsoft terminated the contract, they would write some bylaws into that exit contract that says you can't go fuck around with our direct competition, because that's pretty standard fare in these businesses. If you're fired or let go or laid off, it's like you can't work at the other company in the same capacity, or you can't use any of your knowledge that's proprietary to help a competitor for a period of time. So yeah, I'm curious how this is all going to go down. But I'll tell you what, Microsoft positioned themselves where they can't lose. Microsoft absolutely can't lose right now, because Mistral is the shit. OpenAI is the shit. Those are two arguably the best AIs. And
yeah, no, I think it's generally a good thing. I think
it'll be. It's definitely a good thing for Microsoft. It's not a good thing for OpenAI at all. But I think it will drive innovation.
Yeah.
And that's good, right? Like in the end, as long as the innovation gets driven, that's good. And it's going to light a fire again under Google, because here's the thing, is like Google's been playing catch up this whole time. Meta has been playing catch up this whole time. Now you have Microsoft with both Mistral and OpenAI, which means they can cross use those technologies. Like I'm sure that Microsoft deal allows them to say, hey, we're going to take a little from Mistral and bulk up OpenAI. We'll take a little from OpenAI, we'll bulk up Mistral. Maybe we'll use them together as agents. Maybe we'll create an Azure service that deploys agents that use Mistral's strengths and OpenAI's strengths to create GPT-6, or some variant of it. There's all kinds of potential for them to leverage these things together, where no other business would be able to do that, because they wouldn't be able to hold partnerships with two businesses like this that are competitors. Only Microsoft could do something like that. But I am curious how this, I need to read through it. I haven't read through it yet, because it does seem like a conflict of interest. Like if I was at OpenAI, I would definitely be upset with this, because I'm like, we had an exclusive arrangement with you guys to like do this OpenAI thing with you, and we both benefit from it hugely. And now you're like fucking around with our competitor that we're trying to kill and knock out of the market, not try to give them everything we have. Yeah. So I'm curious if that's going to lead to lawsuits or any bad blood between OpenAI and Microsoft. But I think Microsoft's pretty confident at this point that OpenAI does not hold any cards. OpenAI has no leverage, so they just have to go along and take it in the booty. But Sam has been bitching about it. I have seen a couple interviews, like clips of Sam going, they asked him like, oh, now Microsoft's with Mistral. What do you think about that? And he's like, oh, I don't understand it. I don't get what they're doing. Like, why are they doing this? It seems like he's pretty put off by it. James Janus said, you say Microsoft not want people to go work for direct competition. What about OpenAI, though? That is direct competition since they do not own OpenAI. Okay, what am I missing here? You say Microsoft not want people to go work for direct competition. What about OpenAI, though that is direct competition? What are you saying that OpenAI is direct competition to? Because OpenAI isn't direct competition to Microsoft. OpenAI is direct competition to Mistral. Microsoft has relationships with Mistral and OpenAI. So Mistral probably would have a problem with their employees going over and working for OpenAI, and OpenAI would probably have a problem with their employees going over and working for Mistral. But Microsoft's just a partner with both of them. So Microsoft probably wouldn't have too many. Now, Microsoft isn't going to want their employees going to OpenAI, like unless they want them to go there and they're placing them there on purpose. Like if they're leaving Microsoft to go take a job at OpenAI, even though they technically would still be benefiting Microsoft, they'd also be benefiting every other customer of OpenAI, which could be one of Microsoft's adversaries. So I still don't think that they'd be cool with that. So it does create a weird dynamic. Like I'm curious to see how this all plays out. I also feel like Microsoft just felt like it had all its eggs in one basket, and all the bad attention that's been on OpenAI lately, they're trying to insulate themselves from just being left holding the bag. Because if OpenAI dies, let's say it, I don't think it's going to happen, but let's say that because of all the instability in OpenAI and everything, the investors just start pulling out like crazy. People are like, they don't like it. Google's creating a good enough product, and Mistral are good enough that people are just abandoning OpenAI and running off the ship, and they can't make any money or whatever. Let's say OpenAI just dies. I don't think that would happen in the first place. But even if it did happen, I don't think Microsoft wants to be held in that position where it's like they just integrated Bing with OpenAI, Copilot, GitHub Copilot, all their training data. Like Microsoft has put all their eggs into this OpenAI. So if OpenAI people shy away from it and run away from it, or it gets a poison name, Microsoft gets screwed. Like OpenAI obviously gets screwed, but Microsoft gets screwed hard in that deal, because like Microsoft literally went into like $80 billion of debt to build OpenAI to where it is today without owning them, right? That was a big thing, is Microsoft wanted all the benefits without any of the downsides. So they're like, we don't own you, we just own you. And so if OpenAI goes away, that would leave Microsoft in a bad position. All their customers on Azure would no longer have an AI platform that they could pay Microsoft to use. Bing, all the integration with Bing, Windows 11 Copilot, even the operating system has fucking OpenAI in it. I think that they were to the point where they were like, shit, if anything happens to OpenAI or they keep going down this path with the media or Sam does stupid shit again and tries to quit or move to the enemy, that puts us in a bad situation. So they're like, how do we solve that? And I think the solution that they came up with was really clean. Let's just go to OpenAI's direct competitor that has similar capabilities, that ranks very similar, at least to ChatGPT 3.5. I don't know about 4.0. Let's go grab that, stick it in our back pocket, offer it on Azure. And because if it's in Azure, that means it's going to be fully API. Like they're going to have a full Azure API for it. That's the same API that they use for OpenAI. And by doing that, any customer, if OpenAI just pulled out, they could flip a switch and just move everybody over to Mistral and they wouldn't even know what happened. Like the only way the customers would know what happened is if Mistral answers the questions incorrectly and it breaks their software or whatever. Then they would know. But I'm just saying, if you have the option of just leaving your customer hanging high and dry, where it's like they have to go find their own external AI solution versus having something that you can just directly transfer them over to without changing pricing, without changing settings, that would be the better option. So I think Microsoft literally is just insulating themselves, and Mistral was a good option for that because it's open source. So they don't have to worry about like any liability of it being closed source or Microsoft controlling it or training it or getting sued by Elon Musk. It's like, yeah, you're not going to sue it. It's an open source technology. And now their customers have an alternative, which is good because having choices is always a good thing, especially it gives you more leverage. Yeah. All right, dude. Well, I know it's 2 p.m., so let's go ahead and get you out of here.
All right,
brother, and go enjoy the rest of your weekend. After I finish streaming today, I'm going to go set up that TV and I'll let you know how it goes.
Yeah, man. That's going to be cool.
Yeah.
Right on.
After you're gone, I'll tell them about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks everybody for stopping by. It's always good chatting with you people. It's good to tech talk today. Like as always, I'm AuxxZillary everywhere. Same spelling as here and Twitter and all that jazz. Usually without the space though, because usernames don't like spaces. So right on. Thanks everybody. Bye.
All right. Peace out, brother. Enjoy your weekend. All right. Let's go into Barnacules large vision here. Oh, and then there was one. Old Barnes. Here, let me zoom this out a little bit. All right. So, sorry if I'm a little blurry there. So, a TV has arrived. So if you guys haven't been following along, I've been having really bad problems with my 7+ year-old screens that I installed 7 years ago. I bought all 3 screens at the same time. They're all the same model. They all have the same firmware. The only difference between the screens is the serial numbers. 2 of them have incredibly close serial numbers, and one of them has a serial number that's out of ways. So 2 of them were manufactured right next to each other. The other one wasn't. The 2 that were manufactured right next to each other all have the lenses, the little lenses that are glued onto the backlight in the panel that diffuse the light. Those all fell off. The adhesive failed. So, well, I shouldn't say all. Let's say 80% of them on each screen. So when I look at my screen, I just see rows, horizontal and vertical rows. It looks like Braille of really bright white spots. And then around it, it gets really dark because the diffuser would equally distribute the light so that it looked like the whole back was evenly lit. But when the cap fell off, now it's like a flashlight shining straight out, and then you're not getting enough light around it. And so it leaves these white spots. I have pictures. If you guys want to see, just go scroll my feed on X or Twitter and you'll see them. So, yeah, I didn't get so here's the problem though. I reached out to Samsung and the TVs are way out of warranty, but I figured I'd reach out to them, see if there's anything to do, maybe sell me a new model at price or whatever. They're still looking into it, by the way. They still haven't given me a definitive answer. As a matter of fact, let me go check right now and see if they've responded since. Let's see, anything yet? Nope. The last message I got from is thanks for the information provided. We're reviewing this information with our team and trying to get back to you shortly with some solutions. So I sent them all the pictures, and it's really bad, guys. It's really, really bad. Like these screens, it is painful to sit in front of these screens and look at the image with like all these super bright dots all over the place. It's very distracting. So, but the screens are also super dark because the LEDs have gotten weak over time and it doesn't produce half the light that they did originally. But I want to be clear here. I want to be clear here. These are 7-year-old screens and they are out of warranty. So I'm not going to sit here and go, oh, Samsung needs to replace them I will admit they're defective, like clearly. And I looked online and I'm not the only one having this problem. There's entire threads for this specific model and size of TV where this happens to everybody. So what it is for a certain run of the TVs, they used an adhesive that was too weak, or they didn't apply enough of the adhesive when they were putting the lenses on the LED strips, and then they corrected it later. So the earlier TVs or the earlier batch numbers, those ones have this problem where after, for some people it happened in the first 2 years, but between 2 and 5 or 6 years, these little things start popping off, and you can hear them every once in a while. Like every once in a while, it sound like popcorn. You'll hear a pop, and then you'll hear clink, 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 clink in the TV, and it's the little plastic cap popping off the LED and then falling down into the TV. So if I opened up the TV, there'd be a bunch of little plastic caps on the bottom of it. They're lenses. So yeah, Mad Brad, I just got out of a pool. Yep, I was just swimming earlier, so that's why I got my towel. Good eye, bro. Good eye. So anyways, the TVs, two of the three have this problem. So I reached out to Samsung. Long story short, we went back and forth about 20 different times where they kept asking me the same questions. They're like, oh, could you plug in a different console? Could you plug in a different computer? Could you change some settings? I'm like, listen, guys, I even pointed them to the forum that showed exactly, like somebody actually opened up the TV, showed inside of it what the problem was. And so I could physically show them exactly what was happening, but they kept getting a new representative that would just ask me the same thing. They wouldn't go through, they wouldn't read the ticket, they wouldn't do anything. Just, oh, did you try going into menu and reset picture settings? That usually fixes it. It's like, oh my God. So I got so pissed off. I was like, listen, guys, stop running me in circles. I posted all the pictures of the screens, doing all the bad things, putting them through their test modes, gathering all the serial numbers, copying the serial numbers off the back. I mean, the whole gamut. I spent like hours gathering all of the data. I sent it to him. I said, listen, now you have everything in one place. Do not ask me to plug in any more shit. Do not ask me to reset any more settings. This is a hardware issue. I have shown you every piece of evidence. All I want from you is options. And that's okay. You can tell me warranty expired. Fuck you. We can't do nothing. You could tell me that, yes, that is a defective TV that was recalled. We can fix it. Or we can replace it with another TV. Or we can even sell you a TV at a steep discount or whatever to replace the screens because they are defective. I just want my options. Stop running me around and make me do the same shit. So that's been going on for a better part of half a week now. Actually, to be true, it's over a month because I've started this conversation with him before. It went in circles. I got frustrated, walked away, and then came back later and restarted it. So now, on a different note, these screens are very old. To be fair, these are 7-year-old screens. They don't have HDR. They're only 60 hertz. I think they're only like 350 or 400 nits of brightness, if that. They have bad uniformity. They let's see what else. No HDR, no FreeSync, nothing. They're just basic Samsung. I don't know what the panel technology is. I'm gonna say IPS, seeing as the viewing angle is pretty good on them. But yeah, they're just basic IPS screens with, and they don't have very many zones. I can count the zones. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 by 9 would it be 72? 8 times 9. Yeah, so 72 backlights. So there's only 72 dimming zones on the screen. So they're very old. But they were good at the time when they first came out. And I want to say when they first came out, I think I paid like $750 a screen, and that was 7 years ago. So they were considered a budget screen even back then. So I was like, if I just replace these, even if I could, there's no way to find these screens anymore. They've been out of production for years and years and years. So, but if I bought a comparable screen to these today, it would still be 60 hertz. It wouldn't be 120 hertz. It wouldn't be HDR, and it would still have no dimming zones, no FreeSync, none of that. It'd be a basic screen. So I was like, well, money, I'm in a bad financial situation right now. So I have to be really careful with my money because any bad decision I make that doesn't end up making me more money in the end will screw me. So normally I would just replace all 3 screens like I did with the LG C1s a couple of years ago. And then I sent them back, and that was took 6 months. Costco fucked everything up with the return system. Took 6 months to get my money back. By the time I got my money back, I couldn't even buy 3 new screens because the money was already allocated to something else because another screen died, the one in the bedroom. And this is when I was having a bunch of the back problems that I'm still dealing with today. So it's like the TV in the room was like the only thing I could use a computer on. So that kind of took priority. So fast forward to today. Now I can't afford to replace all 3 screens right now. I can't afford to replace, with a fancier screen than what I already have. So I asked people, I put a feeler out there. I was like, hey, what kind of screens are out there now that give you like the most bang for your buck as far as a PC monitor? Because that's all I use them for. I don't give a shit about if they have a shitty menu system or advertisements up the wazoo in their built-in system or no apps or whatever. I don't care about any of that. I'm literally just using them as monitors. All I need is one port that's HDMI 2.1. Some nice to haves would be 120 hertz, HDR, and FreeSync. Those 3 things would be absolutely phenomenal. And 4K. I need 4K resolution because obviously anything under 4K on a screen that's 50 inches is going to be terrible sitting this close. So what I did is I asked a bunch of people on the live stream on Wednesday, and I got some links to some good TVs. Somebody linked to TCL, somebody linked to Vizio, and somebody linked what was the other one? Hisense or something? Hisense. These are brands I've never dealt with, right? These are like the I've always seen LG and Samsung, right? Anything outside of that, maybe Sony, but outside of that wheelhouse, I really had no experience. However, there is one screen that is super cheap, that's on massive sale right now, that has both amazing reviews and horrible reviews at the same time, which is actually pretty typical for screens, but overall very highly reviewed. But I can't find any videos on YouTube of people using it as a computer monitor. I can only find a couple of videos of people using it for like PlayStation 5. So using it as a computer monitor is a whole different can of beans. Leg is much more sensitive to leg using it with a computer and a mouse and keyboard. How does text look? How, the uniformity, the sharpness of the text. Can you turn off all the internal screen processing, all that shit? Like, I couldn't find anything on this stuff, right? So image retention. No, I don't have an image retention problem. There's no image retention problem on any of these screens, but that is the right model number, the JS7000, my old screen that I'm using right now. So I somebody mentioned this Vizio screen, and it's called the Vizio MQX, and I'll get you guys a link to it. So, and right now it's like I'm money is like super bad right now. So, and look into the future, it's like everything I spend now, I get scared and anxiety because I'm like, I'm reducing my runway. Like before, we're already gonna have to tap my 401k just to survive this year. But I'm like, I have to replace these screens because if you put them in the background of a YouTube video, it literally just looks like an array of dots. It's just like a bunch of really bright dots on both of the screens, and the image is super distorted. And if you put that in the background of a YouTube video, that's all people are going to leave comments about the entire video. Trust me, from experience doing this for a long time. Having a nice wallpaper is one thing, but if they see all these dots everywhere and everything you're doing and recording the screen and you doing stuff on it has these fucking dots on it, people are going to go nuts. So I have to replace the screens. So, and plus it's not just that, the middle screen is flickering. The corner of the screen flickers when you power it on. You have to bang on it a bunch to get it to stop flickering. So there's a weak solder joint on the LED zone down in the corner. Only one of the screens actually still looks pretty good. It's got a cluster of dead pixels, but other than that, it doesn't have the same problem with the caps falling off, and so the image is fairly uniform. So that one this one I can still use. So I could technically get away with two screens. It's just they're gonna look completely different, and it's gonna just drive my OCD nuts. But whatever, it doesn't matter. So for my budget, I found a screen called a Vizio Vizio. Is it MQX? Vizio, MQX series. I was right. Okay, so let me grab a link to this and I'll show you guys. And by the way, I'm not saying you should go buy this TV, mainly because there's only a couple left in stock, at least here, and I got to make sure that I get the next one if it turns out working good. But this screen right here, I decided, you know what I'm going to do is instead of ordering all three screens and giving myself a financial aneurysm, even though they're cheap, they're on sale for 21% off right now for $498. So under $500 per screen for a 50-inch screen. But not only is it 50-inch, it's HDR10, Dolby Vision, FreeSync, and it does 120 hertz at 4K and 240 hertz at 1080p. So this is basically a TV. It's a 2023 model. It's literally designed to be for gaming on PS5 and stuff that does 120 hertz, because only consoles and PC do 120 hertz. So it's a TV that was primarily designed for console gaming and computers. Every other TV I found in the $500 to $600 price range, anything really under $700 was not 120 hertz. It was only 60 hertz. So this has double the frame rate of anything else in its price class, and it's hundreds of dollars cheaper. So the next closest Samsung, like if you look at the Samsung that matches this thing on specs, but just has 60 hertz instead of 120 hertz, that Samsung TV is $250 more per screen. So I was like, this is a good deal. I don't give a shit if it says Vizio, right? It's got a thin border. Everybody says it's a massive TV that's like super heavy. It's obviously to keep the price down. They didn't use all the latest and greatest technologies. It doesn't have a very big array of backlights, so it is going to have a lot of blooming on dark screens and stuff, but I'm okay. I'm fine with that. It's like, as long as it's got 120 hertz and HDR, I can live with the other shortcomings as long as the screen is sharp. Hey, thank you, George. I appreciate that. So I took the leap of faith during the stream on Wednesday, and I ordered one up right after the stream. It just arrived today. So after the stream, I'm going to go have some lunch and then I'm going to fuck with it. So if it works, if I hook it up on the desk and I plug it in, I put it through its paces, and it's got good text, it doesn't have ghosting, the brightness is at least acceptable. I'm not going to be measuring it like I did the LCC one. Like I fully accept that this screen is going to look nothing like an LGC one. It's not even going to look nearly as good as my TV I have in my bedroom. Like I'm already fully lowered my expectations to say this is a $500 screen, not a $1,500 screen. I am planning on getting 3 of these screens at some point for the price of a single 150-inch screen that would be considered a mid to top tier. So they can do this, that has the same features. So I'm really nervous that I'm going to hook this up and it's going to suck royal ass. However, a lot of people in the reviews that give it a positive rating specifically used it on PC. And they said that the reason most people are reviewing it poorly is because they don't know to turn the sharpness to 0. They don't know how to enable the 120 hertz, or they're using a cable that's not capable of it. They're not enabling 4x4x4 chroma, which prevents the text ghosting issue. There's all kinds of things you have to do when using a TV as a computer monitor to get it to look like a monitor, right? There's a lot of processing TVs do to make sources look better than they're supposed to. But they backfire on PC dramatically. On a PC, you just want pixel accurate reproduction. You don't want anything else. Also, people complained about the lag on the TV, but it turns out that the lag is linked to some of the video modes I will never use. It's only the low frame rate video modes, which I'll never use on this TV. And so a lot of people gave it a bad score because of that. But I was like, well, that doesn't matter to me because I'm only using it in the high refresh rate modes, which actually do have low latency. So that's what I want. So I'm really hoping this works out, because if this thing actually works. Oh, you had one caffeinated octane? Awesome, dude. Did you ever use it on a PC? So I'm hoping that the bad reviews that I've seen, I'm really, really hoping that the bad reviews that I've seen on this thing are because people didn't know to turn sharpness to 0. They didn't know to turn game mode on. They didn't know to turn off the internal processing. They didn't know to set 4x4x4 chroma. They didn't know to turn it to HDMI 2.1 on the port, because by default it does 2.0 so that it doesn't black screen on old peripherals that most people have. Like, there's a whole bunch of shit and knowledge that I have that these people don't, because I've been using TV screens for monitors for the better part of 12 years now. So I hope this works. If this works and I end up having a TV that's 120 hertz, 50-inch HDR that works under Windows on my graphics card, and it ends up looking reasonably good, nice, sharp, crisp text, good motion. If that ends up working out, then I'm going to order at least 1 more and possibly 2 more. But I'll probably just order 1 more first while the sale is on. And then just live with the 1 screen that isn't too damaged, and just have that off to the side for like looking at it, because I'm not planning on doing much surround gaming. I used to do a lot of surround gaming, like playing Flight Simulator across 3 screens and stuff. It's really cool. But the truth is, I prefer VR. Like for gaming, most games, as long as it's a first person type game, I prefer VR. So I'm just going to throw on a VR headset if I want to be immersed. I'm not going to use the screen. So I'm okay with just gaming on a single screen for the regular gaming I do. And then the other 2 screens are going to be my tertiary screens for putting up documentation and other things and music and all the stuff that I normally kick off when I'm live streaming. I have chat, I have activity window, I have OBS studio, I have the dashboard, and then I leave the center screen open so I can have a full screen web browser and everything like that. So, but what I'm going to do right now is test the screen today. And if the screen tests well, then I'll make the final decision on if I'm going to order 1 or 2 more. If it doesn't test well, then I only ordered 1 screen, so I can just box it up, get an RMA, only have to haul 1 box up to the store to drop it off, to return it. And then I'm back on the hunt again. So I figured that was the better way to do it. So part of me wanted to get all 3 screens. If I was in a better financial situation, I would have just got all 3 screens and then just mailed them back if they didn't work out. But because of the debacle with the LGC ones a couple of years ago, my back was so bad I couldn't even get all 3 TVs back in the boxes, and it took like 4 days for me to even get them boxed up, and I couldn't even get them outside. I had to get the person to come into my house to help me haul them out to get them into their truck to take them back. I was like, I don't want to go through that again. So I'm going to just test the 1 screen first and see how it goes. So I will keep you guys completely updated and let you know if it's awesome. Because if it is awesome, then I'll probably do a review video on it, because I definitely need to recoup my money. And a lot of people would really love to know if there is literally a under $500 option for a 50-inch 120 240 hertz gaming monitor that has Dolby Vision, HDR10, and FreeSync. These are all like premium features that you'd find. Like the cheapest next TV that has all these same features is like $900. So this is basically a half price TV, and it has a Samsung panel. So the only thing it's lacking, I will say though, and I think this is why it's so cheap, is it only has like, I think 48 dimming zones or something like that, which I'm not sure how that works with HDR. I don't know how you have HDR content. The only thing I can think of is that they have a mask, because it is QLED, so they're using quantum dots. They're probably using the quantum dots as a mask to reduce the brightness in the areas where you don't want light to bleed through, so you don't need like a million mini LED backlights like you do in the higher end Samsung panels. But that's the one thing I'm a little worried about, is that it has less dimming zones than I've ever seen on any TV, but my guess is it doesn't really need them. But we're going to find out. But I can tell you right now, you're not going to find another screen. You will not find another screen for under $500 that is 50-inch, 120 hertz, and 240 and 1080p. So 240 hertz and 1080p, that's crazy. With the HDR10 and all that shit. So it's like this TV was designed to work with an Nvidia graphics card. So I'm really... And the ratings are good. 573 readings, 4.5 stars. As far as screens go, that's really good. The Artings review puts it almost completely in the green. I mean, it's not at the top of green for any of the categories, so it's not considered like a flagship TV. But everything I've seen where people have been using it and playing on PlayStation 5, everything's been good. But there is one slight thing that I'm really hoping is a non-issue. The people that give it a bad review all say that it doesn't do 120 hertz for real. They say that when they put it into 120 hertz, it still says 60 frames per second. Now, I am almost 100% sure that that's user error. They're either not using the right cable, they're not setting the settings right, because there are some things you have to do in Windows to get to 120 hertz, or it'll only show 60 hertz. I already dealt with that on a Samsung Q800 screen, so I already know what I have to do. I'm really hoping all those bad reviews were just people that did not understand how to get it to run in those modes with a PC. Because if it turns out that it doesn't do 120 hertz properly, and HDR doesn't work in 120 hertz, and FreeSync doesn't work in 120 hertz, and all these other random things I've read in a couple of really bad reviews, then that's a deal breaker and it goes right back in the box. Because the only reason I'm getting this screen over some other screens that are $500 that have a couple, slightly better specs in other areas is because this one does 120 hertz. And I really want 120 frames per second. If you've ever gamed on 60 hertz versus 120, it is a massive difference. Like massive. Now, some people claim they don't see it as much as others, and if you use FreeSync, 60 hertz can sometimes look like 120 hertz. But playing on a PlayStation 5, for instance, at 120 frames per second, or even on my PC playing Forza Horizon 5 at 120 frames per second with FreeSync enabled, is the smoothest experience I've ever seen in my life. It is just butter. It literally adds a whole different dimension, and it makes the game feel like it has a lot less lag, especially in driving games and stuff like that where precision is really required. You definitely notice like the difference between 60 and 120 is quite a lot. But I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't care about the Chromecast built in. I don't care about their shitty menu system that everybody complains about on Vizio. Apparently Vizios have like the worst app screens and worst menu interface and worst apps and blah, blah, blah. I don't care about any of that. And it only has one port that can do 120 hertz. The other ports can't, which some people left reviews like, oh, I plugged it into port 1 and I can't get 120 frames per second. It's like, yeah, but the first thing you read on manual page 1, and it's even on the box, is only one input is HDMI 2.1. The rest aren't. The rest can't do that. And only one is eARC too, meaning you can use the remote and pass it through to that device. That's incredibly common on cheaper screens. Only the expensive screens have multiple ports that support HDMI 2.1 and eARC because they have to pay a license per port. So it makes the TV exponentially more expensive when you give it that functionality to every port instead of one. So what you do is you just get the one port and then you get a port multiplier or a switcher. And now you can have as many HDMI 2.1 ports as you want. You're just not going to be using the internal menu on the TV to switch between sources. You're going to be using an external mechanism. And you're going to save a shitload of money. So, but also my TV in my room, my Q850, Samsung Q850, it does 120 hertz at 4K, but it only does 120 hertz at 1080p also. So this is the first TV I've seen that can do 240 hertz. I mean, granted at 1080p, but still 240 hertz at 1080p, that's going to look pretty damn baller in a lot of games, especially if you're doing like retro emulation and upscaling and stuff like that. That's going to be cool. So I do remember Walmart just bought Vizio. Yep. So I am literally going to be replacing my Samsung screens on one of YouTube's most recognizable wall screen gaming setups back before anybody else was really doing this. I am going to be replacing that with literally the most budget version of it that can possibly exist. And I'm okay with that because desperate times call for desperate measures. I am now my health is failing. My future is failing me. My finances are failing me. So it's time for Jerry to switch from having the best of everything to having the thriftiest possible way to get the most bang for the buck. So if you used to watch me just to see like the most expensive things ever, you'll probably still see that at some point from companies just sending me shit to review. But if it's something I'm buying, you're probably going to be seeing the most bang for your buck category moving forward, with very few exceptions. And those exceptions obviously are going to be like, keyboards, mice, things that you interface with that actually make a huge difference in your life, phones, things of that nature. But like, if I can get away with saving 50% of the cost of something by just having like the shittiest brand name on it humanly possible, I'll go that route. I have no problem with that. Poor people for life, brother. Poor people for life. Jim Tech said, I do not understand how somebody can tie hertz to frames per second. I can get over 100 frames per second on 60 hertz display. That aspect confuses me. That's because if you get 100 frames per second on a 60 hertz display, you're still only getting 60 frames per second. If you get 100 frames per second on a 120 hertz display, you're actually getting 100 frames per second. So it is confusing to some people, but a hertz is a cycle. So with VSync enabled, if your video source can produce 120 frames within that second, and your screen can do 120 cycles within that second, and each cycle is within that 1 hertz range, then you will display each and every frame of that animation without dropping any of them. However, if you have a 120 FPS, but you only have a 60 hertz screen, then every second frame is not being displayed by the screen. That frame is effectively not being sent or being sent into the ether and never being rendered. So it's just wasted. So exactly, 60 hertz means that it can only show a maximum of 60 frames per second. Exactly. Let's see here. Cryptopsy said, but 100 frames per second still gives you lower game latency than if you're running your game at 60 frames per second, but you won't see all those 60 frames per second. Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because your computer is generating the 100 frames per second, but the time that it's taking for that frame to render on the monitor so that your eyes can see it, which tell your hand to react to it, that adds latency. So you're right. If you can send 100 frames to the screen and it can only display 60 of them, you still have to factor in that you're still only able to see 1 frame, or you're only able to see 60 frames per second. So if you could see 120 frames in that same second, you would have lower latency as far as to your eye and to the mouse. So it is a huge, it's a massive difference. Let's see here. So but you are correct. If your graphics card can send 100 frames per second, the graphics card will generate each frame faster, thereby there will be a lower latency from the graphics card rendering the frame. But when you look at the round trip latency, where it has to be displayed on the screen for your eyes to observe it, to act, and then move to the mouse, whatever additional time it takes for that frame to be displayed because your screen can't wipe and refresh fast enough is going to add to your input lag. So Theodore said, yep, increasing the frame rate of your monitor will have significant higher effects, will have a significantly higher effect to latency. Oh yeah, 100%. Way more than generating the frames without them being displayed. Jim's text said, so I have been wasting GPU time for quite a few years now. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you have VSync, if you have a game that can generate 100 frames per second, but your monitor can only do 60, in many cases, enabling VSync actually gives you a better experience with less latency, because it's actually frame timing each frame to the screen. Whereas if you can generate 100 frames in the time that it needs 60 frames, it is possible for those frames to be out of sync, that you are effectively jumping frames. And because you're jumping over those frames and it's rendering one frame and it's making a bigger jump from one frame to another, you will see more micro stutter than you would had you had VSync guaranteeing that each frame that was generated was perfectly time sliced to one frame in advance. So, but a lot of people don't like to use VSync because VSync also wastes a little bit of power, or processing power, because VSync is actually trying to time the frame delivery to the TV. So there is actually dead time where the graphics card's not doing something that it could be doing. But you can also enable things like double and triple buffering, which can allow you to generate those frames ahead of time so that they're always in the queue and they're always available. And then VSync can just rattle one off 60 times a second or 120 times a second, depending on what you have it set for. But my experience has been that VSync operates differently in every game. It just depends on the game. It depends on what it's bound to, GPU or CPU bound. what resources are available on the computer. I've seen games that are perfectly smooth with VSync disabled, like GTA 5, where for me it stutters like hell on one of my computers with VSync enabled. I've seen other games like Flight Sim 2020 with VSync makes it look exceptionally smooth when you have FreeSync enabled. But then you disable VSync and it gets these little micro stutters and chops, even though it's actually running at a higher frame rate. So it just depends. So I tell people to play with it. I tell people try VSync on and try VSync off, because depending on the game or depending on the application that you're running, it can help or it can hurt. Like, it's not a consistent thing. Vizio has good backlight strubbing, also Barnacules, good for emulation at 60 frames per second. Oh, that's good. Is that like their version of black frame insertion? Like where it's basically blacking out the screen to prevent the ghosting and persistent vision effect without killing all the brightness of the screen. Let's see here. However, if your GPU can produce a significantly higher FPS than the monitor can display, the fact that it limits the FPS and doesn't generate extra frames can prolong the life of your GPU. I mean, that's true. There are benefits to not running your GPU at its highest possible frame rate when you can't display it. Like, you are going to get diminishing returns. And then the other thing too is, if you have your GPU going balls out at 100% trying to generate as many frames as humanly possible, you could see a more detrimental effect as you're transitioning to a harder workload, because now the GPU is already running at its absolute max and now it's having to pull a lot of frames per second or whatever to equalize. Whereas if you were just rendering the 60 frames per second consistently, the GPU would have enough headroom that as it was coming up on it, it could take on that extra load without necessarily having to drop down so low first. So again, depends on the game, depends on how the render model works, depends on what features are enabled. It depends on, are you buffering 1, 2, or 3 frames ahead? What, if you're doing VR, you can't buffer as many frames without causing motion sickness. But if you're using a monitor and you're not super sensitive to micro lag, then buffering 3 frames can actually completely neutralize the micro stutter in a game, I found. So, and if you want to know where those settings are, they're in NVIDIA control panel. Open up, I'm sure AMD has a counterpart. But in NVIDIA control panel, just go into 3D settings, do custom, click on the game that you want to apply it to, scroll down, and then enable there should be buffering, and then you can change it from 1 frame, 2 frame, or 3 frame look ahead. And that's basically tells the GPU to render 3 frames in advance from where the game actually is. And if the game actually supports it, it will allow it to render ahead. So, but it will add lag. There's no way to do that without adding input lag. It's similar to enabling smooth motion on a TV. Like, you have one of those TVs that can only physically take in 60 hertz, but it's actually sending 120 hertz to the screen. They usually call it smooth motion or interpolation. It can make everything look really smooth, but just remember, it is a predictive model. It's not operating on physical data that's coming from there. And that predictive model is adding lag because it's having to guess a couple of frames ahead, which means that it's starting the rendering later. So you're perceived later. You're seeing a frame that was generated not now but 3 frames ago is what you're seeing, because it's the graphics card's already rendering the current frame, but it's not ready to show it to you yet because it's buffering it. I'm horrible at explaining this, by the way, but the gist of it is the lower look ahead buffer you have, the lower the overall round trip latency is going to be. However, you may experience some micro stutter. However, if your CPU is good enough, your memory is good enough, your graphics card is good enough that you're not bottlenecking for your current settings that you have on any of those levels, the most advantageous thing is no buffering at all, like disable buffering entirely, enable the ultra latency mode, which disables a bunch of the other post-processing effects, and you will get the best experience possible. Unless the game itself has coding problems, which can also cause micro stutter. There's a lot of games that micro stutter that have nothing to do with your CPU, have nothing to do with your RAM, have nothing to do with your GPU. It just has everything to do with the way the game was developed. They have too many operations that can potentially stall. And when you're in a game loop, anytime you're doing something 160 or 100 times a second, you have to make sure that it can get through and do it 60 or 100 times per second. So if you put something in there that has to wait on another thing finishing, and that other thing has to finish before it can proceed and render the next frame, you're going to get a micro stutter. So when you're developing a game, the best thing that you can possibly do is avoid those circumstances by using queuing. So you basically say, I'm not going to wait for this thing over here to be rendered. I'm going to keep rendering the go through the world loop as fast as possible. And anytime I need to render something that's going to take longer than the maximum amount of time that I have before I need to draw the next frame, I'm just going to farm that out to a queue on another thread, let that happen separately, and then I'll pick it up the next round. Now that can lead to things like ghosting or things popping in and popping out of an environment, and it maybe it not being so smooth or cohesive, but it'll get rid of the micro stutter. And honestly, a lot of these operations, you're not even going to notice. You're not even going to notice the thing popping in a frame late or popping in a frame early. What you're going to notice, though, is the micro stutter if that frame entirely gets skipped. Jim's text said, like on older games like Freelancer or Half-Life, a newer GPU will get over 300 frames per second. Should I turn on VSync to make them look better? I mean, the cool thing about VSync is it guarantees that as long as the frame is rendered and in the buffer before you hit the refresh cycle, the screen will display that frame, which means that you are displaying all 60 frames that are being rendered by the world clock. Like precisely the loop is running so that one frame is generated on board and sent to the screen every single time the screen can get a frame. That's going to give you the smoothest possible experience for the given frame rate that your screen supports. However, if you're in a situation where there's certain times in the game where you overload your CPU or overload your GPU and the frames drop below 60 frames, but not only under 60 frames, but also to where there's gaps in between the frames where it needs more than 100% of the time between those frames to render the frame and have it ready, that means that frame doesn't get displayed. That means you persist the last frame, skip over it, and then finally draw the frame when it's done being rendered. In those, or you throw it out entirely if it's been too long, because you don't want to create that rubber band effect. So VSync, as long as your computer can do it, with VSync, you should, if all things equal, all things implemented correctly, VSync should give you the best option. However, there's a new technology called, newish, called G-Sync and FreeSync. And G-Sync and FreeSync are a different play on VSync. So the way VSync works is VSync looks at the time, your monitor has a timing chip, and the monitor basically pulses one of the pins or sends a signal back through the protocol that says, listen, I am ready for a frame. And then the computer goes, here's a frame. And then it says, I am ready for a frame. And the computer says, here's a frame. And by doing that, it's in sync with the monitor. So the monitor always has a new frame of data to display on deck so that it can flash it on the screen right when it's able to. And then it's ready to take the next frame again, at 1/60th of a second or 1/120th, whatever the rate is. The cool thing about FreeSync and G-Sync is it changes that to a dynamic operation. So instead of the monitor saying I can display a frame every 1/60th of a second or 1/120th of a second, FreeSync says, graphics card, how many frames can you generate a second at any given time? And then it pulses the monitor and says, I need you to display this frame now. I need you to display this frame now. So it's the opposite direction. So now what's happening is you get no frame drop. So because it's every frame it's sending to the monitor is being displayed. But that's because your graphics card is coordinating the monitor to say, is everything ready? So your monitor is effectively changing its frame rate dynamically. Whereas a monitor would normally refresh 60 times a second. With FreeSync, if you're sending it 60 frames, it's refreshing at 60 frames. If you up that to 80 frames, now it's 80 frames, 43 frames, now it's 43 frames. So now as the frame rate is dynamically changing throughout the game and getting lower and higher, the screen performance is dynamically increasing and decreasing also, so that every frame that's sent to the monitor is being displayed with nothing being skipped, not a lot of micro stutter, and it can give the illusion of a higher frame rate because you don't have these frames. Because even if you can give 60 frames, if any of those 60 frames within that second are off, one frame taking longer than the next frame, it could still get lost and not get displayed. So even though you sent it 60 frames and it can display 60 frames per second, it doesn't necessarily mean every one of those frames is going to align with one refresh, 1/60th of a second refresh. So FreeSync and G-Sync are cool because they talk to the monitor and say, hey, listen, monitor, we need you to dynamically change how many times you're cycling a second to suit exactly how many frames we can generate in that time. And it's constantly negotiating that. So, and that's why if you ever bring up the frame rate the frame rate gauge on a TV or meter that has FreeSync or G-Sync, it'll show the frame rate changing dynamically. So it'll say frame rate's now 48, 90. It's not the game that's telling you the frame rate. That's the TV telling you the frame rate. And the reason it knows the frame rate is because FreeSync through the game is talking to the monitor, or through the driver, but the game is using it. And it's telling you how many frames the TV is receiving because it's altering its refresh rate to display each and every single one of those frames up to its max. Obviously, if it can only display 120 frames per second and you have FreeSync enabled, what that's going to do is tell the game not to exceed that 120 frames per second, because then you defeat the purpose, right? It's like only generate as many frames per second as the screen can handle. But I will say that FreeSync and G-Sync does make things look a lot smoother. Like, and it does pretty much neutralize stutter unless you get down like under 60 frames per second. Like, because the neat thing is, even at 60 frames per second with FreeSync enabled, a lot of the time it looks like it's 120 frames per second. And the reason it looks like that is because a lot of the times that we're gaming without FreeSync at 60 frames per second, we're not truly showing 60 frames per second. It's like, yes, we're sending 60 frames to the monitor. And yes, the monitor can display 60 frames in a second. But if any of those frames that are being generated are outside of their 1/60th of a second that they have to be displayed, they ultimately will not get displayed, causing a jump effect and causing a stutter. So there's a lot of times when you're displaying with VSync on and 60 frames per second, there are still a lot of times where things are just enough at a time that it's not being guaranteed to be displayed. You're just getting better, but it's not guaranteed. So VSync is the shit, though. That's why I wanted to make sure any new TV I got had FreeSync. FreeSync is the shit. That's why I wanted to make sure any new screens I got VSync, because it just makes everything smoother, even at lower frame rates. Like I played Ratchet and Clank on PlayStation 5, and Ratchet and Clank PlayStation 5, when you put it in cinematic mode, which the graphics are absolutely gorgeous. Oh my god. There's times where the frame rate can jump as much as 40 to 60 frames per second, but you don't notice it. Like when you're playing the game, it just seems very smooth throughout the entire game, even though there's times where the frames per seconds are dropping down to like, 30 frames per second, 29 frames per second. It still feels very smooth and fluid. And that's because FreeSync is making sure that every single frame that is being generated is being displayed. And I think that's cool. I think that's really cool. Theodore said, since my main machine is a laptop, which doesn't have the cooling capabilities of a full fat PC, I prefer not stressing it too much when I don't have to. Well, I mean, that's good. I mean, you can always just point a fan at it too. It will help quite a bit. Just having air blown over the keys and over the chassis can actually improve the cooling capability of a laptop quite a bit. Also, never run it with the screen down. I see so many people that, like, when they're docking their PC or running their PC at home with an external monitor, they close the top on the PC, like, because they have a monitor and they want it to sit flat. And it's like, don't do that. Laptops are not designed to run, well, some are, but no, most laptops aren't designed to run at their best thermals with the screen closed over the top of it, preventing the heat from rising out of the laptop. Because even if the laptop's designed to pull air in through the side and evacuate it through the back or the side, just having that screen down, all that hot air that could just be rising up through the keyboard and just radiating out in the room, creating natural convection, you're stopping that from happening. So, which isn't necessarily a good thing. You can also put your laptop on a cooling pad too. I have a little stand that I use in bed sometimes that I put a laptop on. You just plug in a USB and it's got two fans on the bottom of it that basically just take air, because my laptop it sucks in cold air through the bottom and then evacuates it through the sides, the Razer Blade Pro. So these two fans just help force feed it air by increasing the static pressure from underneath the thing. So it just pushes more air through it. And then you get a noticeable more air blowing out because it's overcoming the limitations inside of the laptop by adding more static pressure, and thereby you get more cooling. And you definitely do notice frame rate, because especially in the Razer Blade Pro, that thing does heat soak like a motherfucker and have to start throttling. So the more cooling and the more air that you can flow through it, the better it runs, especially when doing VR. I used to play VR on it by connecting a Quest 3 to it using the Thunderbolt connection. And then I could, play PC VR games on it. Now I just do it over the network. It works so much better wirelessly. But back when I used to do that plugged directly into the laptop, I would open up the lid on the laptop and I would put the cooling fans under it, because if I didn't do that, it would run at 10 frames per second less, which was hugely noticeable when you're doing VR. You just cooked an egg on the flashlight. Hey, you beat me to it. That was something I was going to do on stream. Well done, sir. Did Adam send you the black foil too to give it a try? James Janus said, to be a true G-Sync monitor, you have to have the chip, but for FreeSync monitor, as long as you meet those requirements, an Nvidia card can use G-Sync. Oh, correct. Yeah. No. I don't know if I said something that confused people there, but no, G-Sync is just FreeSync with a DRM. At the end of the day, there is slight differences in the technology, but what they're ultimately attaining is the same goal. So FreeSync is the open version that anybody can use of dynamic frame timing. G-Sync is NVIDIA's proprietary version of it that you have to pay a licensing fee to implement and put a DRM chip in to basically do the negotiation and talk over the protocol. So I prefer FreeSync personally. I use FreeSync on my, even though I have NVIDIA graphics cards, I use FreeSync on my Q850 in the room, and I'll be using FreeSync on my new monitor too. So, well, besides, it doesn't even support G-Sync because it would have raised the cost of the monitor by probably like $50 or $60. So it's not worth it. As far as I know, I haven't seen anything. Like when I looked at it, it's like, here, let me see. Are there any advantages to G-Sync over FreeSync? Let's see. All right, on the bright side, G-Sync monitors also support a wider range of features than FreeSync, such as variable refresh rate supports from 1 to 240 hertz or whatever the monitor's maximum refresh rate is. FreeSync supports that too, though. Low input lag, so does FreeSync. This must be like an old article. Ultra low motion blur. I haven't noticed any motion blur with FreeSync, so I don't know what that is. Factory color calibration. That's a monitor thing. That's not a G-Sync thing. G-Sync supports in Windows mode as well as full screen. So does FreeSync. Okay, so maybe at one point FreeSync didn't support those things, but FreeSync now supports all of those things. I can tell you right now because I even go into NVIDIA settings and I have FreeSync continued. You can set it to work in full screen or in window mode, and I use window mode and it works fine. And I even open up the settings on my TV and it shows that FreeSync is enabled when I'm on the Windows desktop. So it definitely does work. James said G-Sync is you have a FreeSync monitor and meet DP 1.2 or higher. You can turn on G-Sync and NVIDIA control panel. Oh, so G-Sync only works on DP. It doesn't work on HDMI. Oh, that's kind of ghetto. That's another reason not to use it. Let's hear. As I understand it, V-Sync fixes screen tearing but can increase latency. If you're gaming competitive, you want uncapped FPS, as that guarantees the display frame is the latest from the GPU. You are right. That is something that we didn't mention, is it does fix screen tearing, because without VSync enabled, you could send the frame when the monitor is already halfway through its refresh cycle. So that's what screen tearing is when you draw the next frame too late, it persists the previous frame, and then it starts drawing at like the middle of the screen for the second frame. So it only draws the last half of the frame. And so you get the screen tearing effect because you're out of sync with the monitor. You're sending an image. The monitor is trying to display it as it's scanning, right? Because even with an LCD screen, even though it's like blending, it's still following the same signal. It's trying to draw it is a line at a time. So as you're doing that, you basically get the screen tearing that becomes horrible if you can't maintain more frames than what your monitor supports. If you can push 120 frames per second to a 60 hertz monitor, then you probably want to disable VSync, because you have enough frames that you can send to the monitor that you're going to beat the tearing. So, but if you can't beat the tearing, then VSync basically only would make the monitor skip that frame. Instead of it tearing and send to it, it would just skip that frame and then fully draw the next frame. And that would ensure every frame that's being drawn is the full frame, not partial frame. So that also applies on CRTs also, come to think of it. Let's see here. No, what I mean is G-Sync can work on FreeSync monitors as well. So FreeSync monitors can be a G-Sync monitor as long as it meets those requirements. So a FreeSync monitor can be it. Okay, no, okay, we're on the same page. Yeah, we're on the same page. No, I understood. Like G-Sync, you have to pay a fee. So G-Sync is a licensed technology from Nvidia that is only compatible with Nvidia graphics cards, that requires the display to actually have a chip inside of it to DRM and do the handshake. That can't be made by third parties. FreeSync, on the other hand, does not require that handshake. Anybody can implement it, and it supports AMD, NVIDIA, and Intel cards. So, well, any card that wants to implement it can just implement it for free. So, but I've never noticed any difference between them. Mike said, why do you have a towel on your shoulder? It's my monogram towel, man, because it's got a Barnacules. When somebody gives you a monogram towel, you got to rock that shit, you know? Or you could just close your laptop and turn it upside down. That wouldn't work, because remember, it's drawing air in from the bottom. So if you flip the laptop over, now you're basically destroying the convection of heat going up, because you have a fan pushing against it and trying to pull the hot air back down. So that would actually leave you in a worse situation, Chris Kiss. So do not turn the laptop upside down. Just open the lid and feed it some cold air. Stick it in the fridge. Actually, that'd be funny. Somebody should do that. So somebody should take a laptop, stick it in their freezer, like a laptop that they don't love that much because the condensation could potentially kill some shit. But take the laptop, I don't know, maybe stick it in a Ziploc baggie or whatever to keep some of the humidity out. Throw it in your freezer and then just route a cable out along the seal, like a little video cable or a Thunderbolt cable, and see how much more frames per second you get over time. Because if you're playing VR, right? If you're playing VR, you're even doing it over Wi-Fi. So if you can still get a good enough Wi-Fi signal with the thing, I mean, you're gonna put it in the freezer. It's gonna be like a Faraday cage. But if you can route out a little wire or something for Wi-Fi, stick it in there, and then do your wireless experience. It would be cool to see how many more frames per second you get playing VR on a laptop that's sitting in the freezer and broadcasting versus a sitting in ambient air. Because the freezer is going to evacuate any of that extra temperature that's building up inside of it. The compressor is going to just pick it up and then shoot it out the back of the freezer into the room. That'd be pretty crazy. Hurtful Spring said, no, the clip is no longer required. G-Sync monitors now work with FreeSync monitors. No. Okay, I think, okay, we're all getting confused here. G-Sync can use FreeSync. Nvidia did that because they wanted Nvidia, because I do that. That's I have an Nvidia card. That's a G-Sync card, and it works with a FreeSync monitor. However, as I understand it, to use actual G-Sync, like if you have a screen that has G-Sync, does not support FreeSync, supports only G-Sync, you have to have an Nvidia graphics card to use it. Like if you have an AMD graphics card that doesn't support G-Sync, you cannot enable G-Sync on that monitor. Does that make sense? So G-Sync, Nvidia G-Sync is backwards compatible with FreeSync. FreeSync is not backwards compatible with G-Sync. So if you have a monitor that has FreeSync, it will work with AMD, Nvidia, and Intel. If you have a monitor that only works with G-Sync, G-Sync capable monitor, that G-Sync feature will only work with an Nvidia graphics card. You will not be able to enable FreeSync and have the G-Sync monitor accept that. And that's why most people implement FreeSync now. But if you remember when this technology was brand new when it first came out, Nvidia, I believe, beat FreeSync to market. I think they were the first ones to have that dynamic frame sync. And so they required that the screens, the gaming monitors, paid Nvidia to put a chip in them that would only allow them to do that synchronization with an Nvidia graphics card. So then AMD was like, well, we're going to use FreeSync, which is the open technology. And it took a while for screen manufacturers to go, oh, well, we'll just implement FreeSync. But then for a long time, G-Sync didn't work with FreeSync. So Nvidia people were mad that they couldn't use FreeSync, even though it was basically the same thing. So Nvidia was like, okay, if you have an Nvidia graphics card, we will let you use a FreeSync or a G-Sync monitor. However, if you have an AMD graphics card, you can only use a FreeSync monitor. You cannot use a G-Sync monitor. So basically, Nvidia is trying to ensure that they give their customers the most options if they use their product, which is kind of the default position of any company that wants to make money, right? If you're leading the pack and you have you have the market share and you want to hang on to that and you don't want your competitor to be able to compete, the best way to do it is to allow your customers to benefit from their technology, but only if you're majority investor in the original person's technology that's fighting them. Let them be able to use all their shit plus your shit, but don't allow the competitor to use your shit at all. And that way people will be like, oh, I'd rather have an NVIDIA GPU because an NVIDIA GPU can work with FreeSync and G-Sync monitors, whereas an AMD card would only work with FreeSync monitors. However, I don't see a lot of monitors with G-Sync support anymore because I think FreeSync and G-Sync are basically both just as capable now. So why would anybody want to pay the NVIDIA tax to implement G-Sync when NVIDIA already works with FreeSync? AMD works with FreeSync. Like it almost seems like G-Sync is dead. Like, are they even developing it anymore? Have they added any new features or revised it or anything? Or because I know when gaming monitors came out a couple of years ago, like when G-Sync first came out, I remember like every gaming monitor was G-Sync. Like every one of them was G-Sync. It was a long time before I started seeing FreeSync monitors. Hurtful Springs said, no, the chip is no longer required. G-Sync monitors now work with FreeSync monitors. Monitors don't work with each other, though, Hurtful Spring. So that doesn't make any sense because remember the graphics card has to have G-Sync or FreeSync, and the monitor has to have FreeSync or G-Sync support. So, but there's different combinations that work. So you can't use a FreeSync GPU that doesn't support G-Sync with a monitor that only supports G-Sync. So that won't line up. That's no bueno. But you can use an Nvidia graphics card with G-Sync with a monitor that has G-Sync. You can use an Nvidia graphics card with G-Sync with a monitor that has FreeSync. So FreeSync and G-Sync monitors both will work with an Nvidia card. However, if you're using an AMD card that only supports FreeSync, it will work with a monitor that supports FreeSync. However, it won't work with a monitor that supports G-Sync. There we go. I think I got it out there. I think I figured it out. I was trying to find the best way to explain it where I wasn't confusing anybody else anymore. James Jana said, let's see here. If I go to the hood and buy a kitchen sink, would that be a G-Sync? It would. It would. I know that was highly racist, but it totally would. There's an Alienware monitor that can't update the firmware on the G-Sync version of it. FreeSync, you can update the firmware yourself. That actually would make sense. That would make sense because G-Sync is one of those features where honestly, you probably don't really need a firmware update. I mean, considering how little it's actually doing, unless you seriously fuck something up in the beginning. But I'd imagine that Nvidia wouldn't want you flashing a chip in your monitor because one, that means now they have to create a data pathway to flash the monitor in the first place via USB cable or some shit. But now you have DisplayPort's bidirectional, right? Like I believe with DisplayPort now you can send data to the screen, so you can flash the firmware and everything like right through the display cable. However, technically the monitor could just connect to Wi-Fi too, probably, and do an update internally if it wanted to, or buy a memory card. So are there still G-Sync monitors being produced today, or has everybody just moved to FreeSync because that's the most supported setup? Because I'm trying to ask myself, I'm like, what incentive would a company have to pay Nvidia to use G-Sync technology in their monitor when Nvidia supports FreeSync? So does everybody else. FreeSync is free and can be updated by the user, whereas G-Sync costs money by the person creating the TV or the monitor. To me, it just seems like that'd make G-Sync a dead technology, because unless G-Sync does something that's amazing, like if there's one killer feature G-Sync does that somehow increases your brightness or doubles your frame rate or gives the illusion of better black frame insertion or some shit like that, then I could see it surviving. But I'm not seeing it right now. James Dana said, I think what Hurtful Spring means is an NVIDIA control panel. You can enable it if using FreeSync. Oh, so he's saying you can enable G-Sync? Because I thought it always just said FreeSync. Here, let me open it up. I wonder if NVIDIA just still calls it G-Sync, even though it works with FreeSync. Let me see what they call it here. Let me open up NVIDIA control panel. Okay, go down to set resolution, change resolution. Okay, let's see. Nope, desktop color, rotate, view HDCP status, desktop size, video position, configure, manage 3D settings, adjust image preview. Where is the G-Sync setting? Let's see. Triple buffering, vertical sync. Where is it? G-Sync, G-Sync, G-Sync. Low latency mode. Why do I have low latency mode off? I want low latency mode. Gibbers me low latency mode. Me hearty. Come on, turn it on. Turn it on. Turn it on. Okay, I just put it on ultra low latency mode. Apply. Hopefully that doesn't crash the live stream. We'll find out here in a second. Let's see. Where do they hide that setting? Okay, your graphics card supports HDCP. I know that. Let's see. 60 hertz. Oh, you know what? Never mind. I forgot. My screens upstairs don't support FreeSync. Only my monitor in my bedroom does. I forgot. These are super duper old screens. I'm like, where's the setting? Because I know it's under control panel because I enabled it on my media center. Not my media. Sorry, my HT PC downstairs, and it actually had its own option. So I'll have to look at it when I go down there. G-Sync and control panel. If FreeSync monitor has DP 1.2, you can turn on G-Sync. So if FreeSync monitor has DP 1.2, you can turn on G-Sync. As opposed to what, though? So does that mean that DP 1.2, anything that supports DP 1.2 just has FreeSync enabled? Because I'm trying to see what you mean by enabled G-Sync, because it's like G-Sync is supposed to be NVIDIA's proprietary technology that required the screen to have a chip. So if the screen doesn't need the chip anymore, does that mean that they just changed what G-Sync means and now it's completely graphics card, like the graphics card's doing it? Is it still using FreeSync on the actual monitor? Like, does the monitor have to have G-Sync, or does it just have to have DisplayPort 1.2, and that means that it supports FreeSync by default? It's very confusing. Very, very confusing. However, I know how to get it to do exactly what I want it to do. It's like as long as your screen supports FreeSync or G-Sync, you can enable it regardless of whether it has DP 1.2. Because I do it over HDMI. I can enable that option even over HDMI. G-Sync and control panel if FreeSync monitor. I'll look at it when I go downstairs because I don't have that option on these because these screens don't have FreeSync. G-Sync has a wider window, I believe, where FreeSync has a narrow window of FPS when it works. Interesting. Well, here, let's see if we can get an apples to apples comparison here. All right. Give me a list of all the differences between current generation FreeSync and G-Sync and pros and cons. Let's roll. Stand by. By the way, if you guys didn't know, Copilot is completely free. LM Studio is completely free. Poe gives you free access to a couple different AIs. lmstudio.ai is free. So if you are looking for LLM, multimodal LLM, image generation, all that shit, you can do it completely for free without subbing to anything, so long as you don't need API access and so long as you don't need like a massively fast response. However, if you have like a GTX 4090 like I do in LM Studio, you will get a massively fast response, including stable diffusion, like if you're doing image stuff with stable diffusion. However, LM Studio does support multimodal now. I don't know if you guys knew that or not. They snuck that little tidbit in a couple of generations ago. I will say this though, they do not have very many multimodal models on Hugging Face that are supported in LM Studio yet. I think there's only about 3 or 5 of them. And if you don't know what a multimodal AI, that's one that can do text. You can upload files, so it supports text, uploading files, creating images. Not necessarily creating images. It can also just like digest files and inspect files. Like you can look at an image, but usually if you can look at an image, it can also generate it. But it just means that it can work in multiple data in between those data types. So you can give it an image and it can extrapolate text from it. You can give it text and it can extrapolate an image from that. It can use text extrapolated from an image to create another image. It can use an image to generate another image, or use the image to generate text. So you can jump between a multimodal. You can jump between different media types. Some of the multimodal models can even support things like sound. So if you want to like analyze sound files and waveforms and, create new queries based on those waveforms to get different information or generate different information or even generate code, you can even feed it screenshots to your programs and say, why the fuck is it drawing this thing over here? And it can go through and tell you in the code where it's messed up that's causing that defect and help you fix the bug just by showing what the bug looks like ultimately as a part of the rendering cycle. It's really cool. Really, really cool shit. Let's see here. A G-Sync compatible monitor is essentially an adaptive sync display that has been validated by NVIDIA to work without any issues such as flickering and other visual artifacts through their testing. There are multiple variants of certification 3, I believe. Well, I mean, they basically just described FreeSync. So VR Gimp said, I installed LM Studio, but I am limited by my 3 gigabyte GTX 1060. Even the smallest model wouldn't work. I would use it to do film restoration. Dude, it'll be slow, but just switch it to CPU mode. If you only have 3 gigabytes on your GPU, switch it to CPU mode and you can use your entire system RAM. I mean, shit, if you have over 32 gigs of RAM, it's going to be slow, but you could even load a 32 gig model if you wanted to. Let's see here. I wouldn't use G-Sync though. Even if G-Sync was slightly better, I still wouldn't use it because all the screens that I would use have FreeSync. I'm not going to pay the Nvidia tax for G-Sync when FreeSync is just as good. All right, let's see what we got here. So FreeSync and G-Sync are both variable refresh rate technologies that aim to reduce screen tearing and improve gaming performance. However, they have some differences in terms of cost, quality, and compatibility, but here's a brief summary of the main differences and the pros and cons of each technology. FreeSync is an AMD technology that is free for monitor manufacturers to implement and does not require any special hardware inside of the monitor. It works over HDMI or DisplayPort and supports refresh rates of 60 Hertz or higher, depending on the monitor. There are 3 tiers of FreeSync. There is FreeSync Premium, FreeSync Premium Pro, which offers different levels of performance, low frame rate compensation, and HDR support. Pros: FreeSync is more affordable, widely available, and compatible with more devices and consoles. Con: FreeSync is not always implemented as flawlessly as G-Sync, and some monitors may have limited range of refresh rates or poor HDR quality. FreeSync also requires an AMD graphics card to work. That is not true. So I know this is old information because Nvidia now allows G-Sync to work with FreeSync. Like, it'll drop to FreeSync mode. Okay, G-Sync is an Nvidia technology that requires a proprietary module inside of the monitor and a DisplayPort connection. Okay, so that solves that. So G-Sync requires DisplayPort, where FreeSync can work over DisplayPort or HDMI. So that's a big deal, actually, because not all displays have DisplayPort, but every display I know of has HDMI. So FreeSync is definitely the more versatile technology. It also supports refresh rates of 60 hertz or higher. It has 2 tiers, G-Sync and G-Sync Ultimate, which offer different levels of performance, low frame rate compensation, and HDR support. So basically, they're the same. They're the same because FreeSync Premium Pro is what HDR screens that have FreeSync enabled have, and then G-Sync Ultimate would be what HDR screens would have that support G-Sync, right? I mean, it's just that's the fundamental difference. G-Sync works better and has more features than FreeSync, such as ultra low motion blur, variable overdrive, and Nvidia Reflex. G-Sync monitors also have more consistent and higher quality standards and offer better HDR performance. I want to see all. Okay, that's an article from 2022. That's not that old. So there's still, unless FreeSync had a major upgrade in the last year or two, there may still be merit to G-Sync having some technology that's better. Cons: G-Sync is more expensive, less available, and less compatible than FreeSync. G-Sync also requires an Nvidia graphics card to work and does not support HDMI connections on most monitors. The bottom line is that both FreeSync and G-Sync can enhance your gaming experience by eliminating screen tearing and reducing input lag. But they have different trade-offs in terms of cost, quality, and compatibility. Ultimately, the best choice depends on your budget preferences and hardware. You can find more detailed comparisons and reviews of FreeSync and G-Sync monitors at the following links below. I am curious about one thing they did say, though. They said NVIDIA Reflex. What is NVIDIA Reflex? What is... I don't even know what it is. I've heard it. Okay, so NVIDIA Reflex is a suite of GPU G-Sync display and software technologies that measure and reduce system latency in competitive games. Let's see here. System latency is the time between clicking the mouse and seeing the result on the screen. NVIDIA Reflex works by optimizing the rendering pipeline and enabling reflex low latency mode in supported games. This helps gamers achieve... Okay, so let's see here. Are there free alternatives to NVIDIA Reflex? Latency Flex is an open source vendor agnostic alternative to NVIDIA Reflex. Oh yeah, but I've never even heard of it, so I'm guessing not many people have implemented it. Let's see. But the big sting there is that the game has to support it. So anytime you're talking about a feature that a game has to support that's proprietary, there's not going to be a lot of games that support it because companies aren't going to want to implement a technology that only works with one graphics card unless it's like a huge big deal. Let's see. Okay, in competitive games, sometimes it's who pulls the trigger first who wins, but sometimes it's the person whose PC reacts the fastest. Finding out what kind of input lag you're dealing with, so first step of eliminating. The NVIDIA Reflex is a great tool for the job. In some cases, it can go even further than measuring latency. It can help reduce it. Once you have a high-performance gaming CPU and a powerful graphics card, the best way to make your PC more suited to competitive play is to shave off a few milliseconds of input lag. Here's how NVIDIA Reflex does that. NVIDIA Reflex is a suite of GPU, G-Sync display, and software technologies that help measure and reduce lag, reducing system latency. By doing so, it allows the PC and display to respond faster to mouse and keyboard inputs, essentially allowing you to kill the target and enemies faster with greater precision. Just like deep learning super sampling, Reflex low latency mode is a proprietary technology that requires an NVIDIA graphics card while having a recent GPU, like one of the RTX 30 series graphics cards, ensuring the best experience. Reflex can work with any model, including a GTX 900 and above it. Okay, so it goes back retroactively. It works by optimizing the GPU in the game to provide you with low latency best performance. Certain games also offer a Reflex boost setting, which increase your GPU's clock speed, especially if you're playing games that are CPU intensive, thus preventing any potential bottlenecks. Well, I mean, you can already do that with MSI Afterburner for graphics cards, so that's not really that big of a thing. How does Reflex work? Reflex can help lower rendering lag by as much as 80% and work best with first-person shooters like Apex Legends, Valorant, Call of Duty, Fortnite, and others. It isn't designed to affect system performance, but there have been some instances of it having a mild impact on the average frame rate. This improved responsiveness that comes from reduced input lag, however, should be well worth it, especially if you're playing competitively. To optimize and reduce your system latency, Reflex uses a combination of SDKs and driver optimizations to effectively remove any bottleneck between the CPU and the GPU. This allows each frame to be rendered by the GPU. See, this seems like shit that Vulkan and DirectX would already do internally. As soon as the CPU passes it along with no waiting behind existing rendering jobs, the end result can be a dramatic reduction in input lag. Depending on the kind of hardware and peripherals you have, you can shave off tens of milliseconds off your system latency, which, I mean, that's decent. And that can have a real tangible effect, which it would. Let's see. Okay, so system latency terminology. Input to CPU to rendering queue to GPU to display. Let's see. There are two primary components of Reflex. First is Reflex SDK, a set of APIs meant for game developers to reduce and measure rendering latency. Using the SDK, developers can integrate Reflex directly into their games. This allows latency reduction above and beyond existing driver-only techniques like NVIDIA's ultra-low latency mode, which is what I just enabled that I didn't even know was an option before. So, by the way, if you open NVIDIA control panel settings, by default, it's set to default. But if you go into 3D settings and you go down the list and override the global setting or per setting for a game, there is a setting that has ultra-low latency mode and I just enabled it. But apparently, Reflex does something similar to that takes it another step beyond that. So if you've been experiencing input lag, give that a try and see what happens. But my guess is because it's not the default option, it probably does come with potential downsides and could create some problems. Otherwise, they just have it enabled by default because obviously if it worked every time, who wouldn't want that, right? All right, the second one is Reflex Latency Analyzer. It says, which, as the name suggests, is a system latency measurement tool. It's currently available on the 360 Hz G-Sync esports display from Acer, Alienware, Asus, and MSI, as well as esports peripherals from Asus, Logitech, Razer, and SteelSeries. This tech can detect clips coming from your mouse and then measure the time it takes for the resulting pixel to change on the screen. Okay, so this is more of just a super high-end measuring technology. By the way, I haven't seen chat move in a while. Can you guys still see me? Am I still streaming? Am I still live on the interwebs? Is everything working here? Let's see. Oh, yeah, it says I'm still live. Okay, I just wanted to make sure. All right, we're good. Not trying to spam, but check Discord off topic. I supposed to explain the FreeSync using G-Sync thing. James, I will eventually, but we already figured it out, buddy. What didn't we get? Let's see here. How to enable NVIDIA Reflex. NVIDIA Reflex can be enabled in individual games by heading to your game's graphics settings. Each game is different, so you might have to search for it, but it should typically be in the options or game menu settings. Okay, so apparently Apex Legends has a setting that you can go in and change for this to enable under the gear symbol. What's it called? VSync adaptive. Oh yeah, NVIDIA Reflex. Enabled and enabled plus boost are the settings. Yeah, so apparently Apex Legends uses this technology. That's interesting. I wonder how many games support it. Oh, they answered my question. What games currently support NVIDIA Reflex? There's over 70 games that are listed to support NVIDIA Reflex in some form. Some can only give you latency stats. Others offer support for auto-configured Reflex Analyzer, and a bunch support Reflex low latency. Some standouts are Apex Legends, Battlefield 2042, Valorant, Hogwarts Legacy, and upcoming Counter-Strike 2 update. Okay, so what it sounds like is it's mostly an API and tool set for instrumentation so that you can make changes and tweak your graphics settings and your overclock and see the tangible effect, like how much of a latency improvement you're seeing. But it also said that some games implement features that actually do improve the latency of the game, like itself, by enabling the feature, which is pretty cool. Let's see here. But let me go check here. Let me go check Discord really quick and see if we picked up anything tangible. Okay, let's see. Off topic. Let's see if there's anything new. All right, how to enable NVIDIA G-Sync on AMD FreeSync monitors. Okay, we already know how to do that. Let's see here. How NVIDIA G-Sync works on AMD FreeSync monitors. To maintain exclusivity of its proprietary adaptive sync solution, NVIDIA G-Sync technology has been categorized across 3 different tiers: G-Sync, G-Sync Compatible, and G-Sync Ultimate. While both G-Sync and G-Sync Ultimate monitors feature a dedicated module to drive VRR, or variable refresh rate, G-Sync Compatible monitors are essentially FreeSync panels that have been validated by NVIDIA to run G-Sync through its rigorous testing technologies. Okay, so they're the same thing. We were right. In the case you're wondering, NVIDIA's G-Sync compatibility program, which was introduced back in 2019, aims to certify a wide range of FreeSync monitors based on specific parameters. For starters, every G-Sync compatible monitor should be able to deliver a baseline VRR experience without incurring any visual artifacts such as pulsing, flickering, blinking, or ghosting. Okay, so the difference between FreeSync and G-Sync is FreeSync is a free technology anybody can implement. G-Sync requires you to go through a certification process to guarantee that your monitor isn't doing any funky shit to cheaply implement the effect. So I mean, there is some benefit there. There is some benefit there, but the rub there is that, you know, NVIDIA basically has to certify the display. But if it's a FreeSync display, it'll still work with it. It's just you're not going to have that same guarantee. Let's see here. For instance, if your FreeSync monitor supports a wide variable refresh rate of 48 to 144 hertz, which is greater than NVIDIA's recommended value of 2.4, G-Sync functionality should be enabled right out of the box. However, if the minimum VRR range went up to 75 hertz, which does not comply with NVIDIA's VRR threshold, the display loses an official G-Sync compatibility certification. Okay. So as of November, okay, so it looks like they actually will allow FreeSync monitors to get a G-Sync sign-off as G-Sync compatible. So G-Sync is still using FreeSync because remember, there's no module. For FreeSync, there's no module in the monitor. But as long as your monitor meets certain requirements that are similar to G-Syncs, they will mark it as G-Sync compatible. So, but even if it's not G-Sync compatible, they still will now allow you to use the FreeSync. It's just not going to say G-Sync compatible. So it says, as of November 2022, NVIDIA has validated over 150 FreeSync monitors that can run G-Sync at an adequate VRR range. For more information, check out NVIDIA's official link of FreeSync monitors that have been certified with G-Sync compatible. Although official G-Sync compatibility has its perks on quite a few occasions, it is possible to drive NVIDIA's adaptive sync solution on most non-certified FreeSync monitors, like for instance mine in my bedroom that's a television. Provided that you possess the right set of hardware, since both FreeSync and G-Sync technologies support VESA, or the Video Electronic Standard Association's adaptive sync protocol, any limitations that you might face are based solely on the manufacturing standards. So they're basically saying if it's a monitor that didn't seek certification or didn't meet certification, as long as it has FreeSync, it'll still work with an NVIDIA graphics card, but your mileage may vary. Unlike AMD's FreeSync implementation, which works with both HDMI and DisplayPort over USB Type-C as well, NVIDIA's proprietary adaptive sync solution seems somewhat limited in terms of connectivity. The G-Sync to work on a FreeSync display ensures that your system meets the following requirements. Connection option, DisplayPort 1.2 or higher, for AMD FreeSync monitors, HDMI 2.0 or 2.1 support for G-Sync compatible TVs, and BFGD or big format gaming display. Supported graphics cards, 10 through GTX 10 through 16 series, RTX 20, 30, and 40 series. Driver support as of 4.17 or newer. Operating system, Windows 10 or 11, 64-bit. To enable G-Sync functionality on FreeSync monitors that lacks NVIDIA's official certification, here's a walkthrough below. First, you need to download the latest GeForce Game Ready driver from NVIDIA's official download page. After installing the GPU driver, restart your PC and check whether FreeSync Basic or Extended has been enabled from your monitor's on-screen display. That's what I do down in my bedroom. It's just enabled by default. For G-Sync compatible monitors, G-Sync should be enabled by default when FreeSync has been activated from your monitor's OSD. So basically, your monitor's on-screen display will say that it's FreeSync that's enabled, but in NVIDIA control panel, it'll say G-Sync compatible. And then it says, however, if you're using a non-certified FreeSync display, you might need to change additional settings inside of NVIDIA control panel to make it work. Right-click on desktop, select NVIDIA control panel from the drop-down. Inside of the NVIDIA control panel, go to Manage 3D Settings, Monitor Technology, under Global Settings, and then set G-Sync compatible as the preferred option. So if it's G-Sync compatible, so if it's on the certified list, it'll enable it automatically. If it's not on the certified list, then you have to open up NVIDIA control panel and enable it yourself. But it'll still work. So this is good information. Let's see here. Preferred refresh rate, LG Electronics, highest available. For optimal G-Sync experience, we recommend using VSync along with G-Sync to eliminate screen tearing. Wait, what? So even with G-Sync enabled, you can still experience screen tearing? That seems weird to me. Like you're literally syncing every frame using slowing and speeding up the monitor. How the fuck do you get screen tearing? Huh, I didn't realize that. Okay, so let me try. I'm going to go change this while I'm in here just so I can see what effects I get later. Okay, I'm going to go into Manage 3D Settings. I'm going to go to Vertical Sync. I'm going to enable it by default. I'm going to change a bunch of shit in here and see what it does. Come on, there we go. Okay, I'm going to put it on position. There we go. And then for low latency mode, I got ultra. Let's see what else have I got in here. Triple buffering is off. Threaded optimization is auto. Virtual reality variable rate super sampling. What does this do? Variable rate super sampling option targets image quality improvements by applying super sampling selectively on the central region of the frame where it matters the most for virtual reality headsets. As a prerequisite, the application needs to be profiled by Nvidia and have MSAA enabled. The maximum super sampling factor that can be applied is limited by the level of MSAA used in the application. This application is only available in Nvidia tuning GPU architecture. All right. Well, I'm going to put that on adaptive. What else we got? Man, there's a lot of settings in here. Power management mode set to normal. I want to do prefer maximum performance. Man, there's a lot of default settings in here that I don't remember. Ambient occlusion is off. FXAA is off. Anti-aliasing gamma correction is on. Anti-aliasing mode, image scaling. This feature enables GPU scaling and sharpening for your application. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. All right. I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to put it at 50%, and then I'm going to overlay an indicator so that I can see that feature is on. So I remember to turn it off if it sucks. CUDA GPUs, all. CUDA system fallback policy. I can have driver default, prefer no sysmem fallback, or prefer sysmem fallback. Actually, I'm going to do prefer sysmem fallback because that means if I run out of GPU memory, it'll actually fall back and start using system memory. It does slow things down, but it'll prevent it from crashing. So that's the trade-off, if you guys were wondering. It's actually cool. Actually, that may have crashed the live stream because it's refreshing all the displays right now. So if you guys can't see me, my bad. Probably shouldn't have been enabling that while I was live streaming. That was a little bit. Oh, now all the screens are off. Oh, they're coming back. Let's see. Hopefully you guys can still see me. Can you still see me? Hello. Hello. It still says I'm streaming. It says 0 dropped frames. Is it working? Yeah, I probably stuttered a little bit because it was like resetting everything. Yes, I want to keep those settings. Don't turn those off. So this, I don't know if this is a feature that they just implemented, because I remember it wasn't when I had my 20 series cards, they didn't do this. So, and my 3080 didn't do this either. So this only started when I got my 4090, and I don't know if it's something they added the drivers, but when I was doing AI stuff, if I exceeded the VRAM of the graphics card, it would just crash the application. The application would just fall over and say, oh, I ran out of memory. PyTorch can't get enough memory. NumPy can't get enough memory. Onyx can't get enough memory, whatever. It would just crash. But once I installed the 4090, what it would do is it'd go up to the 24 gig of RAM, and then it would start doing shared system memory. And it would slow shit down to a crawl. Don't get me wrong. The second it started having to mix VRAM and system RAM, it had to slow everything down to the slowest common denominator. So I ended up having massively slow DDR4 that's not even close to the GDDR6 or whatever that's running on the graphics card, or GDDR6 Plus. It's brutally slow, but at least it didn't crash. Like, it took a lot longer, but it did actually work. Man, I gotta piss like a racehorse. Can you guys give me a few minutes to go take a pee-pee? I'll be right back. Oh boy, that was a pee-pee dance. Old Barn had to do the pee-pee dance, guys. Okay, let's see here. Let's catch up here. Wait, you enable VSync, so the refresh rate don't go outside the G-Sync hertz interval. The weird thing is, though, is why would the refresh rate go outside of the interval? Because, I don't know what the upper bound is on it, but like on my screen in the bedroom, with FreeSync enabled, it'll spike up to 120 frames per second. And it's still synchronized, and there's no screen tearing. I've never had any screen tearing with FreeSync, and even with VSync disabled, I've never had screen tearing ever show when FreeSync was enabled on the screen in windowed or full screen mode. So I'm not sure what that's all about. Well, at least we got a good answer. If you guys were ever wondering the difference between FreeSync and G-Sync, there are some subtle differences, like for sure. G-Sync is a certified technology that has to meet stringent standards, whereas FreeSync is just a free-for-all that anybody can put in their monitors that doesn't require any additional hardware. But, different monitors can implement it in different ways where it doesn't work so well. And if Nvidia doesn't certify your display and the person who made your display did a shitty-ass, implementation of FreeSync, it'll technically enable and it'll technically work, but your mileage will vary, right? So it sounds to me that's so there still is a benefit to G-Sync over FreeSync if you want to guarantee support. Like you want 100% certainty that your graphics card and your monitor are going to give you the best possible, most color accurate, least tearingest, best synced experience. However, my guess is that, as long as you're buying a reputable screen like a TV, like a Samsung or an LG, or a name brand gaming monitor or something that if they're implementing FreeSync, my guess is it's going to meet or exceed NVIDIA's standard. Because otherwise they'd get a bunch of pushback and get a bunch of shitty reviews and people send their shit back. So, I'm sorry, but bro is competing with queso. Bro is I don't know what that means, Red. You lost me, brother. Hurtful Spring said, you can get screen tearing if your FPS is higher than the hertz of the monitor, even with G-Sync, before you can have V-Sync and G-Sync for best result. That's really weird. Yeah, I've never had that problem. I play some games that hit 160, 180 frames per second with 120 hertz FreeSync enabled on my screen in the bedroom, and I've never seen any screen tearing. So, but again, it depends on the FreeSync implementation, right? Maybe Samsung Q850 had a really, really good implementation of FreeSync. It's also entirely possible that it's enabling VSync by default, right? There may be situations depending on the hardware configuration, because we already looked, the NVIDIA drivers already changed some of the default settings based on whether something's certified or not. So it's entirely possible that if the screen is G-Sync compatible, even though it's a FreeSync, but it's on the G-Sync compatible list because it's been verified, they may just enable VSync by default. I'll have to check the setting when I go downstairs. Really curious. MMI said, it's the Bremerton Sun newspaper. I had the pleasure of living in Bremerton. Vegas has nothing on it. It's the Bremerton Sun newspaper. I had the pleasure of living in Bremerton. Wait, what about the Bremerton Sun? Was somebody talking about the Bremerton Sun? Because I grew up with that newspaper. I used to live in Gorst. If you live in Bremerton, you know exactly where Gorst is. And I lived up on the hill right before those two big advertisement signs, right across the street from Ellen Dan's Gardens. So if you want to know where old Barnacules grew up, that was my stomping ground. Old 3021 West Highway 16, Port Orchard, Washington, 98366, if I remember. Let's see here. It's stuttering all good now. 0 frames is BS. OBS said there was 0 frames dropped, but it just because it encoded them doesn't necessarily mean they were delivered. Or they could have been it could have like froze and then delivered the frames to catch up, and then YouTube just chucked them because they were so far out of time. Oh no, let's see what we're doing here. Oh man, we're down to 160 people. This stream's pretty much died, so we can start wrapping things up. I do want to thank the super chatters today, though. You guys have been amazing. Joe Taji, I hope you're still here. Thank you for the $10. Said I was literally about to mention the Blendtec name, RTX 4090 Smoke. Don't breathe that. Oh yeah, the Blendtec. It will blend a GPU, by the way. I don't know if they've done it, but it absolutely will. Okay, Joe Taji said, how's the Proxmox server? Did you know you could add a GUI to it? Might be a cool laptop idea instead of dual booting or VMs. I set up the Proxmox server. It absolutely hates my hardware. So my dual Xeon box throws massive Proxmox errors, the whole IO stack, the drives in it. all it does is micro stutter and hang. So I pretty much gave up on it. So, but the goal is I'm going to be pulling the hardware out of this system to upgrade to the new hardware that Wendell hooked me up with, the 13900K, hopefully tomorrow. But the way shit's looking, that might not happen again. I got to reach out to Hobbs and figure out, because everything's so trashed up here and there's no way I'm going to be able to get the shit cleaned up and clear enough space for us to do it tomorrow. But I'm going to try. We'll see what happens. Oh fuck, where was I going there? My brain is mush. I only slept 2 hours. I only, for some reason, every Saturday it's because I go to bed at like 6 or 7 a.m., sleep a couple hours, wake up, then can't get back to sleep because I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to wake up for the stream. This morning I woke up every half an hour, went back to sleep for another half an hour, kept resetting the alarm like 3 times. Which, by the way, you don't get good sleep doing that. Like waking up, going to sleep, waking up, it's better to just set the alarm for the time you're gonna get up and just get up instead of riding the alarm, because then you actually cheat yourself out of a lot of sleep. Let's see, but I would like to get Proxmox working properly, because it would be nice to have a VM server that doesn't have as much overhead as Hyper-V with a lot more capability. That would be chef's kiss ideal. Let's see. Let's hear Elvis Stooges. Thank you for the $20. By the way, I hope you're still here. Let's see here, Elvis. I might even go take a nap before I try the new screen out, because I'm super tired. Why is this not doing it? Elvis, why are you not resolving? Yeah, I took Madderall. And a double shot of coffee, and I'm still just super tired. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $2. Had any plans to watch Dune 2? 100%. 100%. But I need to wait until it comes out on a streaming service, because I'm not going to the movie theater. I am fairly excited about it, though, because I watched the first Dune, and we're talking about the new Dune movie, not the old one with like fucking what was his name, Slash, or not Slash, what the fucking ginger guy, the old 1980s Dune. I love that one, by the way. They're even though it doesn't follow the books and it's like completely off in the weeds, I fucking love the original Dune. I thought it was amazing. But the new Dune is awesome. I do Sting. That was it. Thank you, Sting. So the new Dune is awesome. However, I will admit that I was super duper pissed off where they left it. Like Dune Part 1, they left it at the worst possible part that you could have left. Like right when I was invested, I was just starting to understand what was going on, and the shit stopped like literally mid shit. Like I could not figure out why they picked that spot to stop. Hopefully that's apparent in Part 2. Just a really jarring place to stop after I invested my time and got so invested in the characters. However, I am happy that they created a second one, because for a while there, it looked like they weren't going to get greenlit for the second one, and it was taking forever. And I was like, fuck, we're never going to see how this ends. So I was really mad. I was like, they wasted my time. But now that I know there's a second one, it does come to some kind of end while leaving the door open for a sequel. And people seem to be receiving it really well. And even a lot of the super misogynistic channels that like to shit on anything that gives a woman any kind of empowerment, even they're saying it's great. So it seems like all sides are starting to think that this is a great Dune. So I can't remember the last time any movie came out that was met with so much praise from so many polar opposites. So I'm curious what they did in the creation of this film that, you know, gave somebody everything they were looking for. Because I didn't even know that was a formula that was even possible these days. So hell yeah, I'm going to watch it. But again, I have to wait for it to come out on a streaming service. What is the best online payment method? Depends on what you're doing. For me personally, PayPal is the best. Like when people tip via PayPal, that's the best. Here on YouTube, super chats, a lot gets taken away, but it makes it easier for me to share it with my wonderful co-host AuxxZillary. It depends on if you're buying stuff. If it's illicit, then crypto. If it's not illicit, then Cash App. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways. Stripe. I mean, you can buy shit directly. Stripe now allows people to just create accounts. A lot of people don't know that. Like you can just go create a Stripe account. You don't even need to be a business. You can just tie it to your social security number. And then you basically have a Stripe enabled thing where you can just pay the minimal fee on a credit card and people can like transfer money to you via Stripe. Not a lot of people use it though for some reason. I don't really know why, because the fees are the same if you go through PayPal, but the difference is with Stripe, they're not going to lock your funds down if somebody files a false report. Whereas with Stripe, it's like a business. They don't give a shit. They're just crediting company. They're not going to stop nothing. I'm surprised more people don't just use Stripe directly. I bet you it's because everybody thinks you have to have like a business to use it. FBI's heading to your house right now. Wait, did James Janus? What did he say? Try a bowl of meth. That should wake you up. That's what the Adderall is, man. Adderall is just rich people meth, right? Like the only difference between Adderall and methamphetamine is that a guy who went to school for 4 years and spent like $400,000 of his parents' money, you know, wrote me a prescription for it versus a dude handing it to me for a 20 on the street. I mean, it is an amphetamine. Like literally my bottle of Adderall doesn't even say Adderall on it. It literally says amphetamine salts. Like it doesn't even say Adderall. I can't even afford Adderall. I call it Adderall just because I want to sound cool. Like I got a Louis Vuitton or a Coach purse, but no, the truth is I'm poor people. I get the generic. So it just says amphetamine salt. So if a cop pulls me over and he searches me and he pulls up my bottle, I got a prescription for amphetamine salt, which is literally methamphetamine, just slightly different formulation. Acts on the nervous system in very much the same way. The dosage is more important than the actual molecule. But yeah, he'll let me have that back and send me packing. But if I have the other one, I get handcuffed and go to jail. That's the system that we live in, my friends. That is the system that we live in. And even if the person actually needs it, but can't afford the Adderall and has to find an alternate method to get their ADHD meds, they go to jail. Yet the person who has a bunch of money that isn't even diagnosed with ADHD and doesn't have ADHD, who can get their drugs through a doctor that they pay to just write them a script, they're okay. Man, capitalism, ain't it a bitch some days? I'm not going to go any deeper than that right now, but geez, man, we you know, the whole idea of freedom, the word freedom means different things to different classes of people in this country. Let me tell you that. That's something that, and I've lived in them all. I've grew up in the poverty level. I've been in the upper middle class. I've never been like rich, but I've been in the upper middle class. I've come back down. I've gone back up, come back down again. You know, now, yeah, I've known what it's like to live at multiple different tiers in multiple different places throughout my life. So I have a very rounded out view of how law enforcement works, how community works, how safety works, how what you can get away with and what you can't get away with, all based on where you're currently at in life financially. So, and the one thing that's pretty common is the more resources you have, the more leniency you have in the eyes of the law. The less resources you have, the less leniency you have in the eyes of the law. Never forget that. That is an important lesson that Barnacules just gave you. That one's free. That one I'm just going to give you for free. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for another $3 super chat. I appreciate that. Blue Varo, thank you for being a member for 13 months. He said, well, last Tuesday, I got Stable Diffusion running on my AMD system. Just need to learn prompting. You want to know a cool trick? Hey, what's up, Loki? How's it going, brother? So check this out. If you have a hard time writing prompts for Stable Diffusion, consider using another LLM to write the prompts for Stable Diffusion. Like, I often get way better results by describing in detail as a human would normally talk to an LLM and ask it to create the positive and the negative prompt for Stable Diffusion. And then it ends up creating something that generates me a far superior picture. And it's it almost, I'd say in every case I've ever used that, I've gotten a better result. So that's usually what I do now. I don't open up Stable Diffusion and just type, you know, blonde, comma, big boobs, comma, glasses, comma, bukkake, comma. I don't do that anymore. That was the old way of generating images. Now the new way of generating images is you just go open up Poe, you open up open up ML Studio, open up Mixtral Uncensored, and then just say, hey, I would like a prompt for Stable Diffusion that will give me the most realistic and undeformed pictures of big booty blondes, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I want: glasses, pigtails, teachers, you know, put in all your stuff. And then you push enter, and then it comes back and it gives you the positive prompt. It gives you the negative prompt. Cut and paste, generate, and you're done. Set it and forget it, my friends. And there you go. Barnacules is just giving you a lesson on how to create your favorite pictures without having to learn prompt engineering from scratch. And the cool thing is it'll even set the weights and values. So it'll like put multiple parentheses around the things that have higher weight. It'll de-emphasize the other ones. It can even go down to point weights, like, you know, 0.5, 0.8, 1.0 for different features. I mean, it's pretty intelligent when it comes to, well, I shouldn't say intelligent. It's not actually intelligent, but it's pretty good at recognizing the patterns to create very convincing prompts that generate very, very good images. So there you go. Have you heard that from anybody else? Is that a good tip? Should that be on my list of videos that I might want to crank out to like show people like creative ways to use one AI as an adversarial network to do another AI, also known as agents? That's just the manual version of agents. Agents are just taking multiple AIs and having them all work against each other adversarially to make the best determinations, where the group has the highest, like whatever the highest vote is within the group, that vote wins, and the other two AIs adjust their weights based on the consensus of the entire group. And by doing that and going loop, every epoch is a loop, right? Just keep going through every epoch of the AI, train. You should ultimately get the best possible response out of it based on the best and most accurate learning of all the AIs that are involved. And that's awesome. I think that's the way it should be. I mean, it's CPU intensive, or it's very resource intensive. That's the downside. It's resource intensive and it's slow, but it gives you the best possible result. And it works for code too. If you write a piece of code and it doesn't work well or whatever, all you have to do is write a script that says copy and paste the code into Python or whatever, run it, copy the screen output, dump it back into the AI, copy the new thing, dump it, try it, get an exception, copy the exception, dump it back in, run it again, try it, and you just keep doing that. But then what you do is you alternate it between two AIs. You give the code to both AIs and you say, rewrite this to the best of your ability. You copy each one into file, you run each one of them. If one generates an exception and the other one doesn't, you say this one is right. And then you grab that, copy it, put it back in, and then add the next feature. And if you do that as an agent, you can set the goal in just step 1, step 2. We want to add this feature, add this feature, add this feature, add this feature, add this feature. Go to bed. You wake up in the morning, and 250,000 queries across 5 AIs later, you actually have a functional piece of code that runs and does what is expected. So you absolutely can get AI to code very complex things for you. It's just you're not going to go into just one AI right now and type write me a program and get something super complex. You will get stuff that works. I use it all the time for writing tools and stuff. But if you want to write like an entire game in Unity, could you do it with AI today? Absolutely. But you have to break it up into agents. You have to feed it to multiple AIs. You have to use adversarial networks to figure out when you're going in the right direction or the wrong direction. You have to create a parser that can pull out the exceptions and pull out any behavior or screenshots of things that are not what is expected, and be able to feed that back into the AI so that it can do more passes on it to refine it and fix it. And then if it fails and it doesn't make any progress, then you give it to the next agent. And then you give it to the next agent. And then whichever agent succeeds in getting it to the next step, then you continue on with that agent until they don't, and then you move to the next agent. Each time an agent gets something wrong, you smack it, right? You punish it. By telling it that it's wrong, it's going in the wrong direction. Every time an AI gets it right, you reward it by saying it's going in the right direction. By you doing that across all of the AIs, over time, they'll gain consensus and they'll all start getting aligned to what is correct. And you get a better AI across the board. So people that say that AIs can't train, I think that's the basis of AGI as we understand it. I don't think AGI is going to be just one chat GPT 5.0 that you just say, hey, how you doing? Do this. And it just goes out and learns it and figures out everything. It can answer any question in the universe. No, I think what AGI is going to be is just like with humans, huge groups of AIs, and then new AIs even being birthed constantly from the old AIs, and all of these AIs working together as a group towards common goals, and then learning what is right and what is wrong by just trying all the different permutations of the patterns and the weights and the training that they all have. And then each time they settle and they have, consensus where the majority agrees that one way is right and the other way is wrong, all the ones that were wrong now take that, integrate it into their learning, reweight their system, and become more aligned. Well, the AIs that got it right are already increasing already have good alignment. And so as long as you do that, you're always going to find like the AI that really sucks is every once in a while going to get something right that the other ones doesn't. And that's where it becomes a contributor, but then it also benefits. So at the end, by having all these AIs just constantly in an infinite discussion with each other, can quite literally create new training data from nothing and use that training data to follow certain rules that have been trained into all these AIs once they agree on the rules, right? That can come up with new elements, create new technology, advance and optimize current technologies. Think of things that humans never could or won't for another 1,000 years, because we can go through 1,000 epochs of humanity in a couple of days, given enough, processing power. I mean, AI will be the most, and it already is becoming it right now, but AI is the most significant change to humanity to date. Like, put the internet aside. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, the internet is a part of it, right? It all builds up the previous components or the new generation's components, but AI, specifically large language models, combined with the sum of human information that is constantly being found to harvest. Books are being digitized, videos are being closed captioned. All this information is being turned to text and be put on the internet. And then you have all this visual information for it to also look at, and things like ControlNet that can go the other direction and actually derive information from images through human observation. You take all that data and you put it into a giant pile and you start feeding in this AIs and letting all these AIs duke it out and punch it out and run simulated wars, simulated scenarios. You're going to start getting some pretty crazy shit out of there that would have taken humans thousands of years to achieve. And then we can use that to our advantage. So the only trick is to be smart enough to only allow the AI to give us information and knowingly assume that information is bad until we vet it ourselves, like use it as a starting point, not the end all be all. Because if we ever get lazy and enable the AI to make the decision and bring it to fruition without a human in between giving it the thumbs up and the thumbs down, then it becomes dangerous. Then it basically just becomes another version of nuclear weapons where every country has to overdevelop the hell out of it to an insane degree just so mutually assured destruction keeps us alive. James James said the difference between Adderall and meth is Adderall might keep you awake for a few hours, while meth will keep you up for about 4 days straight. I mean, a lot of things depend, right? Because there are slow acting Adderalls. A lot of meth users don't just use meth once and then they're up for 4 days. They use meth throughout the entire period. So if you went dose for dose, if you took the meth equivalent of Adderall and took it at the same cadence over those same days, I believe that you would have the same sleepless effect. Because at the end of the day, as long as the amphetamine is in your system and it's actually boosting your metabolism, your heart rate, your body's temperature, you're ultimately going to have the same effect. But people make the assumptions like, oh, the meth addict, he's up for like 4 days. Adderall, that doesn't do it. Well, it's because Adderall, you're taking it prescribed. You're taking your 1 dose a day, maybe a booster in the afternoon. You're taking it at specific times with very specific dosage. Meth addicts tend to not do that. Meth addicts tend to take some and then take more, and the doses aren't very well maintained. And over time, as they build up tolerance, they just keep taking more and more and more and more frequently and higher values. And that's the difference. It's not necessarily the substances are hugely different. It's the cadence and amount that they're taking that gives you the bad effects. Because the truth is, no drug, it doesn't matter, illicit or otherwise. It's like the amount is what kills you, right? It's like fentanyl. The reason fentanyl kills so many people is because the difference between a non-lethal dose and a lethal dose is less than a grain of sugar. You know, it's like, so when you're measuring stuff in that kind of potency where 1 sugar grain gets you super duper messed up, 2 sugar grains literally kills you. And the dust from a single sugar grain suspended in the air that you breathe in without a mask puts you into, shock and you stop breathing. Yeah, that's a lot of people are going to die. However, if you measure it in micrograms and add it to a substrate like a pill, and you can only take that 1 pill at a certain set interval, you would never be able to ingest enough of it to kill yourself. So again, that's the difference between the legal and the illegal route. The legal route, you have regulation to help protect you. It doesn't always work, but to protect you and to regulate, you know exactly the amount that you're putting in, the cadence that you're putting it in. With illicit substances, you never know. With fentanyl, physically looking at it, even if it was like 5 grains of sand you were looking at, that could be the difference like between 1 dose and 100 doses. So you just don't know. It's like you can't visually confirm it and you can't trust it because the people who work with that shit, fentanyl is so cheap that if they accidentally knock 1 more grain into the tablet or whatever, and end up killing somebody, they don't care. They don't even hear about it. They don't know where their drugs go. They sell it to one person, they sell it to another person, ends up somewhere else. Like they have no fucking clue. So sadly, that's where that's the big difference why you have so much more death from the illicit market versus the legal market. Even if the substances are different, the same, it's not the poison, it's the dosage. James Janus said, I know people who are not addicts that only did meth once since not like it, and they were up for 3 to 4 days straight. Have you ever known somebody who took Adderall for the first time? Ask me. The very first time my doctor gave me 20 milligrams of Adderall and I took it, yeah, I didn't sleep either for a couple of days. I was literally shaking the whole time. But also keep in mind that the Adderall is a fast-acting amphetamine unless you get it in a slow-release variant. So it only has like a half-life in your system of about 4 hours. So some strains of illicit meth may have a longer acting period. But again, depending on the amount you take is going to largely change that. The drugs are made specifically to have an impact on your body, your metabolism, or your star. Oh, it looks like it's censored, whatever you had for a star. No, the Adderall boosts your heart rate. right? It boosts your heart rate and your metabolic function, so it raises your body temperature, which that's another reason, like during COVID, it sucks if you have ADHD, because like you take Adderall, it raises your body temperature by about a degree. But during COVID, that was enough for airliners to consider you a risk and not let you board. So if you're going to travel, you better not be taking Adderall, because you could literally fail, you know, the little temperature test. And so it raises your metabolism, but it also raises your neurological your function. Like your neurons fire harder. So you're basically overclocking your brain. You're overclocking your nervous system, which in turn overclocks your brain, because ADHD is your brain is running slower than it should. That catches you up. But to most people, if you have ADHD, you notice when they take their Adderall, they seem less manic. They seem more focused. They seem calmer. And that's why. It's because when you're running underclocked, you're struggling and bouncing all over the place, and it gives the appearance that you're going too fast, that you're moving too fast. But it's actually the opposite. It's because you're struggling because you're running too slow that makes you appear erratic, which makes other people think like this guy's batshit crazy and all over the place. Then you take the Adderall and you calm down, where you give the Adderall to the person who doesn't have ADHD, and they tend to get wound up even more. So now they're actually overclocked. So you end up getting different effects from different people. That's why if you know people that they're diagnosed with ADHD, coffee tends to calm them down. Like I can drink coffee and go to sleep. Some people can't drink coffee and go to sleep. Caffeine for me calms me down. It doesn't hype me up. James Janus said, not sure what you're talking about. The first time taking ADHD stimulant being up days. Not sure what you're talking about. First time taking ADHD stimulant being up days. Okay, so you didn't experience that. Okay. You take ADHD meds for the first time taking stimulants. I still went to bed that night and slept. Well, I mean, you're also diagnosed with ADHD. So just like I said, when you're diagnosed with ADHD, again, you're bringing your rate up to that of a normal person. Theodorus, so it'd be different for somebody who wasn't diagnosed with ADHD. Same thing with meth. If you're diagnosed ADHD and you took a comparable amount of a methamphetamine, a synthetic methamphetamine that was similar to the same molecules and amphetamine salts. Remember, the difference between, like, say, Ritalin and Adderall is just one is dextroamphetamine mixed with one other thing, and Adderall is I think Adderall is just dextroamphetamine, and Adderall is two amphetamines mixed together. But again, the time that the chemical is active in your system can change depending on the type of molecule it is. But it would still, it's not going to make you like super crazy bouncing off the walls or anything like that if you actually have ADHD, because that would defeat the purpose and actually create a bigger problem. Anywho, scrolling through here, Whopper was a dumb AI that happened to get control over nukes. Oh, are you talking about the movie? Skynet is actually starting to look like a real possibility, because we do seem to be super willing to just toss AI into everything right now, like with reckless abandon. Like if there's a way to wedge AI into it for better or worse, we're trying to do it. We're already trying to create mobile devices with AI already on board that can make decisions like ordering an Uber and stuff like that without like really engaging you on the details. That's going to get scary fast, because we've already proven that AI can't be right 100% of the time, and it does have a tendency to hallucinate and become misaligned the longer you communicate with it if you fuck the weights up. So what happens ultimately when you say, hey, get me an Uber, and it decides to make the decision, oh, there's an Uber that's 6 hours away, I'll just offer him $10,000 because you said you really needed a ride now. And it's like, but I didn't mean I was going to pay like $10,000, but it doesn't tell you, because it's like, oh, you got $10,000 in your account, so that's fine. You got enough to cover it. But it doesn't realize that you wouldn't want to spend $10,000. Again, alignment is a big issue with AI. The less that you have to say to get a result out of something, the more that has to be inferred and implied. And that's going to become a problem with when AI just isn't there yet. Like, we need to get to the point where AI can sit down and you can go through it and talk to it for a couple of hours, have it go through your life, learn everything about you, and so that it understands where you're at, the decisions that you'd make. It should give you different scenarios so that it can alter its weights and balances and become aligned with you as a primary and everything else as a secondary. And then once it does that, then when you ask it to do things, it's going to factor in your weights and do things most likely that you would do given the information that you gave it. So treat it like a personal assistant. You hire a personal assistant, you tell them how you like your shit ironed, you tell them what kind of food you like, what you're willing to pay, where you're going to go, what your schedule is like. as long as the AI has all that data as a part of its training, and the alignment and weights are tuned so that it can make decisions, giving a higher weight to something that you might normally give a higher weight to in real life versus lower weight. Once you get that kind of alignment per person, then I can see it being a good personal assistant where it's more often than not going to make the right decisions on your behalf with less input. Until that happens, we really need the AI to not make too many assumptions and come back and ask a lot more questions. And anytime that something requires more money or more time than what is reasonably expected, that it comes back and asks more questions before committing. Because if we don't do that, if we just put AI in, it's like, hey, I want you to write a program that I want you to write an operating system that's better than Windows. You know, it's like, does it really write an operating system better than Windows, or does it just write a hack that gets Microsoft sued so that they lose everything, so that my rough copy of refactored Linux or whatever now outsells them? You know, it's like you got to be careful, because AI is like a shitty genie. You know, AI is like Aladdin's genie. It's going to find a way to answer your question in the worst possible way to make you learn a lesson. And we got to figure that out. That's going to be like a big thing we have to overcome, especially if AGI is the goal. Yeah, I remember the War Games movie. That was a great movie. I mean, not sure if it matters. The whole Up for Days thing. I don't take Adderall. I take Concerta, so extended release Ritalin. Yeah, I can't get Concerta. My insurance won't cover it because it's name brand. I've heard Concerta's good though. My friend Jake takes it. He says he prefers it to Adderall on every level. He said it works a lot better for him. It doesn't have as much fall off. It lasts longer. But I've never had it. Every time I've asked my doctor for it, he's written me a script. I go over to the pharmacy and they're like, yeah, $600 a month or $500 a month. And I'm like, I can't afford that because I have shitty insurance. Even though I pay $1,400 a month for insurance, it only covers generics. Like period. Like even if there's no generic available and there's only a name brand drug, they still won't cover it, like, at all. It's stupid. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to start wrapping up because it's 3:55 and I need to go get some rest. So hopefully this afternoon I can go bust that screen out and start putting it through its paces. If I can clean up enough of this garbage up here to clear a path and my back can hold up to it. And then I got to figure out if I need to move tomorrow's date back for the computer upgrade a second time, because I'm definitely not feeling that great right now. And I definitely don't want to put myself into a position where I leave the computer half-assed put together and I can't stream on Monday. I got to make decisions. Decisions. All right, guys, you have been amazing. I want to thank you all for hanging out. You guys are awesome. You guys notice I didn't do much spraying today. It's because I forgot to change out the fluid. I still got to change out the fluid. I started yesterday, but then I couldn't find a funnel. It's because I put the wrong fluid in the smoke machine. Now when I light it off, the smoke just hangs in the air. Oh shit! I hope I didn't just set off the fire alarm again. Fuck. Hold on. Wow, just that much already filled the whole room. All right, that was dumb. The other day, I'm gonna turn it off. Yeah, the other day I filled the room during a Twitch live stream on Wednesday, and my wife were running around. We filled the whole house with smoke. I opened the door, filled the rest of the house with smoke, and we couldn't get the fire alarms to turn off, and it wouldn't come off the ceiling, so I couldn't pull off the cable and the battery to turn it off. It was a nightmare. So if you guys want to laugh at that clip, head over there after this and watch it. It was a pretty good stream. I've been gone. I hadn't streamed on Twitter for like 2 weeks because I've been dealing with some bad mental and physical shit. And finally got up the balls to stream, and then I did something stupid like that. But the great news is it was a great stupid thing to do because somebody was super generous and left a huge tip, and it really helped me out because right now we're struggling. So that was a big deal for me. So it was worth bombing my entire house with glycol. But I need to drain the long lasting fluid and put the CO2 fast fog in. This is the long lasting fluid. This is what I need to take out of it. And then somewhere around here I have the bottle. I think it's in the bathroom. I have the bottle of the quick blast that I need to put in it, and that'll fix it. So yep, just if you guys want to see the clip, just head over to Twitch. It's one of the clips. Just sort clips by 24 hours sort clips by last 7 days and click on the one where the picture's almost completely fogged out, and you'll hear you'll hear me bitching in the background, hear all the alarms going off in the house. It's pretty funny. I thought the smoke alarm would set off your anxiety. I'm happy it didn't. Proud of you, buddy. It made me pretty anxious, but yeah, it wasn't too bad. I was able to recover from it, and I was pretty happy with that. All right. I love you guys' faces. You're awesome. I appreciate all the information. I'll let you guys know how the screen turns out. If I get that hooked up tonight or not, and give you guys a little bit of a review of it over on the Twitter sphere. Then hopefully we're on to update this computer tomorrow, but we'll have to see. I mean, this room is just fucking trashed. I had hoped to have this all cleaned up and ready to go, but it's nowhere near where I need it to be with tools accessible and everything. So it's like, oh, I wish stuff would just move faster, but it can't. I'm just holding everything up. All right. Well, I'm just gonna say adieu. And I will see you guys on Monday over on Twitch TV/Barnacules. Hopefully we're going to try to stream on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. First time in like a month that I'm going to try to hit all 3 streams. I don't know if I will or not. We'll have to see. Like, again, I meant to stream last night, but my anxiety levels went through the roof and I crippled myself again. And I don't want to go there, but yeah, it didn't happen. And that really made me upset because we did really good on Wednesday and Friday would have been even better. But I cheated myself out of that because my stupid fucking brain doesn't work. But we'll get there. We'll get there. All we can do is keep trying. All right. Peace out. I think. Hold on here. Let me see. How do I end this? This is what happens when you don't stream for a while. You forget where shit is. Vintage Gamer said I stayed late waiting last night. I was sad. Oh, I'm sorry, man. That genuinely makes me feel bad. So I hope that makes you feel a little better. Because at least now you know that I feel bad and we have solidarity now. All right. I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys on Monday. Laters.